Yes,
Everyone,
we got
please help us welcome the warmest of welcomes to Ben Pack. How are you, Ben Pack?
Oh, I'm blushing now.
Blush away. Let's see you blush.
Dan, don't clap.
No, it's palm clapping. I'm fine.
Oh, it's so great to be back. You know I had to come check in on, I don't want to say my only contribution to this website ever, but definitely among the ones.
Thank you for
Shameless self-promoter as always here. Jesus, trying to put himself over, pat himself on the back. Look at Ben Pack back at it. Here he is. Look at me.
Thank you for crawling across the finish line.
Ben, I haven't had breakfast or looked at a lens in
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. I am rounding out the input stuff now.
Never mind what I just said in the chat about what I thought the buttons should be. Here, let's
I didn't even see what you
let's
said.
figure that out, and then let me try and get a rudimentary picking out of a hat system in, and then we should
Yeah,
test
well, let me
parsec.
my listener or my input system. Just putting it together. I just need to like finish the thing that will make it work nice and easily, so that you could easily extend it. 1 second. What was I doing? I got let's check. I need to add these scripts. Cursor controller. Add cursor controller.
Oh no.
Player input.
Oh no.
Oh no.
My wireless mouse was on the loose somewhere.
You could disconnect it. Oh, actually, maybe not if it's not Bluetooth.
It is Bluetooth, but
You could just
it's
force it to
fine.
disconnect them.
I'm here for the chaos.
Alright, play input wrapper, player cursor controller. I think that's we're all good there. And then let's this should probably be called something else other than player, but we could just call it player manager or something. Cursor controller on select press, on moving, everything's doing the things I want it to do. Great. Fantastic. But I'm not getting the released event, am I? Select press. Let's go over here. I don't think we really need a release, but it was easy enough to add, so I figured I'd add it. Oh, I know why. That's why. Or not. I guess it just doesn't register releases in this specific action. Because we're going to want to know actually if it's released, because you're going to want to drop it when it's done releasing. Select. There must be a way to.
A namespace cannot directly contain members such as fields or methods. What?
You are defining something in a namespace, not a class. Make sure that you are positioning whatever
Oh, I'm in
you're
the wrong
positioning.
spot. Yeah.
Interactions. Okay. Interactions. Okay, so that should work on press and release now. And now if I go over to the controller version of that, do the same thing. Press and release. Okay, now let's try it. Yeah, we're doing it. Press and release. Press and release. All right. This should be easy. Okay, so let me explain to you how this system works. It's pretty simple. I just need to explain to you how you are going to interact with it. Where are you? Let's see what my streaming was like in this apartment with this
So
internet.
do you have the cursor part of it, or is it just the input handling part right now?
I was planning to move to the cursor part next.
Okay.
At least just like the thing that would control the bounding the cursor to inside the box was what I was gonna
You should
push to
do
next.
that and then explain it to me so I could drop that in my scene and see how I'm gonna work with that, because that'll work better for my
Well,
brain
you
to
will
absorb it.
still be able to. All right, I don't know. Yeah, I can do that.
Because I have all the pieces of the things that I want, but like, you know, some of them I need to.
Basically, all like really when it comes down to it, I have a cursor controller class, and you're just going to interact with the part that says on select press, on select release, on moving, like that stuff. Actually, I'll do on moving because I'm going to make sure that the cursors stay locked into the screen.
I just I the what the controller setup that I'm thinking now, and I hope this doesn't mess up anything, but I think the best controller setup for this would be to map a face button to each tool. So to map one to drag, one to copy, one to rotate, and one to resize.
Mm-hmm.
And then you sort of equip that tool, and then if you use it and it's not the drag tool, it reverts back to the drag tool, because I think you'll want to also use the bottom face button to indicate confirmation. So, or well, actually,
We can mess around with the control stuff once we have it.
yeah, but
Once I have it
basically, like,
in.
I just want to be able to equip the cursor with a tool, right? And
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, on a controller, you could probably have shortcuts for buttons that do that too, but we don't have to. Like, oh, when you're holding the trigger, it becomes this tool.
So originally I was thinking like, oh, the triggers could be like make it bigger and smaller or make it rotate left and right, but actually I think it's more intuitive and easier if because you could just do it with a single button press too. The way I have the rotate set up now is like you sort of grab it and it like if you move it left, it'll rotate clockwise. If you move your cursor right, it'll rotate counterclockwise. And I was thinking you could do the same thing for the size, except I don't know how to translate the scale in the same way that I do the rotation to like just a straight number.
I think that's right. It just make it, if you drag right, make it scale bigger. If you drag left,
Right, I'm just
scale
saying I
smaller.
don't know how to get the mouse with the rotation. I know how to make the mouse location relative to where I clicked a number that determines the rotation. I don't know how to do that for size.
Just make it the X value. So set the X value out, right? Just grab the X value. So like make the vertical not matter at all, and then grab the X value when you start to scale, and then if it's if the delta is in the positive direction,
I know how to do all
then
that. I'm saying I
yeah.
don't know what line I would do to put like your local scale is this, right? I could right now I can't. It doesn't like I don't know what the line is to make that happen.
Just local scale times equals 1.1 or whatever the hell it is times the delta.
You can't multiply it by a float, right? I tried that, right?
You can multiply a vector by a float.
I thought I got an error when I tried to look. Maybe I was trying to set it to a float, not multiply it.
Yeah,
Let
you'd
me
have
try.
to be multiplying. It's a vector, so you have to multiply it to a float or whatever. All right, let me figure out how to lock this cursor to the screen, to the viewable screen space. So I think it'll be basically
Really, honestly, I think the way it would actually work, maybe this is a better way to do it for the resize at least, would be like you grab, or you hit the button on it, and then if you move your cursor out such that it's not touching the sprite, it grows, and if it's towards the center of the sprite, a certain distance from the center of the sprite, it shrinks maybe. Either way, that's the same kind of thing. Getting the number a different way. But let me finish doing the copy first, and then everything. Also, I have to take Nico birthday party at 1 o'clock. Alexa. Fucking of course, Rem. Rem just fucking unplugs all the Alexa. Does Alexa like
I don't use
forget all her
Alexa.
fucking reminders when you unplug her? That shouldn't be the case, right?
I don't ever use it, so I don't know.
If that's not the case, then Rem is literally deliberately erasing the reminders that I set to make her wear her patch.
That has to be not the way it's designed. That would be so bad. So for the cursor, I actually think I want the delta. Let's see. Yeah, delta. Okay.
I forget, when I instantiate a game object, if I just like get a variable in the beginning saying this is me, go equals game object, like my internal game object, me, and then I instantiate with a reference to that, is that gonna work, or do I need like a reference to the prefab and not the thing kind of thing?
You're just trying to make an empty game object?
I'm trying to make a copy function. So I'm trying to make a copy of
Oh, no, I think you can copy an existing game object. If you have a game object, you can just instantiate that as your use that
if
as
the thing I'm
prefab.
instantiating is, you know, go,
Exists.
and go equals lower G game object, lower G big O game object, will that work?
Yeah, the game lower G big O is just a way of getting the
My
game
own.
object. Yeah, well, yeah, your current game object. Like a copy function, you could literally just make it instantiate the target game object, and that should work, I believe. All right, let's do that.
What? Wait, what? Why can't I just do? Oh, right. Okay. Actually, that makes no sense at all to me, but what? Oh wait, actually this would right. Oh, okay, I guess that was that.
Okay. Clamp you to the screen position. Um, and then transferring you back to roll points.
Maybe I'll learn squash and stretch 2D on here while we're doing this. And I'll basically be happy with my... When I say I can make a game juicy in Game Maker, I mean I can make everything squash and stretch.
Okay. I mean, squash and stress is. I did it for that what's he call it? That gambling game project. And that was super easy to set up.
What I'd really like to do is do it into a 3D, make a very bouncy looking platform guy. Not for this.
Well, that didn't work the way I wanted it to. What am I doing wrong here?
Go becomes myself, right? Go. Go. Alright, so did make a clone, it did not. Maybe it did, but it was just too small to.
Okay,
Small
so
enough spot.
but that still should lock it to the screen.
Oh no, it did.
Alright, got the locking to the screen in. But I'm gonna need to make 2 separate controllers for mouse and for controller because obviously
I don't think we
mouse.
should account for, oh, you mean like for getting in through the menus to the game or whatever?
No, well, for like moving on a mouse, I want the thing to be if you're controlling it with a mouse, I want you to be controlling I want the cursor to be on your mouse position, but on a controller, I want you to be moving by the delta, right?
I don't think we should, I don't think we need to account for, I think we should just work with controller for the time that we have, like
It's not hard enough. It's not that hard to do. I've already accounted for it. I'm just all I'm doing now is adjusting slightly. Sorry, hold on, let me get distracted.
not fucking changing. Is that the X that I want to, X, red or green? Yes, that is, what the fuck? That time it worked. I have no idea what that makes. Alright. Alexa, remind me at 11:45 to get Nico around. AM in the morning. 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 That's AM.
Um, let's see here.
In years now.
That's not true. I see your Instagram. I know you're in the kitchen.
Well, I'm in the kitchen, just longingly looking to the outside of like, man, if only someone was cooking with me here. And then we left the dishes, and then someone got very mad.
You know, I gotta say, just like a lot of things about Giant Bomb, I don't understand how this all started, really. Like, at all. I don't remember the origin story. I feel like one day I was just hosting a voicemail show. And I think like, Jan, you'll know. What did we do? We were like, oh, we should do. I think I think I like independently was like, or maybe I can't remember. One of us was like, we should do a voicemail show, and then it was like, wait, they already had done that,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
What was like Ben and Jan? Like, teach me.
I'm glad this is a clip show. Ben, get ready to throw to the clip, all right?
Here we go.
Wait, now?
Yeah,
You
we
told
should
me
toss
get
to it.
ready
No,
to
we're
throw to
watching
the
it. We're
clip.
watching
we
it.
got to
Ready
do
throw to the clip.
we got to do Family Guy style. So you talk about it, and then we'll like.
Oh boy, Lois, I haven't seen this many clips since I got my hair cut.
Peter.
Okay, so if we are a mouse, we want to. Well, I guess what we really want is the move action should always be same. So let's say that the move action will always give you the position in screen space that we want. So let's do this. Let's convert move action to screen space there. So now that's yeah, go for this.
Oh, right, this is why I can't do times equals, because it will always times. Guess I could do it. It will continuously times it. I just need to set the local scale to something. Uh,
Why can't you do times equals?
it'll just get bigger forever.
Yeah, well, if you want to do it by a percentage, it would, but you can just clamp it at a max. Um,
I mean, clamping it would be the same thing as I just need to be able to set it to a number that that represents the difference between where I first clicked and where my mouse is now.
yeah, that's why you would multiply your your rate by your delta, basically, assuming your delta is so you would probably take the the distance that you want to travel on the x axis for it to go from like the smallest possible size to the largest possible size. That should be a distance defined screen space, right? And then um, you would then take that or take your mouse delta in screen space, divide it by that to get a percentage of basically the change amount that you need to change of the size amount that you would need to change.
Just at a fundamental level, though, I need to be able to set this equal to something, and not like in the fact that this is running whenever whenever I'm in the resize tool, whenever I've clicked on something with the resize tool, I need to set this to that value, right? And but
Yeah,
I
you'll
can't
take that'll be
because
your starting point, but then you'll so let's say you have a range if you define the range that it takes to go even from let's just say 0 to max size, right? Let's say that takes a 10 pixel movement to go from 0 to max size and you've moved 1 pixel. Then you're doing a 10% increase in size relative to its current size. So you can just multiply the current size by 1.1 to get it to to get it to the 10% increase basically. um but yeah, you should be clamping or checking the size to make sure it never goes over max size. But that's how you do it. You'd say, okay, I've done so my the I moved 1 pixel. It's 10 the total movement to get to a greater to get to the max size is 10 pixels. So 1 divided by 10, that's 0.1. So then I do, current size times 0.1 plus current size. And but that has to be inside a clamp statement to clamp it to the max size that you want. If all the scales are because the clamp could get messy in a vector 3. So, but if all the scales are, if since it's the scaling is going to be 1-to-1, right? X scale and Y scale should be the same, I assume, unless we want to let them do that separately, but that could get messy.
no, I don't think.
Yeah. So if we do it 1-to-1, then you don't even need to do. You can do that scaling. You can like basically track the scaling factor by the X component of the current scale, right? So then at that point scale becomes a float, and as far as you're concerned, just when you set it, you need to just make sure that you set it as vector 3 and just do vector 3.1 times your scale. So you can maintain scale as a separate value, uh, and then that becomes easier to clamp, right? So you can have a float that is scale, a float that is min scale, a float that is max scale, then do what I said. So if X has moved 1 pixel and you define that your max movement range to get to max scale is 10 pixels. Divide 1 by 10, then your current scale, you would make current scale equal to um, current scale plus current scale times 0.1, and then you would clamp that value between the min and max scale. And then you would apply that to the local scale by doing local scale equals vector 1 times current scale. If that makes sense.
I
That's
couldn't
probably a lot
follow
to-
all of it. I know what you mean though. I need to just make a. I need to set a value, a min and a max.
Yeah.
But wish there was one line that said the same thing that station is.
Okay.
Is there a vector 2 dot distance thing?
Yes. It's just the Euclidean distance. Or no, sorry. Oh yeah, I guess it's still Euclidean. But yeah, there's a distance between 2 points in 2D space. Just
I'm saying
do
in
distance.
as a function in Unity, not like like it sounds like you're responding as though I'm asking about the mathematical concept, which maybe you're not, but I mean
No,
the
I mean I just meant that because there's a distance in 2D space, there's definitely a function for it. I didn't mean that. Like there's no way that they wouldn't put it in.
and since we're in a 3D game, we'll always take x and y, right? That's the for vector 2. It never considers z. It's always z that it never considers, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So I guess Oh, but I would be using. Didn't you say there's something weird with Vector 2 and the mouse stuff?
What do you mean?
With the, didn't you say something about like the Z? It always assumes something about the Z, and that makes it clip or some shit.
It
Yesterday when we
assumes
were.
that Z is 0. So if you're trying to convert from screen space to world space, you need to put how far away from the camera you want to be. So, and that's not your Z position in the world. That is your position relative to the camera's position. That's where we were getting tripped up last night.
Oh yeah, okay, yes. So if I want to consider the distance between the mouse position and an object's position with the new input system, I cannot use or can use screen to world
Sorry,
point.
say
I
it
just need to.
again.
Never mind. Okay, that's why. All right. Now everything makes. Okay.
Excuse me. Okay, let's give this a try. Let's also go and delete this. Here's your controller. Okay. I'll have to handle an offset, but I'll handle that later. All right, now let's try our gamepad, which hopefully works. Oh, gamepad is not working, but we'll figure that out. We'll figure that out. Let's see here. Gamepad controller. It could just be the speed is so unbelievably low that it's not. Let's change that. Let's make it 10. It's moving just very slow. It's probably in screen space, so maybe you want to make it 100. You good boy, puppy. That's What's happening? This is... You still here? Now let's do this. Okay.
Hey, Bubsy. So it's 11. You still have a little bit before we have to get ready to go to James's, but get up and start getting around. Mommy packed all your stuff for you, okay? You want to bring the VR?
All right. Now I need to think. Because the fundamental way that I handle moving for mouse and key and gamepad is different. Are you still here?
I'm still here. Yes.
I'll show you what I've made. Sure, it'll be all blown out like always. Actually, it doesn't look as blown out as it usually does. It's real simple, but basically the only class you need to be concerned with is player action controller, and it has these callbacks registered. So whatever actions you want to happen when something's pressed, do this. When it's released, put it here, and when it's moving, put it here. And you can pretty much do whatever you want with this class. The only caveat, so as you go into the scene, if you want to test it, there's an input test scene. So when it will join a player when the primary action is hit. So the join action for a mouse is left click, and the join action for a controller is enter or select or whatever, start, I guess.
Okay.
And move speed could probably be up.
I'm hearing
but-
myself for some reason. What the fuck is up with Discord?
Yeah, I know.
This was happening the other day. Hold on.
It must be you're listening to me and you're in the channel. Maybe mute the channel.
Is that it?
That's still weird. It shouldn't do that.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Wait. Why would it put my audio through on your?
Can you hear me now? If you're,
No,
can
I
mute
hear
yourself
you.
now? Not mute yourself in the channel because now I can't hear you. But I mean mute.
Oh shit. Okay. My
mute the
bad. My
stream.
bad.
Mute the stream.
La 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 la. Hold on.
It's still weird. It shouldn't fucking give your voice if you're in the channel. That's super silly. Anyway. So yeah, we have these input controllers and basically I'll collapse so you can see like right now I'm moving and you'll get the moving you'll see on moving.
I'm so sorry. I have toasts that just popped. I'm listening though.
It's okay. And then we have it just handles both things. But anyway, the one thing that you'll need to know, the big thing that you'll have to think about is so on moving, that move vector that you get is going to be different for player or controller. For now, if you just want to handle a controller and we can like put mouse in later, that's fine. I just figured having mouse in there is nice because because it makes it easier for someone to pick it up even if they don't plan on doing parsec and just play with it because then they're just pick it up on their mouse with their mouse and move around, right? More intuitive for them. But basically this vector 2 move in here, and I'll put a note here actually. No. Move. Big important. Um,
All right. I'm sitting down again.
hold on.
Did you prefab the cursor object yet, so I can just pull it into my?
Yeah, hold on 1 second. The player input stuff should handle that. I'll just put the player input handler somewhere. Well, I'll prefab that. Okay. All right. So what you actually need, the only thing you actually need is the player input manager, because that handles instantiation of all the players. So let me put that somewhere. And you just need the input manager. So for example, if I go create a new scene, let's just go here. Are you watching?
Mm-hmm.
So I create a new scene. Scene test. Save the scene because I don't want to get rid of it. And then I go over to my assets, prefabs, player input manager, drop that in. This should handle instantiation of players automatically. Man, there's that player, and there's this player. So now I'm using my mouse and my controller to move shit around. And they come in as these player clone objects, basically. When you are programming, like when you are programming what you want the player to do, you just need to go to the player action controller script. And that'll have actions like on select press, on select release, and on moving. These two are pretty intuitive. They're just going to happen when you are pressing or not pressing the button. So they or when you press and when you release the button. If you need more like resolution than that, I can give you access to more functions. Just let me know.
That should be.
Yeah, these just get called when the button is pressed and when it's released. So it's a little better in terms of programming because you don't run things all the time that are always checking inputs.
Oh wait,
You just
actually, so I do need. Technically, actually, what I've been using is this plus like a down. So like if it's being continuously held.
Yeah, well, you'll know that. You could theoretically store is down, right? You could do like is down, like bool is down, right? But if you want, I can actually real quick pass you um
There's only one thing I need that for, but it's arguably the most important. But actually, you just make it very.
will not let me define a variable in interfaces cannot define fields. Of course they can. I need to think about how to. I can pass you a interface or a field that is basically acts as the input class if you want like more fine-tuned stuff. But yeah, because if you want, you could easily just do bool is down, right? Is down,
That should work.
and then just set is down in here, right? Is down equals true. That's the way you can get around it for now. Basically, I need
Actually,
to
never mind.
get this.
I think it's already set up in a way. Oh, that.
Ideally, this is set up to be like efficient, is why it's set up and simple, so you don't have to like have long things. You just know that when the button's pressed, you're going to do this. When it's released, you're going to do this, and when it's moving, you get that input. But the big thing about the moving is this value, the vector to move, that's going to change based on that's going to be different in depending on what device is connected. So on a mouse, it is a value that represents the current mouse position between 0 and the screen width and the screen height. Or
Yeah.
actually, it even actually it goes beyond. It's not clamped. So it can actually go beyond. It's not.
I might we
Um,
should at some point. I don't know if I'll have time, or I have to take him to the birthday party, but at some point, it would probably just be a lot faster if I showed you. If I set up the cursor to just like equip the tools, and then and then I just showed you what I have and told me how
I
to.
guess I could keep doing. Yeah, because I know how it works. I could easily
Or you could just
set
do
it
it if you
up.
want to just straight up do
Yeah, I
that
could
part.
just do it. Honestly, set up that stuff. Um, Maybe I'll look at your scripts and because you have scripts already, right? So I just
I
need to
do, but
copy the
mine were
logic
made.
into
I
here.
didn't really think about like the idea of equipping something on the cursor, so they're all like scripts I throw on the objects that the sprite that is being moved around. That's probably not maybe the way you'll want to do it. Maybe you might want to do something like accessing or turning off and on those scripts or something. Maybe I guess would
Yeah,
be a way to
well,
do it.
if you just make those scripts have like just make them basically like tools I can use, right? So give me a public method to like let's say the scales tool, right? So give me a public method that says that is scale so that I can so don't make those scripts do anything on update. You can have them on there. But then I'll grab a reference to that and then when I want to scale, when I have the scaler equipped or whatever, I'll just call scale with the on moving or so on moving method. So I'll just call scale in here. And then I'll provide you with the delta or something, right? So you in the scale, you just tell me what you need to scale properly. So maybe that is the delta in screen space coordinates, right? So like how many pixels the cursor has moved. And then you handle the scaling, and I just and I call that method. Like that's how we should approach the tools. Is they are not is that you're just giving me like an API like to interact with.
Um,
So like really
so
scaling
basically,
only
I'm just
needs
taking everything out of the update and making it its
yeah
own function.
yeah, you can test things in the update. You can use the update like pretend the update is an outside script that is interacting with it, but just imagine that in the end your tool is only going to be a function that I can call from the controller. But it's for testing purposes, like to set it up to get it working, then pretend that the update is another script that is calling the script that calling those functions. Um, but at its core, scale is simple. It's just I would probably just give you a delta value in screen coordinates, right? I would just say here's the number of pixels moved delta. So is it like I've moved plus X, and really at its core, it's just actually a float value, and actually
You're talking about
because it's
the size one.
the scale. So like okay, if I'm saying okay, how would I want to interact with a scalar tool? Then I just want to give it either the percentage I need to scale, or if we want to let the tool control how
Currently, the way it's
if
set up is you click a point and grab. If you go right from the point you grabbed, it gets bigger. If you go left from the point you grabbed, it goes. Um, I think that's simple enough. Like if you want to change it, feel free. But like, I don't think the player, I don't think they need the granularity. Like, try to make it as much like Mario Maker as
No, well,
possible,
no. I
right?
mean,
Like,
I just mean how am I going to interact with it?
uh,
Like, what am I passing it? Basically, what data am I passing it? That's what I'm talking about. Um, so like, am I basically what information? Like maybe do all the tools really in the end? Let me think about it. I guess what tools do we have first of all?
Here. They're all on this one thing. If you want to watch my.
Yeah. Are you streaming
Am I not?
or what?
Oh
You're on
yeah,
Twitch,
on
I
Discord.
guess.
Sorry.
I can go to Twitch, but it'll be delayed.
That's fine. How did you know? Oh, that was okay. So we have currently click and drag,
Hmm.
uh, make bigger and smaller.
Looks good.
One has all click and drag, make bigger and smaller. Rotate, which works exactly the same as smaller. You just grab and
All this
that.
looks really good. Looks like it's working.
I don't know if we'll actually end up using this, but I did put in like a mouse drag select.
Oh, I like it. Does it? How
I
does
don't
it
know.
work?
I
Does
don't know
it
if they
just make a
need that. They don't. It doesn't
collision?
actually work right now. I just did
Yeah.
this part, and then I was like, I don't know if I need this. um,
But we'll just put it on the to do, like on the
I mean,
long
theoretically,
term.
you could just use it as like you could just you could have it so that maybe if you press in the stick or hold something and drag, you can select a bunch of things at once, and it just does. And then you just press the button for the tool. So either you press face button and you're
Hmm.
dragging them all, you press left face button and you're resizing them all. Whatever that would be, but that's I don't think it's needed to finish the game.
Yeah, well, just that's a cherry on top thing.
Um,
All right, so we have those. So those four are like the
and
primary
copy
ones.
and copy,
Copy and yeah,
which
copy and paste is gonna be
I actually
important.
don't even think we need paste because like I think we just make them copy and select, right?
So copy
I
and
just
it
would
moves
split it and then
over.
grab one,
Yeah.
split it.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine. That's easy enough. It's one. It's a lot less to think about.
So
Okay. So then, in that case, let me think. So you've already made the logic for them. I'll hook them up. That's what
okay.
we'll do. Because
Yeah, I'll work on
the
the
logic is
hat
there. That's
and like the pulling stuff out of a hat part next.
Yeah, I
And
think that's good. And then what we also need is when like if you paste like for example you paste that like word bubble thing right in the left panel. We need to figure out how to make it so that the um that word bubble only shows in the left panel. You know what I mean? Like like the cutoff stuff. That's a challenge that I don't know how to solve off the top of my head.
like should be.
Like cut off the stuff that's not in the panel, and also don't let it
So
overflow into
I
the
actually
next
think it looks
panel.
good, like overflowing the panel sometimes. Like I would
Hmm.
want the option to, like for example, this thing. Like I would definitely want the option to put this here or like here and have
Okay,
it
I
be
can see
showing.
that. But I think we also want the option to cut it off.
Yeah, I mean,
It needs it. Because otherwise you're not in a scene. That is cool for emphasis, and I agree that that's a cool thing. And maybe we either have specific objects that do that, that are like in-betweens, or we have
we can
a
make it so
button to do
just
it.
word bubbles do that. Only word bubbles
Yeah,
can do
yeah.
that.
But we definitely need like the scene stuff of like I think it'll look weird or look unfinished rather. Maybe unfinished and I know that's a game jam, but it'll look like you'll see the game jamminess if you if I like put a tree on the side that I just want in there because I think it looks nice and the tree pokes out of the scene. Um Easiest way to do that is just to have like literally a panel mask that covers it, but then you
Honestly,
have the
the
issue of
easiest
it
way
going
I
into the
think
new
is to
panel.
just make an actual sprite that sits in front of everything, and where bubbles are just have a closer Z, and then for the stuff that you're pulling out of the hat down here, where you'll want to see what it looks like, we can just do like maybe actually that's not gonna look good because it won't be on it all the time. But I was gonna say like you could do it like an outline shader like you would do if someone was behind a tree or foliage or something in a top-down game. Like
We'll have
just
to
a
figure it
silhouette
out.
shader.
It's gonna be more complicated than you actually might think to get it to work. the thing that I'm thinking of off the top of my head is that the panels are actually render textures, and you're taking a picture. Um, and we just move a panel camera to the basically to align with the panel, and then you take a picture of it, and then paste that on the panel itself. But then I don't necessarily know how. And then basically in the real view that that you send to the character, it's just a composite
Honestly,
of
here. Can't we just draw a
render
gray? If we
textures.
know the outline's always going to be gray, can't we just draw 2 gray boxes or up to 4 gray boxes on any sprite?
Yeah, that's why I was saying that's the easiest way, but then you'll have stuff where like if I drag it in between the two panels, then this thing appears on both panels.
Um,
If you drag that like right where your word bubble is now, it's hitting two panels based on your camera angle. Like it'll still hit two panels, so you can't have a word bubble an object that is only in one scene that way because the panels are physically too close and they'll overlap.
or
The object will peek into the other panel.
or we don't
We
worry
need
about
to
this and all the depth and shading or whatever, all the stuff we would have to worry about. Or we don't worry about it while people are editing, and then once they hit a button to say I'm done, we just drop the panel in front of everything except the word bubbles, such that it's
No, that's still gonna have the same problem of the if I put a tree in the scene, then the tree is going to be if I put it between panel 1 and 2, then the tree is gonna be on both panel 1 and 2
Oh wait,
if the tree's
oh you
too
wouldn't
big.
want that? Why? That's
No,
weird.
I don't want it on that because then it makes it look like because then I can't set up a completely different scene in a completely different setting. If you want like the to have the same thing in the other scene, you can just copy and paste it in the other scene. Um, but like I think I'll solve that problem too. I think I have an idea of how to do it. I think you have to do basically render textures where like you have your screen render, like the what the texture that is rendering as like what the player sees, but you're layering on top of that three other cameras basically that render just the panels and that are cut off on the panels, and that should work as long as we basically say when an object is within like each panel has its own layer and those camera panels are only will only catch the thing in that layer. Those camera ones.
That would be a real nice to have thing. I'm like personally, I'm just fine with it being like jank and game jammy in that regard. Like if you want to fix it, right on. But I think before we
I
first
won't
thing we
fix it
should do,
first, but it'll
like the
be
high
something that's
priority
fixed.
today, I think should be like testing the out parsec and get it like I want to put the assets in and find the
Be able
fun.
to do that, be able
Yeah,
to play the game,
yeah.
basically. Yeah, I agree. I agree that that's a cherry on top thing. Um, but it is I think it's like the first cherry I want to put on top.
Right
Because I
on.
think it's important. Um,
And for the hat, pulling stuff out of the hat, all I was gonna do was have prefabs of all anything you could pull out. That's that are basically these things.
mm.
And they so that if it is a word bubble, and we want this one to be a type inable word bubble, we can have that as part of the prefab, and then it just comes out that way, right? So like I would just put anything that could come out of the hat in a big array, and then anytime anything gets pulled out, it just gets checked off, and then there's a certain amount of things that you can.
Yeah, you could probably even if you don't want to prefab everything, which maybe you could. It might be good to prefab. I'm not sure which way, but that could become annoying depending on how many assets we have. But you could probably just make a prefab that's like, hey, here's the prefab for just a general object with a texture, and here's a prefab for an object with a text box. And then you pull the prefab for an object with a texture, and then you load the texture ran dynamically at the time basically just like there's a folder of textures, and you just say, give me a random object, a texture in this folder, because that's something I believe you can just check for, like how many items does this folder have? Give me give me item this item, and then just do a random int for the item number that you want, basically. But then you only need to prefab 2 things. You don't have to go through the process of prefabbing 1,000 things and
I
then
would
putting them into
personally
some sort of
rather
array.
prefab them individually because it just I don't know, just like if I ever want to do something special for just one of them, I could just do that to just that one, and also
Well, then you
like
can just prefab just that one and have that be a special object too, and
also
have that
that
just be part of.
I also think that way like I could put them into different arrays based on like I want these are all the like character ones where they when you click on them they have a different face. You can
We could still have that. They could each be just a more general prefab. Here are the character prefabs. Here's a general character prefab, and then it pulls from the character folder. Here's the. It's just so that like I would love if we can, like if we get this working somehow well enough by the end of the night that we're like, okay, let's just grab assets. Let's just fucking throw assets in here. Like that'd be so fun. But that'd be a pain in the ass if we had to go in and manually prefab them all, instead of just
well, at that point,
dumping
I'd just make a
textures into the.
if I wanted them all to behave the same, I could just make one extra class that does it the way that you're saying. Like I just like the but for now I'll do it the way I was intending on doing it, and then if we want to change it later to have it always pull an image from a folder or
I
something.
just mean in long term it's less work. You can like literally to add a new object, all you have to do in my version is drop a texture into the right folder. In
Right.
your version, you have to drop the texture in and then prefab it, which isn't a lot of extra work, but when you're talking about a lot of things, it's an extra step. And prefabbing you know, isn't no work. It does take work. Depending on how many like parameters are in the prefab.
Even if it's like 100 assets, right? It still wouldn't take that long. Maybe 10 minutes of sitting there and just
It
selecting what I
depends on
start.
how many options that need to be configured on the prefab. It also makes the adds more. It makes the project bigger, but for this size, it doesn't matter. In a real game, it would matter, but for something that's small, it won't matter as much. Because a prefab is just another asset that needs to load when the game turns on.
What should the input for like I don't have like a shake me thing yet because I don't know how that will feel on controller. Like I don't
I mean, you could do it. You could just I don't know what it would be. I mean, you could have it do a mirror, flip over to a mirror version of itself.
I
We
mean
don't have a mirror tool yet.
I'm saying like what input should be the shake this thing so it does something different. Alexa,
Oh, you just
stop.
don't want to have to make them shake because
I'm just saying
I mean,
shaking I
yeah,
think would
if you look at
feel
Mario
weird on a
Maker, isn't that
controller.
literally how it works on Mario Maker? You shake it
You shake it, yeah,
on
but
the controller.
it's a touchscreen, so
Oh, is it? It doesn't use the touchscreen, but you don't have to. I assume. I don't know. I mean, it might be a little weird. Yeah, it would be
because
hard.
on the controller actually for that input they change it from shake to hold down the button until it
Do
just
they?
like
Okay, that's fair.
although like
Um,
they do have it as shake in Breath of the Wild but for detaching your things, but I think that works because like the things are big and lumbering and everything's slow anyway, so like it doesn't feel not unsnappy.
yeah.
Maybe just hold down select is that. Maybe just hold down select a certain amount of times.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. We can make it whatever button. I'll like whatever button we want to tie to it, we can. But basically, we just need to know that it's the shake action, and then we can define the rest later. But I'll just define an action called shake. That gives that's calls the shake callback. Um, yeah, that should all work, I believe. All right. Um, I'm going to shower and eat something, but make sure you push before you leave so I can grab your tools and make them work with my shit.
That's
Okay. I'll also push just for the sake of safety.
Should we limit the number of times somebody can copy something?
Um, no, I don't think we should. Just let them have fun.
I was thinking
Unless we
either
decide that it's
I was thinking
bad when
either
we
we
play
don't
test
at
it.
all or we limit it to just one because I think that is an interesting like like I can't have this guy in the third panel because I can't copy him again. So like that's gonna how do I
There's
deal
some
with that?
game design there, yeah. Maybe we could have we could play. Let's play test it and see if we find that to be fun. We can and then add it in because that's not hard to add in later.
Also, the last thing, the backgrounds, like the should those be something you get from the hat, or should it just be it should just give you your background?
That's probably a game design. That's another game design decision. I think that it is cool if it gives you them, but maybe some of the things you pull out of the scene are a different background, like sometimes. So maybe you get the chance sometimes to swap it out.
Or you can have it so like every panel has every panel has its own one or two like that it picks randomly, and then you can just switch the channel on them, and there's always at least one that's shared between all three.
Hmm. Yeah, that could be interesting. That's a design thing too. Like who knows what the best feeling is for that. For now, we can just start by having it go assign one panel for the three or a random with a chance to do a random panel across, I guess. I'm trying to think. I mean, we could do all three. Like we could have like a thing that does channels, right? Where you have like a left or right click or like a change button, a swap button on the top of the panel. And
Right.
then you could swap between like, okay, here's the one that we all share, and then you all have a custom one if you want. Um, and then you could maybe also you get lucky and you get this custom background that is unique or more unique or something, and you can drop that in if you want, and that would replace um, the unique background for the panel. We also need a function to drag panels and to swap panels themselves. I don't think it should be drag. I think it should just be a button that you press to like move this panel right or left.
Hmm. I wonder maybe how that would functionally really work, right? Is that it's really just the panel would stay there. It would just swap the contents. The
Yeah, exactly. And if it was my rendering thing, at that point I would just swap the cameras. Like if we were using the 3 camera rendering thing I was talking about.
Yeah, I think that's also technically a nice to have, but a good nice to have.
Yeah. Yeah, we don't need it off the top of his head. Unless the other option is have backgrounds be draggable, because
Personally,
really that's what it is, right?
I like the idea of like I there's something neat to me to the with the idea of like the the backgrounds are inherent to the panel, not something not something that you get from the hat. I just think that
That's a
I don't
game
know why.
design idea for sure. That is like maybe it's more fun to have those restrictions, like a little bit of constraint on you to make you to make things a little bit more creative.
Right.
Sometimes too many options it gives you
Yes, exactly.
stifles creativity. Um, yeah, for now, let's just lock him in. worst case scenario, if we don't have time and we don't like, yeah, panel swapping would be nice, but worst case scenario, we could make backgrounds swappable,
You know what I
draggable, placeable.
would you know what I would also do if I was making this on my own 100%? What I would do is make a super long file, a super long image that is like all the backgrounds that could be like bleeding into one another, such that like if you positioned the camera anywhere within that really long file, it would show you part of that, super long scene, and then I would place cameras in there, boom, 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 one next to the other, and make the and each for each panel, and then do that again, but like slightly shifted for one. So like you would it's such
There
that
is probably like there's actually precedent for like efficient texturing, doing stuff like that. But instead of using cameras in that sense, you just do a shader that has an offset. So like the shader for this panel would be, okay, I'm going to sample from 0 to 100 pixels here. It's just 2D, but you get the idea.
right,
And then the shader for panel 2 is I'm going to sample from 101 to 199, you know,
right,
or
right,
to
right.
200, right? So that one, um, so like that is actually how a lot of things like if you look at how Teardown renders their textures, its texture file is one giant fucking texture file. That's how like part of how it becomes is so efficient. It loads that whole texture file in, and that's how it does like that's why in Teardown the spray can is yellow because it has to be within a certain range of color values that are defined and that can be modified in the texture.
Hmm.
It's weird. But yeah, there is precedent for that, but I don't know that we need to do that. Like that's an efficiency thing, not an easy thing, right? Not a super easy to do this thing. For now, we can just place a background image and just make sure that the background images are all the same size. That's important.
Yeah. I was None of these are a good example of what I was talking about because they don't change over space, but like
I get what you
there's
mean though.
something
The natural transitions between
right, like something
spaces.
that like you could
And
apply motion. Like it might not, maybe
yeah,
it's not like they're static things. Maybe there's just one long, like one big scene behind the panels essentially, and you're positioning that camera essentially, right, such that it looks like there is, you
there's
know,
definitely value to that. I mean,
motion
we could
going
have a
on.
scene. We could have some scenes that give you that.
Yeah.
Um, if we do, panels like that, and we can fake it. We could just do. We could put a basically put a shader on something like make a new room, a separate room that handles things like this, and just like give the room a single long texture and have the shader like it wouldn't be too hard to make a shader that samples um the texture at different points. That shouldn't be too difficult to do. I should be able to write that up with the help of my good friend ChatGPT because I don't know the I don't
Is it
know
good at if you just
HLSL.
say a shader? Is it good at telling you how to do the like? Will it give you
You
shader
need to
code
know
like you
you
would
need
get
to know
from?
the basics of how it works. You need to know what would break and what wouldn't so that you can fix it. It gets shader code wrong all the time, but it's good at telling me the functions that I have available to me, which I don't know off the top of my head, and IntelliSense doesn't know. But you do need to know like how does a shader work. But for texture mapping, it's super easy. All you're doing is sampling a texture at a point and saying this pixel value is is basically like for the beginning it'd be give me the picture value for the size of the texture basically for the like the texture will have a UV, so like take the UV and the UV value is defined between 0 and 1, and I would say okay if I want to sample 100 pixels of the texture then it's give me the UV point coordinate times the texture width times the texture and like X position would be the texture width, Y position would be the texture height, right? And then so I'd say give me that for 100 pixels, and then just take that pixel, take the color from that texture, and that's the pixel value that I'm returning. Super easy to do. And then for the next panel, I just do the same thing, but I add an offset into it. Instead of sampling from the 0 to 100 range, I'm sampling from the, you know, like we said, 101 to, or like 0 to 99 range. I'm sampling from the 100 to 199 range. Super easy to do, and I could probably write that up in like 30 minutes to
Right
get a
on.
texture, a shader that does that.
As long as there's no like, uh, like warping or anything of like the background image or the image. Weird. Why?
No, it wouldn't do warping. It's just sample it, but we just need to define, like, it would need to be an image that is. I need to know the size range basically of the image.
Why is this getting like? Why does this get pulled behind this?
I guess are they're on the same width, right? So what is the z coordinate? Oh no, it isn't. So pull it behind. It must be just be some weird way that. So yeah, place it there. It is in front. It must be some weird way that
Look, it does it like this in
Unity
here
handles
too.
sprites. I'm sure. I bet you there's a setting we can check for that. Like, click on the scene object and let's see if there's a setting. Like, make it clip behind first, though, so that we can toggle settings, and then go to the object itself. Yeah, and but now go back to the game view so that we can see it. But maybe draw mode in the sprite renderer. It's currently set to simple. No, not that. Sorting layer.
That sounds.
Sort point,
Sort
maybe
point.
on the pivot. No. Put it back to center. Right now we're in front, so just you gotta put us behind. What if you put order and layer to 1? Still weird though, because it's like it was behind. It's in front now, but really, yeah, that's weird. Weird behavior.
This makes sense to me actually. It's just like if you want to override where its actual z is, just put a number here, and we'll do it by layers.
Yeah, but that's actually really not how it really should work. Technically, that sorting layer is mostly used for when you're Z fighting and stuff. It just tells you, like, in that layer what you render first and second, like what you when you're rendering things. Um, I guess it's not that big a deal. We can work around it.
Oh, for now, just set all the sprites to 1 and the
Yeah, that's
body
a good
2.
thing to do in your prefabs. But like, so that's actually a good example of like, okay, I guess you could copy a prefab and then just swap it out. It's not that annoying.
It would be
But like,
just
yeah, that's
copying into and resetting things. But like, if we knew all the different, so like right now I can think of 3 different types of things that you'd want to pull out of the hat. A person, because that you know you and all of that is based on like what would happen if you held in the select button on it. Person, their pose or face changes. Actually, maybe just face. For now at least. Uh, yeah, just face. Like we've decided on 2D. We should lean into the strengths of 2D. So like the that for people. Then like just regular objects, which are pretty much just click and drag, and then like text boxes, which you can type in. Actually, with the way text box should work, I think, is you pull a text box out, it has some predefined random text on it, but that you can erase if you want.
yeah, we can do that. Yeah, I like that.
So
The
like
um, yeah, we could have text boxes be sorting layer 3, face objects like accessories be sorting layer 1. But the problem is we kind of well, I assume people will sometimes want to be able to change stuff like that. Like if I want to put someone hiding behind a tree, I need to be able to change their sorting layer.
yeah,
Um,
so the way I pictured that was just like in the sorting layer, if you could do point whatever, right? Like just the most recent thing you picked up gets put on the top of the pile so that you don't have any fine control over it, but if you really need to put something in front of the other, you could.
Yeah, we can do that. We don't want to do points. I don't think I think that's an int, but we could just do it as ints. I don't know how many layer orders.
So we would
I
just
guess
need
order and
3,
layer
right?
doesn't matter.
The UI layer would be 3, the thing you just most recently picked up would be 2, and everything else would be 1.
Yeah, but like, what if you have 2 UI elements? You know what I mean? Then you need to be able to control what ones comes
Honestly,
first. So
I'm
you'll need a
seeing
fourth
this
sorting
like
layer.
hat that you pull shit out of, and maybe the arrows to like swap the panels or whatever, as like the only UI elements we'll probably need.
No, but I just mean like, okay, sorry, maybe not UI elements. Maybe I meant what about like text boxes? You have 2 text boxes uh theoretically on the same layer. Like when you pull the when I grab that text box, it goes to layer 2, and then I grab another text box, it goes to layer 2. But that other text box that I previously grabbed is still on layer 2. Unless we're going through every previous object and setting it to an
Yes,
old
yeah,
layer, I
exactly.
think
You would set everything back. The way I was picturing it was every time you pick something up, it sets that to 2 and sets everything, or sets the last thing that you. It just doesn't need to look at everything, just the last thing you
yeah.
pick
But
up.
then when you do that, then like okay, I'm setting everything back to 1. Now everything's gonna kind of be randomly ordered
Actually,
layer
we have to
wise.
also consider that people are going to be grabbing and moving things. Unless we do like a strict, you can't even move on your. Like, I don't even know. Like, I just want to get in there and try this with everybody grabbing stuff first, and then decide if we.
Honestly, a simpler solution, I think, and that's slightly less intuitive and requires more from people, is to let people move up and down layers,
I
and they
think
can
that
layer
is
systems.
unnecessary, but if you want
Well, the
to, we can do
problem,
it.
I'm like, think about it. So you pick up that text box, right? So
Hmm.
now I've set every other object that already existed to layer 1, right? Or to layer 0, let's say. But I've set them to layer 0. Now every other object that I had previously tried to layer is now all on layer 0. So now we're gonna get Z fighting issues and weird behavior. Like you need actually way
Oh
more
wait, hold on. Let's
layers,
test that.
layers and orders.
See what they when they're all in the same layer. I assume the copies will not gonna be copy and drag on. They're the same buttons. Actually, even gonna happen. I mean, you do have something like this, but like this, like I don't think this is something that really needs to be dealt with. Like this, it would be not. It would be very, very like it's a.
But like, okay, so I
It would
want
be
to
kind of
put this
nice,
in my
but
thing.
like
I think this is a big deal. I think this is like part of it. This is like the core of the game that needs to be handled. Like put that thing behind or put that thing in front of the one that's not being dragged.
for the one that's not being dragged. This one.
Anyone, yeah, it doesn't matter. Now try to now like what happens when you click on the one that's like not being the one behind it?
Why
Oh, you
copies it? Because let me
duplicated it.
hold on.
Yeah.
Let me split them and then turn off the or turn the copy script off. We'll make 3. 1, 2. And then we turn copy off on all.
And all of them. Yeah. I think you missed the first one. All right, now drag that on. Okay, drag anyone behind one or in
This
front
is
of
actually
it.
kind of fine because like you can just like no matter
Yeah,
what
but it
where
means that
anything
like
is.
anything to the it makes like okay, anything to the right is behind, anything to the left is in front. I can never have anything to the right be in front. It's bad.
Yeah, but like when is a joke really gonna depend on that? Like
If it would be
making
frustrating.
an
I'd be like
actual good comic, yeah, sure, that's a critical thing,
it's
but
just
like
gonna be frustrating for me to control as a person. I would assume that that when I click it that it comes to the front layer.
Oh yeah, well it would. We're saying it would like right under this.
No, we're saying, but because right
Right.
now, if you like
I click on this,
set,
it goes to 2, right? And then oh wait, is it not? Oh yeah.
even then, it doesn't even look like it's even doing what we want it to do anyway.
Oh, it's setting them all to 2. That's weird. That's them all to the same thing. Why is that?
Maybe because they're somehow the same objects copied.
They are literally. Or wait, hold on. It's probably because.
Swap out the sprite. Does it swap the sprite for all of them?
No.
That's is strange.
That is so weird.
Either way, though,
I
I
just
still
so
think
I do think you
it's the
do need some
problem.
control over it. I'm just saying I think I think for a thing like
But
this,
then once I click the new object. So
Mhm.
let's say I picked we're all the way on the right, right? I picked this. I clicked the object that like let's say the two middle ones, right? I clicked that one on the bottom and brought it to the front because I wanted it to be in the front. Now I go click another object and I'm sending that one in the bottom, that one on the right that I previously just clicked back to the original to the default layer order. Then it's going to conflict with what I just picked it up to put it in front of and move back to the back of the screen. It's going to feel really shitty. Like I think we need to genuinely handle layering. We need to handle it. We can't just move the
You
one
can
thing to
put
the
it in,
front
but
and
I
then
think people will hardly use it. Honestly, like I'm not
I think
against putting it in, but
I disagree with that. I think that's a fundamental thing about this. It's fundamental about how stickers have to work basically. You know, if I place a sticker and I specifically place it up on top of something, and then later I grab something else and it suddenly moves to behind it, I'm gonna be annoyed.
yeah, that's fine. You could fix it. I do. My prediction is that people will hardly use it, but but I could be
I
wrong.
don't even think that they need to do a like. I'm not even saying we have to do a okay. You get to select your layer. I'm just saying at very least we need to handle it so that the thing that you click is always on top when you even when you click away. And the way that like we're describing it now, where you click something, it sends everything else back to layer 0, that won't work because once everything goes to layer 0, it's just kind of a shit show, like a guessing game on what is going to be rendered in front and behind. So like we need to just basically handle something. We probably actually just need a render controller that says any of these objects that you grab, it has a big list of these objects and moves them based on and moves their render order based on when you selected them. Basically moves the the thing that you selected last to the end of the list. Does the hat order in layer didn't change, right?
Relative to the, I guess now it's on the layer with the head. Now they are
Yeah,
all on the
no,
layer with
I'm
the
just
hat.
saying it is weird that these clones have are sharing the
Oh wait,
sprite
now they're
render.
not. Now they're not. Maybe I still have them
Did you have
highlighted or
them all
something.
selected maybe by accident? Because they all have the same UI or inspector,
Yeah.
so you had them all selected.
So now this one, bottom one, is in front of everything. It does get.
Yeah. So really, we just need something that handles that order and layer value that has a list of all these elements, has a list of how many elements there are, and basically every time you click it, okay, this is doable. It's just that order and layer. We just need to make sure it has no upper bound that it reason like it can at least hit like 100. I assume.
You need to set
Uh,
it, but then you just need to set the UI to like 300 or something, or whatever the upper limit is.
yeah, we'll set the UI to some ridiculous value. Sprite render. Yeah, let's find out if it has an upper limit. It might not. It probably doesn't. It probably just compares everything in the same layer and looks at the order to layer and sorts them by that. That's how I would do it.
I do have to get him around for his party, but I will. Yeah, go ahead and hook all this stuff up. You can also, you know, like prototype a layering thing. I did like having exactly the number of functions that would map to the face buttons, so we'll have to think about where on the controller that will go. Maybe just the
well, like we also
shoulder
need
buttons
for
instead of the triggers or something. We'll
yeah.
move it. Sorry, are you? I still don't understand. Are you saying that we just need to make a ever counting up layer and always put the most grab thing on top, or are you saying you want to be
Yes,
able to like?
exactly. Yeah.
Okay, I thought you were saying at first. Then we don't even need that really. It'll just be
Well, we
probably
just
quick,
need
which
a
I'm fine
layer
with.
for the number of objects, really, is what it would be. And like ideally,
I thought what
it
you were
could be
pitching was like putting a button on the controller that literally moves it like, you know, between a value of 1 and however many things are in that layer
No,
so that you
I'm
can
just saying it needs to work intuitively because as it was described, if you move everything to the same sorting order in the layer, then you remove the layering basically. So
Okay.
we need a system that
Yeah,
handles
I'm
it.
fine with that.
And then and I was saying I wanted it to be intuitive, but I didn't know how to do it. I was saying at one point I did pitch, well, one way to work around it to make it really easy would be to force the players to control the layering. But this is easy. But it should be one click intuitive. You don't have to worry about it. The
Yes,
thing
I
you
think
grab is the
that
thing
is, yeah,
that like
like yeah, that works. I don't
yeah. So
know
then so
what did you think I was saying then when I said players wouldn't use it?
uh I don't know. I did eventually figure out what you were talking about. Okay, so it looks like there is a range, by the way. But at first, I didn't know what you were talking about. I just assumed you were like, oh, people won't care. I thought you were just saying people won't care about the sorting.
I was no, I thought you were saying like you
they'll
should
just
be able
work
to like
around it.
literally like flip it through, set it in a deck as if a deck of cards in an order. So I was like, nobody's gonna use that. But like,
Yeah, I thought you were saying, oh, people would just set it basically like they'll just deal with it. They'll just move it to the right or to the left to make it sort like where it needs to be. Um, but okay, the range is like 65,000, 67,000.
it's always that.
Uh,
That's like a is that like a computer like
they're
the
probably yeah.
ports
That's
port like
probably
the number of ports is like 65,000. There's like a whole bunch of things that are like the upper limit is
well. It's probably
65,000.
just a memory thing, like because they are stored as ints, and there's probably like a number of bytes that it takes to store this many ints, and that winds up being an efficient number for calculations. Um, and they are
I
small.
have to get him around, but I'll be back at
Yeah,
like 2.
I'll set that stuff up. I'll connect the cursor. I'm gonna eat, then I'm gonna connect the cursor, and then I'm going to work on the layering. But I'm gonna shower first, actually.
Jeff Gersman.
Hello, Dan Reichert.
Now, you are well known for being a longtime fan of Donald Duck, correct?
Yeah, yes.
Right?
Absolutely. I'm
Right.
a huge Donald Duck head.
Yeah.
What color are those duck heads?
Yeah, duck heads.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got the tattoo and everything.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I don't know much about Donald Duck outside of DuckTales, but that was a relatively new show in the grand scheme of Disney things.
Yes, absolutely.
Not like currently.
DuckTales new this fall. It's huge
Yeah.
hit.
I mean, it's a modern thing in the grand scheme of
Yes,
the
of
Disney
Donald Duck.
universe.
You know, it's no Donald Duck orange juice. I mean, that's...
That was the thing?
Oh, yeah.
Donald Duck orange juice? Is that like around the time of Ecto Cooler and things like
That
that?
was probably before that.
Okay, all right.
But I don't know if you can still get a Donald Duck orange juice. It was not great orange juice.
I'm trying to see if this controller's working here. Okay, there we go. So anyway, Donald Duck, the thing I associate the most with is Quackshot. This is a game developed and published by Sega for the Genesis. This came out in '91, so I think I was like 7 and I got this for Christmas.
Okay.
I have never had an affinity for Disney or Mickey Mouse or Donald Duck or any of those characters, but I just thought this was a real cool game at the time. Granted, when you're 7, you know, you don't have a grand scheme of things to compare it to.
Yeah, but I mean, you know, they were definitely, you know, like those Mickey Mouse games on the Genesis were incredible. Like Castle of Illusion was just a fantastic game. So
that the one Jaffe was on?
that might have been that one. If it wasn't that one, it was World maybe. But yeah, and like that was an amazing game. So like, you know, seeing like more Disney coming out of, you know, Sega coming to the Genesis, I think there was a, you know, they had built up a little bit of credibility. You're like, okay, all right, yeah, a little bit of that stuff would be cool.
Yeah, it seemed like an interesting, like, exclusive thing to be on a console back then during those 16-bit wars. Like, oh, they've got these really cool Disney games that Super Nintendo does not have. I'm kind of flying through this
Pete's
here.
Gang.
Pete's a mobster dog. Is he a dog? Is that what he is?
That probably seems that seems right.
Okay.
All right.
This seems very much in the kind of DuckTales. You know, Donald Duck is a you know, Indian.
Okay.
The rate of change that this method creates is linear, and because it has a start point, a finish point, and takes place over a known period of time, it's typically done inside of a coroutine. This is an extremely common use for lerp, and one that you're likely to see pretty often.
All right, I'm back.
Hey. How big is one of those boxes?
Yeah, they don't have to be exactly that big though.
If
We'll
you
have
have
to
the get an
figure
invite
it
to
out.
the get, you can just look in the Sprite PNGs folder
I
or
do.
assets Sprite PNGs. Up any of the images.
Alright. Those are 512 by 512, which is what I was using. So let's just stick with that.
I know.
We should do orthographic cameras, Chris, when you set up your scene, because we want to those panels might need to shrink actually,
So I was
or I guess we
actually
could
I was thinking
actually.
that in the beginning, but like I actually think there's something to like maybe being able to like being able to move this stuff and have this stuff pop off of it and have like some dimensionality to it. It looks neat sometimes, but yeah, you're probably right.
Well, it's more just sort of for the sizings that things get set. Like we can way more easily predict what the size of everything needs to be and stuff with the orthographic camera and position, and we don't have to worry about like if I have my if I move the mouse cursor super close to the camera, it's just so that I know it's always in front. then I don't have to worry about it side being super big. So it's a nice feature. I guess I could just make the orthographic camera size bigger. So if we don't have to make the panels smaller, we can just make the orthographic camera a little bigger. Make it 6.
These be like filled in
That's what
white.
we haven't actually figured out yet. Dave right now is making things that are technically not filled. They'd be transparent, but we talked about how he's gonna have to fill them in so that you can't see the background behind them. So like it should be filled.
Okay.
However, there are also many examples of lerp being used as a dynamic easing method. So instead of moving on a scale between 2 points, the value is constantly moved from where it is towards a changing target. To do this with lerp typically involves replacing the minimum value with the current value of whatever it is you want to lerp, and passing delta time in place of t. What this does is return a value that's
Marcus, when you do a coroutine, can you call? Does a coroutine always run? Like, is it like an alarm in Game Maker where you set it once and then it does a thing once, or is it looping forever?
It does it once, and then you can call it again at the end if you want to loop.
When I call start coroutine, I give it what?
The coroutine. So the coroutine is going to be defined by it needs to return an I enumerator. Is the type. So make a method that returns something of the type I enumerator, and then whatever else you need to pass it. That all can be passed like normal, like a normal method. And then when you want, basically, you can define anything that you need to occur in one step, and then after that, type return null, or yield. Sorry, yield return null, and that tells it to stop processing on that frame and go back. So if you would want something to loop over and over again, you could just have a coroutine that never exits.
No, I
and
don't.
just
I
constantly.
want it to run once, which is that's fine. I just
Then you don't need to return at all. You just
I'm trying to
write the
pass
script for
in
them.
the last value. This is the thing that
Unless
I don't like know how to translate. Like the variables are all the same.
Yeah, so you can define those variables in the coroutine. It's what makes coroutines so awesome. They're little isolated functions. So like anything that you need to do, like if you define it at the top of the coroutine, it will remember it the next time it comes back to it.
This is
So like
this value in lerp, right? I can't just set it to. It's not like Game Maker where I can set it to a percentage. It's not taking a percentage here. I
as a
need to.
percentage, that you can figure that is t. It's like the percentage between the first value and the second value that you want it to be. But if you constantly set it to that, it'll never actually reach. And that happened in Game Maker too. You notice it winds up getting so small that it doesn't matter. But if you just constantly set it to a single value, it'll never actually reach that value. But if you want to lerp from one thing to another, then you just make a for loop from 0 to 1, and let the plus on your I be how much you want to iterate over it. And then you just lerp the value of I.
All right, so I don't even really need a coroutine for that
No,
to
you
choose
do,
it.
because the coroutine would do it. Because if you did that in a for loop in one thing, it would just do it, right, all in one step. But doing it in a coroutine lets you do it over time.
Yeah, I mean,
Or if you want it, if you want it to go off of a duration, that's even easier. You just so do you want it to be like, oh, do you want it to always be a certain amount of time and be able to just define it by time? Because that's also usually what I
not
like to do. And
not particularly, but Like I just want this number to go through from 0 to 1.
Okay, so then why don't we do this? Go down to your lerp value. You already have a time elapsed. That's good. The in the method. You have time lapse is less than duration. So look, you're already doing it. You have it. You have the functions.
That's
So
what I'm
you
saying. So how do I
get
feed
rid of the
this
rest
into
of that crap.
this? How do I feed this into this?
Just move the lerp. Scroll down. Lerp value. So use that lerp value in there to set something. So if your lerp value there is 0 and 1, just move base scale to 0 and base scale divided by 2 to 1. Like replace the
So
values in the method. You're just imagine you're calling the function. So right now your lerp value, like your IEnumerator, your coroutine would lerp between 0 and 1. But that's not what you want. You want to lerp between base scale and base scale divided by 2. So swap 0 and 1 for base scale and base scale divided by 2.
that will make it so I need base scale there because I want this to work no matter what scale I scale the prefab to. So I need base scale to be.
All the coroutine is doing is you want to copy base scale, copy the term base scale, and highlight over the 0 in lerp value, and replace that with base scale. Now do the same thing for base scale divided by 2.
So, but wait, is that? I don't understand how that's.
Okay, so now when you start that coroutine, scroll down to the coroutine. Start will be base scale, end will be base scale divided by 2. Every step, every step in Game Maker, every tick, basically every tick, you're going to enter here. So when you first call it, it's going to define time elapsed as 0. Then it's going to go down to and run everything in the while loop up until the yield return null. At that point, when it says yield return null, it's going to jump back out and say, I'm done for this frame. Once it hits the next tick, it's going to pick up where it left off. It'll go back to the start of the while loop and run again and run again and run again. So now the only thing you're missing is once you define, so at line 48, you should enter down and define a what you want to actually set. So like, what are you trying to set with this lerp value? You want to set it in there.
I thought I was trying to set this, but you're saying I should be setting the scale of it?
No, the T is going to be set by the while loop. You're setting T right there at the end of that lerp on line 48, T. You define it in line 47. It's defined by the time elapsed over the duration.
Oh, okay, so
Being a
based on the
percentage.
so really.
But so if you want to change something over time, if you want just a general lerp value function, you can do that and just set the lerp value. But why make it more complicated than it needs to be? If you're just trying to change the scale, like the local scale or whatever,
This is
then
for a
just set the
squash and
local.
stretch, so I'm trying to make it. I was trying to set this value for how fast it would do the lerp from, you know.
Well, that value isn't that all that value represents in any lerp, even in Game Maker. That value just represents the percentage between the two values. Like if you're how much of base scale am I? How much of a base scale divided by 2 am I? If I'm 50%, I'm halfway between the two values. If so that's all that T is. It's just
Right.
how far between the 2 points am I?
Right, so every frame I want that to go up a little bit by 0.1 is what I was hoping. That's the way it just works in Game Maker, but like.
Well, maybe Game Maker has a different function that allows you to define the step, and you can do that too if you want. Then you have to use a for loop instead of a while loop. Right now, you're going up by the duration because you want to, because you're just going up basically by time, and it's an animation that occurs over a duration. But like, are you just trying to? If you're just trying to squash and stretch, all you need to do is stretch and then like move the x value or move the y value up while you move the x value down, and
Yeah,
then
I mean, it's
reverse.
the way this is working. If I just get rid of all the get rid of all the coroutines, the coroutine call for a second. What it's doing right now is
Well, this will just change everything immediately.
yeah, right. It just immediately gets to where I need it to be, but I need it to not. Yeah, and I thought to fix that I need to have this number change
You need
over
to change
time.
over time, yeah. And that's what a coroutine would do. So you need to move all of what you want to do into a coroutine. And you wouldn't call it in the update, you would just call it once.
Yeah, I guess really where I'd want to call it is here. I want to call it right when the mouse gets pushed.
I can define you real quick, squats and stretch. Function, give me a second.
Actually, do I? No worries, I think I got it. I think I know. I don't even think. I would like to eventually learn what they are because they do seem like what alarms are in Game Maker, and I like using.
They're super useful. It's just if you ask yourself, do I need to do something over time? Coroutine is the way to do it. It's so much cleaner than doing it in the update.
I just like the ability to call something once and forget about it. After X amount of time, this thing's gonna happen, and then it's not. You don't need to worry about stopping a loop. It just does. It does it, and then that's it.
Yes, nice. Um,
I
All right, I'm back. How's your progress going?
Doing something unexpected now. I'm not sure why. But
Let me take a crack at it. Something. All right. So let's see. You probably want to split the race over to into. Maybe you want to split it in thirds, actually. So you stretch, squash, return to normal. That's what we want. So let's do stretch. All right, how's this? Let me speed it up because I think it's too slow. You watching? Am I streaming?
Watching, I can't read anything on your.
You just need to be able to see it. You see?
Mhm. Um. Yeah, that's not. That works, I guess.
Is that what would you do differently?
Will I be able, or what I'd like it to do? Well, here, let me see the. Can you just send me the code for that?
Whoa, I can do it all at the same time and break it. So I needed to do one at a time, but this code is not optimized at all. This is like kind of shitty code, but or not rather not
But
optimized, but not readable. It's very repeated. But I can at very least show you the basics of how it works, and then might help you understand it. But if I were really writing this, I would probably go back
what I don't
and make it
understand is
more readable.
why what I'm doing here doesn't create a lerp effect, even though I'm not like it should. I mean it.
Let's just put that in the general. Hold on, let me move it to the Heartland. Like these 4 code blocks could probably all be refactored into one. This is just me trying to figure out how to do it. Yeah.
My question is why does calling it in every frame not work for the lerp in Unity?
What do you mean because
Like
you're never changing?
so like okay, so here's the values I want, A and B, right? And the third thing in a lerp, or sorry, these A and B. Third thing in a lerp is the the point from 0 to 1, along which 0 to 1, the value
You're
that
never
returns.
changing base scale. So because base scale never changes, that my scale is always going to be the same. Wait, what is? Oh, you do have a lerp amount. If lerp amount is less than 1, lerp amount plus equal lerp speed. Okay, so theoretically, that should do something
It does do
because you
something.
are
I'm just not
changing.
sure why what I'm getting is instead like if I take all that out and I just make it go immediately, it goes to looks something like this, right? But for some reason this gives me it goes to that and then it shrinks further. I am not sure why that is.
I just look at the code again. Let's see here. So the one that you're doing, this code that I'm looking at right now makes it small, extra small.
I don't know what's making it extra small because if I take out the lerp, or if I take out the lerp amount and I just set it to a fixed number.
Well, what did you just do to make it extra small? But at one point you were doing it and it was
I
going straight
changed
to it and then
this
back.
from this to this. Change 0.1 to lerp amount, which should be set to. Oh, wait, did I never set it to 0? Hold on. Maybe that's why. Although still, I don't understand why it would be behaving that way. But hold on.
It should start at 0. If it's a public float, it'll start at 0.
Oh yeah, I forgot.
But like that's gonna fly. Like the game runs at like 100 frames a second or something right now, probably. So like you're gonna get to over 1 like basically immediately.
Yeah, but still, why is it doing this after?
Go back to your code.
Like
There's
lerp amount down at the bottom right there. It's going up to 1 decently slowly, maybe too slowly. But like,
Let me see your code again. Okay, your lerp speed is actually super small. It's 0.005. Right. I thought it was higher than that. All right, so you're going up and your base scale, because you're going from base scale to base scale divided by 2. So you're lerping from your initial scale to something to half that scale size. And
right.
then when you transform your local scale, you're just you're like, who cares about the times 1.5 times 1.5? That's like that's weird. You're still effectively scaling down. So really what you're doing is
No, well, it should be
you're
scaling down for the. What I'm trying to do is have it scale down for the X and up for the Y, or vice versa.
well, then you need 2 lerps. You need to lerp, or you need 2 lerps. You need to lerp X in one direction while you lerp Y in the inverse of that direction. 1
Yeah, I
minus lerp
considered that,
amount.
but why do I need 2 loops for that? Why can't I just say they both share the same scale and one's going up and one's going down?
Let me think here. So you have your scale.
Not that it matters, I'll just do 2, but whatever.
Well, the scale, you're not changing the divisor. You might be able to do something like that with the divisor. Yeah, you might. There's probably some clever thing you could do by, but like the divisor's not scaling your, like the divisor needs to be what scales, and the multiplier needs to be what scales, not the base. So it should be base scale times lerp amount, base scale divided by lerp amount or whatever. It should be not my scale, like, or base scale times my scale. Here, why don't you do that if you want to try to do it like the way you were? Undo. Keep that. Now just change the vector, the line 33 to be base scale times my scale, and base scale divided by my scale. And then instead of having,
I tried this before, and I can't remember how it turned. It didn't turn out the way I wanted. Either it disappeared entirely, or it like
but you're just doing times 1.5. You need to do it times the scale, my scale, or whatever scale. The thing you're lerping needs to go there. Get rid of the 1.5 entirely. And then divided by my scale. And now change the values in my scale to be whatever you want to lerp between.
half of
Which is the base scale. That's fine. Base scale and half the scale. So now what you should see now is that what you will see is that your
won't this have to be,
scale should,
or sorry, but divided by 2?
well, the left side is what you start at, the right side is what you want to end at. So that should be fine. So if you want to be based on the base scale, and then you want to go to half the base scale. But actually, hold on, I need to think about this. No, because we're already doing the divisors. I mean, so it's gonna go up. I don't think it's at the degree you want, but obviously, also your lerp amount, right, isn't coming back down.
I don't
So
want it to come back down until I release.
get
I'll
rid
do
of
that anyway.
get rid of what you're doing, or go back to the code. I need to think for a second. So we want that to start at 1, actually. So in my scale, change the first base scale in the lerp to 1.
Don't want 1 though, because then it'll
We
be
want 1.
huge.
Yeah, we want 1. No, hold on. Now on base scale divided by 2, we want to change that into 0.5. And make it an F so it stays. Now this is gonna have the opposite effect of what we want, because we swapped, but the Y is now going to get bigger while the X gets smaller, but that's fine for testing, for demoing.
Okay, yes, that is
Right,
what I
Y
want.
gets bigger, X gets smaller.
Faster. But what, wait, hold on. Why does that work? Because what, alright, so
You're lerping the scale amount now. You're lerping what you are multiplying and dividing X and Y by.
Okay.
Like you can get rid of base scale even at the end there. It's probably more confusing. Just make it 1 because that's basically Z never changes, right? It's a 2D object. So that this way you know exactly what it's doing.
Hold on. This might.
So you could probably refine my code with that. I do 2 lerps just because it was easier to conceptualize. But yeah, you could probably do the same exact thing that we just did now in the code that I gave you.
Hold on. Hold on though. There's still something I don't understand about this.
So like for line 33, right? When lerp is 0, when the lerp amount is 0, my scale will be 1. So that means that you're going to set the
Oh,
local
okay, I
scale
see. I
to
see.
base scale 1. So 1 1 1.
This is
Or base scale base
you
scale.
changed what my scale is. Okay, my scale is
Yeah,
now
a
a range.
divisor, like it's a proportion
Yeah.
amount, right?
And actually, this should be. I need my switch.
But you really should do this in a coroutine. It'll be way cleaner.
Yeah, I should learn them, but whatever. I shouldn't even really be doing this at all. Like it doesn't really matter for the thing. I just wanted to learn lerps in here because they've always like in Game Maker it's super easy. I don't know if it just takes care of this kind of shit for you or whatever, but like if I just put value equals lerp, and these two values and this, I don't ever have to worry about changing this in Game Maker. I can if I want to, and I can create
Well, if
uh
you like, it depends on how you're accessing it. So, like the lerp amount, like if you're just setting the lerp amount to,
in the
I don't
update,
know how
like
you.
here in the update, I have to manually change this value where I don't in Game Maker for some reason.
Let's see what the game maker lerp function is.
They're functionally to me indistinguishable. When I saw the parameters, I was like, oh good, these are the exact same thing, but they don't quite work the same.
I think it's probably just something like you're lerping by, you're adding a lerp or something instead of setting it equal to a lerp. So then you get the same effect. You get a similar effect.
Right, that would make sense. No, it's definitely not. You're not setting it equal to anywhere on that line. You're saying from this frame to the last, this is how much I want to move up on that line. Yeah, so that would
Yeah,
be exactly what it is, actually.
but really the lerp function, like if you take what we just did to your code and put it into the coroutine, it isolates it. You don't have to worry about it being in the update. It's you can just trigger it once and forget about it. It's a nice thing. And you can set it by duration, so how fast you want it to go instead of having a lerp speed that is really like doesn't mean much, you know. Lerp speed doesn't really mean much out of context. You could just have a duration and it'll run for the duration it'll occur. You can be like, okay, I want this to occur over the course of half a second. It's something, it's like intuitive. And my lerp function looks pretty good too. Kind of wish it would, it'd be nice. I don't think you could do this, but distort it uh, at the ends more than at the, or I'm sure you could, or we could, but it would be a pain in the ass to do. Anyway.
ultimately, I do think I probably want to split these two different my scales, even though it does still work like this, but whatever.
There's another thing though that like we'll probably want to be. It should be a coroutine, and we'll want it to be on the object itself that we're clicking on, so that I can just say, if I click on this object,
Yeah,
get its
the
get it- sorry, what's up?
yeah, I mean, if for like an actual, you know, I'm for this like to throw it on any other object that we would want to actually have an effect and like have fine control over it. Yeah, but really all I'm doing right now is just making. I
You
just
just
wanted
want it
to
on the hat.
just want it on this so that when you click it, you know, it's noticeable, and then when you let it go, it'll poop out into the sky, and that actually the movement on that will probably be I'll probably be lerp have it like slowly slide out, kick out like a little hockey puck, uh, you know,
Right,
one of
I'll
these
leave it to you.
things.
I'll get back to whatever the fuck I was supposed to be doing. I forgot. All right, let me go to this card. Don't need that anymore. Oh yeah, just selection. All right. Well, I proved that you can select those objects so that it does click them. So now I need. Now I need to do hook up your functions. That's what I was doing. Hooking your functions up to my shit.
Ugh, God.
We move some of this stuff. Do you plan on messing with the copy drag, any of that stuff anymore? Because
No,
I'm gonna change
yeah,
those.
you can. It's all you
I'm gonna
now.
update them now. All right, I'm gonna move them into a tools folder. And basically, I think I'm just actually just gonna make them all their own static classes, and just I can statically call them, because really there's no reason why they need to be put on anything. We could probably actually just call them statically and have them do their thing statically. No, no. I accidentally unplugged my headphones. Oh. Hi, Zero. Hi, puppy. You're a good boy. I see ya. I know I'm on the ground now, huh? I'm accessible. You're a good dog. I love you. Oh, I'm back. Zero's crazy because Sammy's gone. And I've been working on the game all night and day. He's very bored. But you went to daycare yesterday, so you should be fine. You got to wrestle a bunch of dogs.
That's what I keep telling Fiona.
Yeah. Fiona also got to wrestle a bunch of dogs. Sammy's parents' dogs. Vicious, really. I'm talking about Fiona, not the
Oh,
dogs.
yeah.
um, I think Chris, for the copy, I'm just gonna make it so that you copy the object to a like you don't move the original object, you copy the object somewhere else.
Right on. Oh wait, sorry. So it'll be. So you're not. It's not gonna split anymore. You're saying it. You'll just like
Still
copy it.
split, but like I'll just paste. I feel like if I'm copying something, do I always want to move? Does that mean I want to move the original? Like maybe what if I just move the copy a little bit over when I instantiate it? If you want it to split, I can we can add that back in, but do you think that's important or do you think
No, it doesn't matter that much. I do think it looks nice with that they split out like that, but it's if you want to keep the
usability
original
wise?
one.
I'm just trying to think of like, okay, what if I duplicated an object in actually maybe we can ask Jeff. Jeff, in Adobe Illustrator, if you control D, I assume, to duplicate something, does it
I'm
does
sure it
it just
doesn't do it in like stuff like Photoshop. I would compare it more to something like Mario Maker.
What are you talking about?
if I want
I
to duplicate an object in Photoshop, I was just wondering, does it like split them two and like move both objects away from the center, or does it just pop a new one on the screen a little bit further away?
It pops it. Well, I mean, the way Illustrator does it anyway is if you make a new one, it just puts it in the center of the screen.
Okay, yeah, that's not probably what people want. Um, I don't know what happens in Mario Maker.
Not probably what you're. Mario Maker, you just you it doesn't immediately create one. You just like you give yourself a brush of it essentially. So you just get a little ghost, thing following your cursor around, and every time you click, a new one goes down.
That's kind of cool. I don't feel like doing that right now, though. See, it's
Yeah.
harder.
It doesn't matter. It's just I just thought it would look nice and it wouldn't be too disruptive and would have a nice, if you put some lerp on the movement out of the two, it might look nice. But I could see, you know, probably the better way to do it is to just make a second one that like shoots off in any random direction maybe from the first. And you can still get that tactile feedback of like, oh, I clicked this and a thing popped out.
Mhm.
Actually, that if we are allowing forever copies, that definitely is the way to do it. Even and the random direction thing would help too, because if the way it is now, you copy something and then copy something else, the one of them is going to line up almost perfectly with the original, because it's based on sprite size, or it should be. Actually, I didn't really test it, but like, um, so it like copy. If you have to make two copies, eventually, like inevitably, a set of them will overlap the way it is now. If you have it shoot off in a random direction, Or you could do the ghost cursor thing like Mario Maker. I guess that's probably the best way to do
For
it.
now, I'm just gonna get it to work by just putting it as basic offset, and we can cherry on top it later. And getting it to just work with the existing cursor.
No, where's the charger for my headphones? No. Uh-oh. Oh, don't worry.
We should give the stickers a class called sticker,
Alrighty.
just so that I know I can easily tell what a sticker is. And then we can put some, like, if we do want to have some maybe squash and stretch stuff for some stuff, we could put that on sticker. Yeah, I'm trying to think of what, but the only problem is I don't know what else to use it for. But it just needs to be a way to distinguish between the panel and the stickers, so I know what you're grabbing.
I can absolutely make a sticker, just an empty sticker class that do whatever with.
I'll make it because I need to reference it now to do it. Is what I'm doing, but I just need a way to know, and I just the only problem. I mean, it's not unheard of. It's definitely a thing that you can do in programming, which is like make a make a. I mean, I guess if we both make empty sticker classes, it won't matter because they'll just overwrite each other and be the same. Um, if you want to start adding them onto your prefabs, but anyway, it's just weird. It's just a class that literally only exists so that I can tell the difference between the two. All right. So let's do.
Going on here.
That's hopefully.
Can't I click on anything on my desktop?
Are you is there a window secretly open? Okay, Alt Tab or like make sure everything's so you're secretly looking in.
The only thing that should be open is Discord. There we go. That was weird.
Was it
I guess that
Discord?
was it. Yeah.
Discord's so broken all the time. It was putting through my own audio on Marcus's stream when I was talking to him earlier today.
It's weird, yeah. Like that's the kind of stuff that 100% shouldn't, like, you think Discord would account for. Like you're in the call.
Yeah. Oh, also when I hopped on before and you weren't around, it was playing like the one of the main town themes from Final Fantasy 14, and I didn't know where it was coming from. Like, oh my god, is the game open somewhere? What the hell is happening? Also, like, this tablet fucks my screen up. Also,
They're just gonna stop it there. This tablet fucks.
this tablet.
Yeah.
I'm putting some things in.
Right on. Interfere at all with anything that we're doing, honestly.
Yeah, I figured I just.
Why are you not? Why are you not getting me this? Oh, because I put it on Square. I'm a fool. Get out of here, Square. I don't need you. I only need the comic test. Actually, I do need Square. I need to know what your scripts are. Oh, no, I don't. They're all the ones in test. Get out of here, Square. I'm bullying some nerd. I'm bullying Zero. Get out of here, Square. You're a good Square. You're a good soft furry Square.
Jones type adventurer dude.
Yeah. But
So-
DuckTales wasn't really about Donald Duck so much. It was Scrooge McDuck.
That's
and,
right. Yeah,
and
yeah.
that sort of stuff. So
Yeah, so I wonder, man, the timeline. I wonder if DuckTales was a thing that was happening then, or
maybe it got licensed separately or something. I don't know.
Yeah. Let's see. I cannot change the controls here now. Okay, I will just adjust to this new one.
So this is just I'm not super familiar with Quackshot.
Okay, so it starts out pretty standard. Yeah, look at this. I'm really pissed off.
What happened?
I ate 5 chili peppers, Jeff. You see my temper down there?
Yeah.
See, it's fine now because I got 5 normal ducks there. But if I eat 5 chili peppers,
You go
look out.
nuts and attack some stuff. Okay.
Yeah. Does Donald Duck have an affinity for chili peppers? Is that a thing?
I don't think so. I couldn't tell you.
Are there Donald Duck comics, or is it just like?
Yeah, there were comics. There've been also shorts. There've been all kinds of things over the years.
I've never really understood people that are way into like Disney characters like Mickey and Goofy and Donald, because like I never even knew where you watched it. Like there wasn't like a Looney Tunes, like there's the one show that you watch.
Yeah.
So look here. So,
but even a lot of the Looney Tunes stuff was like combining stuff that was originally shown in movie theaters in the 40s or whatever.
Okay.
Right?
Real quick, what just happened here? So I could not progress any further in the level. So here's one of the weird things about this game. Is that now it's like, oh, I called in my children who I taught how to fly a plane.
They're your
apparently.
nephews.
Nephews, yes, sorry.
Huey,
Who's their
Dewey,
dad?
and Louie.
Who's their dad?
I don't know that they ever really get into that.
That's never been asked in the Disney universe?
I don't know that they ever get into that.
I think they're Scrooge's nephews, aren't they? Aren't they Donald's kids?
They're not Donald's kids. Donald does not have kids.
Really?
There's Daisy Duck, but I don't think it's like that with them.
Really? I'm gonna look. There's got to be a Wikipedia for.
I mean, I'll punch it up here.
I thought they
if
were
you don't mind.
Scrooge's nephews. Yeah, go ahead. I'm kind of curious now. These guys.
Huey,
God damn it.
Dewey, and Louie.
Yes.
Okay. Hubert Duck, Deuteronomy Duck,
Is that
Louie
their
Duck.
official names? Deuteronomy Duck.
No, so Donald Duck is their uncle and legal guardian. Scrooge McDuck is their great uncle.
Who the fuck is their dad?
Well, Donald's their legal guardian, so whoever their dad is, the dad
he
is not
dead?
around.
Is he dead or absentee? Or
I'll keep looking through this page here and see if it ever really.
that had to be addressed in something. That's too juicy of a detail. God damn it. Man, I played this.
No, I mean, it was a planned short called Donald's Nephews. I mean, the idea was to have, like, his nephews show up in a cartoon and be troublemakers.
Oh, but not always
But
be
not
around.
always be around,
So
you
he
know?
can't be
So-
going on crazy adventures all the time if he's got 3 kids at home.
Yeah, exactly.
So
That'd
it's
be
like,
irresponsible.
it's cool Uncle Donald. I have an Uncle Donald. He's not a duck.
He's not a duck?
He's not a duck
Are you
at all.
sure?
No, he's an
Is
old
he
man.
Donald Duck Dunn?
No, he's just an old man in Missouri. He works at Kauffman Stadium and lets people into the baseball games.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, he's not at all a duck.
Okay.
Damn it, I hate these things. Ah, okay.
Character background. I don't know, like, this page is not really... Okay. Huey, Dewey, and Louie are the sons of Donald's sister, Della Duck. The mother,
Della?
In Donald's nephews, their mother is instead named Dumbella. In the original theatrical shorts, they were originally sent to visit Donald for only 1 day. In the comics, the 3 were sent to stay with him on a temporary basis until their father came back from the hospital. The boys ended up sending him there after a practical joke of putting firecrackers under his chair, which, fireworks are dangerous.
So wait, they had some sort of rectal damage and he had to go to the hospital?
In
and
both the comics and animated shorts, the boys' parents were never heard from or mentioned again after these instances, and the boys ended up permanently living with Donald. So yeah, it's just
Weird.
It's just this convenient thing where.
Sure, okay.
So you're progressing in this stage, and then like you
Right.
can't get any further.
So
Does it
there-
does it like that person is there to tell you like, hey, you need an item? Is it like Strider?
Yeah, basically. So I need to get into, like, I'm going to tell this guy, like, hey, I couldn't get into the pyramid. And so I say, hey, I need the hero key. He's like, oh, here you go. Are you a hero? Yes, I'm trying to be. So now I've got the hero key. So check this
That's
out.
a pretty lackluster quiz right there.
Yeah.
Trying to be? Well, I don't know. Here you go. It's not the trying to be a hero key.
So I just sent my 3 nephews up in a dangerous takeoff, and now I need to immediately call them back because I'm going straight back to Mexico from Duxburg.
And then use and look are used on your inventory? Like you can look at the key or use the key?
Yes. Which that will come into play. So I need to fly right back to Mexico now. So I got that checkpoint flag. Like, this blew my mind as a kid who, like, I was just playing, like, Mario and Mega Man and
Right.
stuff, where
Yeah,
it's a pretty
man,
set,
you
like,
go anywhere.
yeah, once you get to the end of the level, you're done with that level. So here, it's like, oh, so now I need to get this inventory and go back here. So yeah, I guess I could look at this. It's the hero key. And so if I use that.
Donald used it. A door opened.
Yep. And then I also can shoot popcorn, but I want to save that for bosses and stuff.
That's like a limited. Okay.
Yep.
Whoa, look at that.
The slide's pretty good. I use it a lot in this pyramid. Yeah, this game just kind of blew my mind back then. Again, having only played Mario games and some Sonic and stuff, like this was just so cool. Like some puzzle elements come in here too. We'll see if we get far enough to show that. But yeah, it's cool. I kind of had to think more than I was.
Oh man,
look at that. Yeah.
It's like the circle of booze, only fire.
All right. Yeah, Super Quack Shot Maker will be coming soon, hopefully.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was surprised. I looked it up because, like, again, when you're a kid, you don't really know about developers and publishers and stuff. And I was like, I don't even know who made this game. And seeing it was like a first-party Sega thing was kind of cool to see. These guys are idiots. So when they're stunned like that, you can just go straight past.
Yeah, but you don't kill. Donald Duck is not a murderer.
No, he's like Batman.
Yeah.
Yeah, he'll stun someone with a plunger. Again, I wonder, were plungers part of... Ah, shit. Were plungers part of Donald Duck's MO back in the day? Or?
I don't think so. But, you know, like, he wasn't necessarily Indiana Jones.
This is true, yeah. It's kind of a standalone thing. It's like if Donald Duck was starring in a movie where he was an Indiana Jones type.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, I think when it comes to video games and like these characters, like you just think about DuckTales. Like that game was incredible.
Oh yeah. Damn it. Yeah, that game was fantastic. Also, it was really difficult, I remember, as a kid.
Yeah, there were parts of it that were hard. You know, it's like the ending was determined by kind of how much money it got and stuff. Like there was, you know, that kind of variance. And, oh man, we're gonna be here forever.
Yep, and the mic's falling.
Yeah.
It's going well.
He's tapping his foot. He's doing the 90s platform character thing.
God damn it. I hate this. All right. Here we go. This time. There it is.
There you go.
Did you ever have a particular affinity for Disney characters or anything like Mickey and Donald and
No,
Goofy?
not at all.
I didn't either.
I really liked the Castle of Illusion. I thought it was an amazing game. Even, you know, it was one of those things where I feel like the character like worked against it to a certain extent because, like, you know, when you see like Mickey Mouse on something, I think there's that tendency to think like, oh, well, this is like some kids thing, like whatever. Like even as a kid, that wasn't something like I didn't want something that was like blatantly aimed at me. You know, I wanted the cool stuff.
Yeah, right.
I was trying to tape Revenge of the Nerds off HBO.
Cool stuff, yeah.
Yeah. There's full frontal nudity in that movie. You take.
Oh, okay.
Look, man.
That is pretty cool. Okay. Sorry. How am I supposed to? Yeah, for me, Disney I associated with being for rich kids because the Disney Channel was like a standalone.
Okay. It cost money to get the Disney Channel.
Yeah, so everyone watching like the Mickey Mouse Club or whatever, or Goof Troop and this stuff, it's like, oh man, like I'm lucky to get like a free weekend every once in a while. Gosh, Donald, it's well to see you. Goofy, what are you doing here?
I never had any interest in anything that was on the Disney Channel. Like it always, I mean, well, no, Kids Incorporated was on the Disney Channel, wasn't it?
I don't know. I don't think I ever really watched that.
Maybe.
I was a Nickelodeon kid for sure. I watched the shit out of Nickelodeon. By the way, I just got this red plunger, which, look at this.
Okay, now
That's great.
Now the game comes into its own.
Yep, so now I actually do have to run all the way back out, but it's not nearly as bad because a lot of those guys are gone. Yeah, it's just, I would get those free weekends and like, okay, Goof Troop seems cool, I'll watch Goof Troop. But anything with like actual Mickey Mouse or whatever, I didn't give a shit. Like I loved Looney Tunes, I loved Tiny Tunes, and Wile E. Coyote and all that stuff. I thought it was awesome.
I mean, yeah, like I am firmly on the Looney Tunes side of the split as well. Like that stuff just seemed smarter and more interesting and everything, you know?
Yeah, it just kind of weirds me out because it's like, I see like, even now, I'll see adults that I know tweeting about like, oh my God, it's the most magical weekend ever. I'm at the Magic Castle at Disney World and stuff. It's like, why do you give a shit about this, you adult man? Like, what's happening here?
Like, you know, people are into what they're into, but like, but I'm with you. Like I have not been to Disneyland in a very long time, and it's not something that's like high on my list.
Yeah, even as a kid, like I went to Disney World in Orlando a couple times, and like I was probably like 10 and 12 when I went. I was like, all right, whatever.
The two exciting things I remember from being a kid at Disneyland were you could get Mickey Mouse shaped pancakes.
Right.
Which I thought that was pretty cool because I like pancakes.
Right.
And there was an arcade that was like underground. It was in the middle of some water. It was like you had to cross this bridge into this fountain, or it was like a man-made thing.
Right.
So they dug out some water, and then you kind of went into this ship or something, and there was an arcade in there.
In the Orlando one?
No, this is
okay.
No one would go to Walt Disney World. That's and I remember that arcade being pretty awesome. I also remember playing miniature golf at some point.
Miniature golf is always a good time.
Yeah.
Hi, puppy. I see you. I'm working, okay? I'm working. It's gonna be a lazy day today, alright?
All right, the hat poops out stickers. Made a script
Cool.
called Hat Poop. Pooping hat should also have a countdown. It says, I have this many in me. All that's left. Words I have to give.
Yeah, as a kid, I was kind of obsessed with miniature golf. and I always associated it with Southern California.
Okay.
Because there wasn't any up here really.
Huh.
And so I'd only played it when I went to Disneyland. And then also the movie Midnight Madness came out, and there's that takes place in the LA area, and there's a whole sequence at a mini golf course and an arcade.
We're talking classic, like giant windmill and all that stuff.
Yeah,
Abraham
totally.
Lincoln's legs
Miniature dang golf.
Right. Yeah.
You know.
God damn. Yeah, that stuff's great.
Yeah.
The one thing I really liked was I like rides. I like big kind of thrill rides. And they had a couple at Disney World. They had like Splash Mountain and stuff, which I like Splash Mountain because I always heard Ric Flair talking about it, but I never knew what he was talking about.
Sure.
And at the time, I didn't know it was because
he was not talking about Splash Mountain.
No. Oh, no, Space Mountain. Sorry, Space Mountain. I was
yeah.
excited about that, yeah. Which turns out he was just saying that because he was an old man that ladies still liked kissing. Oldest ride, longest line. That's why he said that, right?
Yeah. But
okay.
Space Mountain, I was so my dad got me to go on Space Mountain against my will, and it was terrifying.
Oh, it's all dark and crazy and lit up.
It was just a nightmare.
Speaking of terrifying, this part always just made me real nervous as a kid. It's do or die here, Jeff.
Yeah, this is.
Oh boy. Okay.
Man, that's extra money you can just walking away from.
Got ice cream, popcorn. No, I want ice cream, popcorn over money. Okay.
I mean, you would just be using that money to buy ice cream and popcorn.
This is very true. Oh man, that's scary. Okay, now this idiot, what's his name? Giro Guck Brain. I don't know what his name. It's Giro something. Gyro Geekberg.
Gyro Geekberg. Okay.
He makes inventions. He turned into RoboCop in DuckTales, which is great. Now I have bubblegum ammo. I can shoot bubbles, and so I can come back to him if I ever need more. I'm going to save that for when I'm in Transylvania. I don't need that now. I think this one is a pretty safe ride back. But Splash Mountain was awesome. I love Splash Mountain. I like any kind of water rides. Trying to think.
You can't have water rides anymore.
Why?
Everyone's got cell phones.
Yeah, I went on the Jurassic Park ride at Universal Studios a few months ago, and it's a water ride. You just gotta like bring a Ziploc bag or something.
Oh yeah, I'll just bring a Ziploc bag with me wherever I go.
It's not gonna take up a lot of space.
In case a water ride shows up.
It's never surprise water rides.
Whoops, water ride.
If you're gonna be in a situation where water rides are possible, bring some Ziploc damn bags along with you. It'll be fine. And then carry a bowl of rice in your other pocket.
Okay. All right. I do that anyway.
Right. Hey, rice is good. I like how that word boom hurts you. Hey, look.
No, it's here comes the boom.
Mickey cameo. So you can tell when these guys are going to have stuff for you if you see if they have like a little satchel on their side. That means that if you shoot them, they're going to have popcorn ammo.
That's kind of cool.
Or a full-ass steak or something. Or chicken. I think that's chicken.
Ducks eating chicken?
Yeah, it's weird. Like this guy. This turtle's got something for me. Hey, turtle, come here. He's like a Mega Man guy. You gotta wait for him to do a thing. Come on, buddy. Give me something. So what is that, a chicken?
Yeah, I guess maybe it's a duck. Maybe it's a duck. Maybe it's a duck.
He's carrying a full duck around in a commuter bag.
Yeah, and then this duck is getting it and eating it for more power.
Yeah, there's some weird stuff going on here. All right, so now I can get back. What did I just get? I just got. Oh, 1 sun, 2 moon, 3 star. That's a secret there.
Okay.
So I'm gonna call the airplane now that I got my bubblegum ammo. Again, this felt like the most open thing in the world back then. Like I guess this was in a post-Zelda world, so the idea of like getting stuff that unlocks
and
Metroid.
Post-Strider, I mean, like I look at this as like, you go to a level and then get to a point where you gotta like stop and come back.
Right,
That's a very Strider-y thing to me.
But yeah, I like Strider, but I think this was the first game I played that was kind of like that, you know? And that was a world where like, even like the Mega Man, like, oh, I get to pick my level. Is crazy enough. Much less, oh, I get to pick, and also I'm going back and forth is crazy.
Right. Or like a Bionic Commando sort of thing. There was a certain element of that. Too.
Which I think I was too young when I played Bionic Commando because I just could not wrap my head around that.
It's rough, like that. If you think about the original version of that game, it, they didn't make it easy for you to get out of a level if you went in with the wrong stuff.
Right.
So if you had the wrong transceiver or something, you would just end up screwed. Or you'd have to know that like, oh, if I take controller 2 and hit this, it'll get me back to the menu or whatever. But
right. All I knew is that I had a cool robot arm thing, and man, that was fun.
It's a great game.
You have a cool name too.
Yeah.
Hey, it's Dracula's Castle.
All right.
So I think here I am going to need to switch to my bubblegum ammo because that. Thanks, Ghost.
Oh. Why would you even come here? It's so sorry.
It's pretty scary. All right. Oh, Count Dracula has the treasure map in his castle. Dracula will never give up that treasure map. I remember thinking back, like this game took me, it felt like 6 months to beat. Because again, you're an idiot kid and you just don't know how to do things. And I just remember every day coming back and be like, I'm gonna find a way past that level in Quackshot. I remember my ex-uncle Dave was helping me because he was an adult. And so I could be like, oh, Dave, did you figure out any more secrets of Quackshot? Like, this is a pre-internet world where I couldn't really search that stuff. And so, yeah, the...
Why does bubblegum ammo destroy things? Is this like a statement on what bubblegum does to your teeth or something? Is it like some kind of...
I don't know. This is, maybe they were the Disney bubblegum. They were trying to say something bad about Bazooka Joe. Maybe this is Bazooka Joe I'm using here. That had jokes on it, right? Bazooka Joe?
Yeah, it came with, not on the gum. It came with gum. Or it came with the gum.
Right, it was the Laffy Taffy model, right?
You'd unfold the gum and or the paper from around the gum or next to the gum, and it'd be a little fun comic strip for you to read.
I like the popsicle sticks where it says it at the bottom, the like, hey, why did the thing do a thing? And then when you're done eating, you have to wait like a whole popsicle length of time to find out what the hilarious punchline is. Oh, I hated this part. I've also been getting hit a lot. So, all right.
Yeah, you're not doing great.
I need to eat a duck. Let's see if I can make this jump. Oh, no, that's... Okay, I might make it. That can't be frozen. I don't know what those things are supposed to be. I hated Bubble Man stage in Mega Man 2 because it always scared me trying to jump too high into those spikes up there. I'm playing Mega Man Legacy Collection. I'm on Dr. Wily's castle now. The game's still good. I'm gonna try this here. This seems dangerous. Yep, and then, not gonna double up. Boy, I really need to get something here. I forget how good the checkpoint situation is. I like how this plunger is just like your new default. There's not like a limit or anything like that. All right, this timing should be all right. Oh dear. Oh, damn it. Oh, I really want to get out of here. As far as like Disney...
There you go.
Oh my God, yes. Oh God. Okay, just don't do anything dumb, Dan. All right. Ah! Okay.
All right, full power.
All right. Trying to think of other Disney games that really struck a chord with me. Like, yeah, a couple of those Mickey games. I'd rent those, so I never really played the hell out of them like I did Quackshot.
There was like, what was it? Like Disney's Magical Tetris was a good. There was a good Disney Tetris game for N64, maybe.
I don't think I played that. Hey, this guy here, he's up to something. Look at this face.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh
no.
no.
Sure enough, he's just a bunch of ghosts. He's not one big ghost.
I mean, those are equally terrifying things.
Yeah.
To me.
Yeah. You see the Count Dracula paintings? They got moving eyes.
Oh.
I was always a sucker, speaking of like Disney World and stuff, for like fun houses. Like wacky eyes that follow you.
I always thought it was a cool idea, but the fun house that would come to my local fairgrounds was crappy.
Really? It didn't have any crazy mirrors or
it
slanty
did, but they were
floors,
all
or...
terrible.
Really?
Everything
that's a shame.
everything was just pretty much broken.
Aw.
It's like here's this scratched up mirror that you can kind of look in. Oh, I guess I see what they're going for here, but it doesn't really work.
That's a shame. Those things are fun. I don't like little kind of podunk county fairs. Like they're kind of fun for eating stuff at, but like the rides always seem borderline unsafe.
Oh yeah,
I still do them all the time.
You get on the zipper and it's like, well, I might die here, but yeah, I'm okay with that.
Yeah, I've
lived a full life. It'll be fine. Put me on the Gravitron again.
Yeah, I always go by stats, and it's like, well, I haven't heard about anyone dying in a freak carnival accident in a couple years, so I'm probably good. Oh God, you hear that sound?
Yeah.
That's bad news.
Oh, that's bad.
I'm fine.
I remember one time on Unlimited Ride Day, I rode the Gravitron 5 times in a row, and then I had to like take a knee for about 20 minutes.
And that was the last time you ever rode an amusement park ride several times in a row?
Yeah. Well, yeah.
What situation would call
why would
that
anyone
again?
ever do that? That never happened. So.
Yeah, even though they seemed skeezy and possibly unsafe or whatever, like just these like possibly high guys running the things at these county fairs.
I'm gonna say probably. I'm gonna upgrade your possibly to there's a probable.
Right.
A probable highness.
Yeah. Literal carnies.
Literal carnies. Yeah. No, absolutely. And certainly some nice people and stuff like that. But
damn it. Yeah, I always just kind of trust that stuff. Any kind of amusement park ride, any kind of skydiving, anything. It's like, people don't actually die doing this. Like, what, 20 people a year maybe die doing this?
Yeah, if you play the odds, it'll probably be fine.
Yeah, that's why I'm never afraid of those things. So, but I used to do that all the time. Like, if you go when it's cold. So like I used to go to Worlds of Fun in Kansas City, and go on a cold day, especially if you had like the day off school or whatever, and you can just ride a ride over and over again until you're about ready to puke or you have a headache or something. That was always super fun. I'm worried about this health situation. I just don't know. Wait, does bubblegum kill ghosts? No. Does popcorn kill ghosts? I can't popcorn while there's a bubblegum. Damn it. I just wasted popcorn. Damn it. I like that sound a lot.
Yeah.
I
like that the ghost just hangs out for a while and then goes, oh, by the way.
By the way, I'm a ton of ghosts. I can't remember any good way to deal with those things. Sometimes these would have ducks or whatever in them. Come on, give me some ducks. Where that guy? Yep, he's gonna turn into a bunch of ghosts. All right. This very much has the kind of like Mario World. God damn it! Ghost house feel. Ah shit! I don't think I was supposed to do that. I'm gonna die. But like the kind of puzzly things, like, oh, this is a tricky house. Like, you know, what are you gonna do to get to the end? Like this, it just repeated, and that feels like a Mario World trick.
Oh, because you need to go up?
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
and I'm totally gonna die because of these fucking ghosts. God damn it. These aren't quite Angry Sun / Phanto levels of me being afraid of them as a kid, but still no fan of these ghosts. Remember the Ghostbusters game on NES?
Not the NES one.
No? I used to play that a lot. It wasn't great.
Was it the one where did you have to like run a business?
It was the one where you would have the kind of like, damn it! Where's the checkpoint? It was the one where there's oh, I'm fine. Okay. It would have kind of the like driving around in the Ectomobile whatever thing, and like that weird kind of top-down situation. Remember that at all?
Yeah. That's the home computer version was that sort of stuff.
Okay. I remember being confusing when I was a kid and just not having the know-how to do something like that. Like, when you're a little kid, anything beyond just like, hey, jump on that thing, seems like the most difficult thing in the world.
Oh, I don't know, man.
Oh, God.
I played a lot of computer games as a little kid.
Yeah?
Yeah. And it was, stuff like Ghostbusters where it was like, hey, here's, enter your name. Hey, you need to like turn a profit on this Ghostbusters operation. And I'm like, all right, well, if I hit the space bar, the computer voice says, Ghostbusters, and that's pretty cool, so...
So yeah, maybe your childhood stuff was more like computer stuff that required a little more of you?
Yeah, like I was playing like Pools of Radiance or whatever. It was like, D&D, like, turn-based RPGs and stuff like that. Like,
okay.
Because that was the stuff that, you have time for when you were a little kid, so...
Yeah. That makes sense, because like my first ones were like the first Mario Brothers and Mega Man and like pretty straightforward, hey, jump on this thing or shoot this thing type of stuff, you know?
Sure. Takes the real treasure map.
Yeah, got it.
There's no fake-ass treasure map.
Yeah. So yeah, stuff like that was way more confusing to me. All right, so now I got a treasure map. So now I think I go to let me see if I can pronounce this. Let's see. Not South Pole yet. I go to Maharaja.
Maharaja.
I think that's where I go next.
Are you going to visit a Maharaja? Is that a person or a place?
Is a Maharaja, is that like a person, is that like a religious spiritual leader, or is that like a president?
I feel like I should know the answer to your question, but unfortunately I do not.
I feel like I've heard that word before outside of Quackshot context.
Oh yeah, for sure.
All right. Oh, I'm about to be angry. See my temper thing?
Uh-huh.
Look at this. Oh.
All right.
Yes! This is like better than an invincibility star, because he's just super pissed off. You can climb stuff that you're not supposed to be able to climb.
It doesn't seem to last very long. It doesn't actually seem that useful in the grand scheme of things.
For a while, you can sprint through a few dudes.
All right.
I think these guys take 3. Oh no! They hurt you with music.
Music is the weapon.
Yes.
Quackshot.
Yes. Had to fight a dominatrix at the end of this to get Joe Perry's car back.
Yeah.
Oh, it's the big
It's the
Maharaja.
big Maharaja's
Yeah,
palace, yeah.
Okay, so can I go here? I think I need to get a
1 sun,
jewel.
2 whatever, 3 moon.
That's not going to play in just
currently.
Here.
What is there an easy way to remove an index from an array Unity, or do I have to use?
To remove an index from an array.
Like I wanna have
No, you have
the
to set it. I mean, there you could do it, but it's inefficient, and you could, but you could,
copy the whole array.
yeah, you basically copy the whole array. There's probably a link, a something in the systems.collections or systems.link to do it that, but at that point, just use a list, and that's actually super efficient in a list. In a list, not super efficient, but it's more efficient in a list because in an array you have to do the whole array, just
Okay.
copy it over.
How
In
do
a
I
list,
if I'm trying to instantiate a list and I'm getting using the generic type list t requires type arguments. What do I or like I'm trying to declare it with my my class.
you don't have a type. You need to define a type with the arrows, like what's in the list. Almost there. You can also in this version of C# just do new instead of new list. You have to go fix that too. It's normally you'd have to do it on both sides, but you actually in C# can just type new. So get rid of that list, or in the C#8 or whatever we're at. Oh, try doing the parentheses after it. There you go. All right, what am I doing? All right, let's see what I broke. This hopefully will make everything do what I want it.
Hmm. As I expected. Sprite. Why did I expect it?
Are you doing a for loop or something, or looping through it when you remove it?
No, just remove it. Isn't that? Do I need to loop through it? For
No, no, but that would be something that would break it. If you can't
thing that's
basically
broke.
use
I mean, I don't even know that this part is broken.
it's not air. Is it erroring or is it just not
It's
working?
not just not working. It is not. It's no
Okay.
longer spitting out stickers for some reason.
Gotcha. Never mind then.
I have no idea why. Oh wait, I do know why. Probably I just. Attic. Okay.
Just yet, that will. Offer you a challenge. If you can defeat the tiger in the garden, I'll reward you with the Sphinx tier. So I think I can just go, and there's a maze here. Let me see if I can get through this maze. Look at that idiot. He didn't see me coming.
Yep.
He's not really guarding that
Stealth
door
kill.
very well. I gotta jump over. Oh, crap. Oh, give me your ice cream. Okay, I know you have to jump over a couple of these doors. Stupid turtles with boxing gloves. I think I have to jump over number 2. Jump over this one. Yes, okay. Seems familiar here. Alright, alright. I think... does that guy have duck? I want duck. I think I'm supposed to go here, though. Yes, I think this is good. So yeah, we're actually getting into the part where there's like boss fights and stuff going on.
Yeah.
Like that Dracula's pretty easy.
It seems like there's just kind of a slow ramp up where it's like, okay, go here, find this stuff, and then now that you've got a few things,
Damn it.
you're doing things.
Yeah, yeah. I actually have like, you know, the stuff that I can like, you know, shoot the plungers and things like that.
Yeah.
Or jump on them. Okay. I think I go here. Get out of my way. Yeah, like this stuff, you know, you didn't really see this back in the day of Mario stuff. Like that was more Mario World. I'm trying to think like puzzle
I mean,
stuff.
Super Mario Brothers had the castle levels that were like, if you went the wrong way, it just looped over and over again, you know?
That's true, yeah, yeah. I can't remember, was there like a chime or something that indicated when you did the right thing?
I want to say that maybe they added that. I can't remember for sure, but did they add that for All Stars? And
Do we want to put a max scale on? I forget.
I wonder if that was
I
the case,
accidentally
'cause I seem to
deleted
remember
some of
playing
the
some
code. I
version
guess
of
I
it
don't have
where
one
there was an actual
currently.
chime.
There probably should be one though. Probably max size should be roughly the size of the panels themselves. Although if people want to make something huge, super huge, and just use a tiny line from it as, you know, part, I think I would be fine with that, I guess.
Yeah, I think so too. The only thing I worry about is someone just trolling by making things huge and getting in the way, you know? But I guess that's part of the chaos.
Any cooperative game, it's like you're playing it with your friends, so it's kind of your problem if they're fucking with you.
Or like if maybe someone doesn't even mean to, but they.
That's the beauty of that's the beauty of not like. The more I think about doing networked games, I was thinking about this with like since we've been playing Lethal Company, I was thinking like God, I would absolutely love if there was a hunt with proximity chat, but that game could literally just never exist. There is no way to design around it. It would literally be impossible. You could always just
Wait.
do it on your phone, right? You could always just
Oh
be on
yeah.
Discord on your phone. There is no way to design around it.
No, there's not. A hunt with only verbal cues, or like only in-game cues, but either way, it doesn't matter. Yeah, you're always going to be. Maybe there's a way, real low level, to like access the microphone, like really shady shit. Access like the Windows operating system and prevent people from running other apps like Discord and shit.
Even so, they could take out their phone, right, and just put it
Yeah.
loud enough, right? Like,
Oh boy. In person only. You can only play it in person.
just sucks that competitive games will never have that. Like, that sucks.
Mm.
It's like a battle royale with that shit would be fucking amazing. It would be so good.
Or maybe like a system where the microphone can detect whether or not it's been muted. Some sort of machine learning ambient sound kind of thing. And so it detects the sound of your room and can confirm that you're not talking to anyone else. Yeah, something like that. Like you have to have your microphone on so that the system can listen to you and confirm you're not cheating. No, then you wouldn't be able to talk to like
How would it
people in your
know? But
room.
wait, how would it confirm that? That would
Some
be.
kind of machine learning thing that takes your audio and confirms that you're not talking unless you're talking in game, you know?
I mean, you'd still be. Yeah, right. You could still. You could make it so that they had to talk in game. That would help. But I still be. That still. I don't think that would defend from the phone thing,
Like
though,
you
right?
cannot play, well, you can't play without a microphone attached. That microphone has to be on while you're playing.
Has to be open.
Has to be open while you're playing. You have no option but to have open mic.
I mean, you'd still have to like be putting yourself at risk by talking out loud and around your enemies and stuff. But like, you could always get around being able to communicate with your friends from a far distance because that phone could still be on. Although
It could be, but it would be
you could
harder
say
to
like,
do.
why are you talking right now? You're not around your friends. But then that limits like the capability to like make random alliances and things.
Yeah. Anyway,
You can make it just solo, I guess. That's another way around it. That is a clever idea though, the mic thing.
rotator. That's what we need next. A rotator. Oh, I know what I was doing, and then I got distracted. I need to set these controllers, not the controller, but the thing that calls these actions, to check for the sticker and pass the sticker, because why not? At that point, why do anything else? So these should take a sticker as input. What do we got here? We got copier. That should actually just take the sticker as input. Sticker, sticker. Get rid of this. Get rid of this.
Next, I guess.
drag. Sorry, not drag. Scalar, not drag. Scalar will also accept a sticker. Simple. Okay. Now we want to test. Now I want to try dragging. So let's. Comment that out and do this. This becomes static. Get rid of the start methods and the other stuff. We don't this either. Drag is really just moving its position, huh? I guess I would want, in this case, hello?
Oh,
Yo.
also, I absolutely hate having to draw, like, I do not love the way Unity handles drawing text and stuff with it, where everything's on a canvas and that bullshit. Is there a way to get around that?
You could put a text mesh pro object in the world. Or attach it to an object. You don't need it to be on a
Yeah, that's
canvas.
what I'm trying to do now. I mean, I just did, but I don't see, nothing immediately is working with that. Or isn't there a, am I using the wrong one maybe? Isn't there two text mesh text things? Yeah, like just throwing it on there, typing into the text field, like even if I click on it in the inspector, I have no idea what. And I click on, if I click on it, like where the fuck is that text? I have to set something. Oh, do we just have no fonts? Is that why? We have no fonts.
If you import like TextMesh Pro package, you'll probably get more fonts and shit. Or you can drop the fonts in. I don't think it's too hard to add fonts to Unity.
Wait, what do you mean? We have the TextMesh Pro package though, shouldn't it? If it's
Is it? I mean, there are. Maybe it's. I don't remember if it comes by default. If it does, then you should be fine. And then if it doesn't have extra fonts, just drop them in. You could also probably look up. There might be like TextMesh Pro Essentials, like extras. If you look at it in the package manager, you might be able to install extra samples and shit.
I just type in fonts.
Mike wants to know if anyone wants to play games at 10.
I'll be around. Probably be ready to take a break too. But not play games in like 3 weeks. A single. Actually, no, that's not true. I'm lying completely. At work during lunch, because we're all forced to take lunch. There's a group of kids that have invited me to play Smash with them. So they just play Smash in the office on their computer
That's
or
fun.
on their monitors. Yeah, it's fun. It's
Smash.
interesting working in this setting because everyone has the same interests as I do. Like 90% of people play D&D. Everyone loves video games. Everyone loves, like, as programmers, everyone also agrees that Outer Wilds is a great game.
Oh
And
shit, we should do that in VR.
Outer Wilds.
Yeah.
That's a good one.
I got the mod working, but I want to do the DLC in it. The Quest 3 though, Marcus, highly recommended when you get a chance.
Yeah, it's
lenses,
$500, so I'm gonna take a little bit. I need some time, but yeah, I will
it's the
definitely get it.
lenses that are the best fucking thing about it.
I put one on for a little bit, even though I'm not allowed to work on the VR. I at least tried it out, and it's pretty cool. What's
like
kind of crazy is, and I didn't
VR
realize this when he
around.
hired me, is that like he's been in development and hasn't actually like officially released. It's released, but like not marketed in any way. Like it's still technically in this testing phase, and he's been developing it this shit for like 4 years.
Does he have
But I
investors or
think it's all
something?
funded.
I guess.
What's that?
He has investors, I guess.
I think it's
or-
all funded by the main business, which is making actual real life teeth models and shit for people, for dental students to like use
weird.
and train on. So like in the office, there's like a small little front office area where like the HR and purchase orders and all that, and like accounting and all that stuff work, and we have our own long set of desks. And then the rest of the place, which is like huge, not huge, but like is maybe 10 times bigger than our office space, is like manufacturing, and they're making the tools and shit, or the teeth and stuff back there. And it seems very because it's so specific and so particular, it's not like manufacturing like the assembly line. It's like someone that is very skilled with the right tools. I haven't actually seen what they are, but they sound loud. But some person has to control it, like a guide and robot, like a person and a robot work together to make it.
Tutorial today. I'm Matt. This is Speed Tutor in my scene, which take Text Mesh Pro. When you import a font into Unity, it will come as a regular font type, which you can get online for free in different places, even get them from your computer if you type in fonts and you drag which one you might like. Now by default, if we've got a UI element which is a text online for free, and
How do you create? Oh wait, hold on. There's the TMP. Okay. Fucking God. No idea why it even popped up either. Just appeared when I needed it most.
I have all the functions remapped. Oh, I actually should test these on the controller, huh? I've not done that. Better work. Otherwise, I will be annoyed. First breaking.
Birdie,
How's Birdie doing?
how are you doing, Birdie? You came over here. Did you hurt yourself trying to get onto that bed over there? Fool. Lay down over there, Birdie.
Why are you being weird?
If I get this number thing working for the hat, I don't know quite what to work on next, and I'm tempted to say, what can I help you with where we can as quickly as possible, get into doing it on Parsec? Or any, like, what needs to be done for that?
I'm almost there. I just need to figure out what this bug is with this controller thing. For some reason, the delta is not showing the way I expect it to show. I see. I know what the problem is. The problem is not going to be super easy to fix. I need to register a callback with this. Ooh, what a pain. What a pain. Alright, so these work. I can get rid of them. I don't need to. I do need to figure out is how to get this to register. That's a toughie, huh? Hi, Zero. I booked you. I booked you again.
Quit booping me, dude.
Okay, I think what I need to do. All right, there's a slight redesign I need to do. It's not going to be too as hard, I think, but I'll be right back. My dog is being crazy. Maybe I can give you a chew. You want a chew? Let's see if we have one. Okay, I think I know what I need to do. I think I know. So you want buttons that are just the tools, right? Not a button to select the tool, or do you want?
I thought we could map. So I thought it would be like you hit a face button and it swaps to that tool, and then immediately after using it swaps back to the default, which is the drag or the bottom face button. So bottom face button would be drag. Right face button would be, or actually it's more like this, the way I pictured it. The default is drag. The default equip is drag. You can equip any of the wait,
Yeah, it's more complicated than you might think. So there are two basic options. You can allow them to be equipable with a button press, and then you still have a primary action button that does whatever the
that
equip
was the way I
tool
was
is.
originally thinking of it. But now I'm thinking
The
maybe
alternative is with a controller, you can literally just map buttons to
it
actions.
probably maps better between the mouse and controller if we do the first, was my original
Yeah,
thinking.
that's exactly what I'm thinking. Because yes, it maps better to controller, and also like maybe avoid some accidental like copying and rotating and shit, you know.
Yeah.
So I think that's a little better. Tool select and then move to that tool. It's just nicer for me too. Just want to make sure that that's how we do it before I.
Yeah, so it's
Um,
drag by default, and essentially by pressing left, up, or right, you're equipping a tool, and then using the bottom face button to use it once, and then it defaults back to the drag. That's the way I
yeah.
pictured it.
Okay. Okay.
What? Oh, I see. Alright, the hat's done. Not done, but
I'm making progress. It's just going to be a little bit longer since I have to now add some more actions in.
I need.
did I do it? I don't know. I probably made a lot of things break. That's probably what happened. Maybe I should put a debug log on here, huh?
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
What's the current status of things? Should I
Getting there. I am certainly getting there.
Alright, I will be back in 20 minutes then.
Okay. There's what I need to fix pages. forgive me. I see you. I see you and I love you. Well, hang out in a second, okay, sir? I know you're bored. Okay. It's just that with control. Man, who would have thought that just UI input stuff could take so much time? I did. Oh, so close. All right, it's done. I'm sure there are bugs, but
Yeah, I'm realizing nothing's going to look, when we test this on Parsec, nothing's going to look right unless unless it's played in the editor. I'm not even sure if that would work. I guess it would.
why wouldn't it? Why do you need it to be put in the editor?
Just I'm realizing now that if I do this full screen, it's not gonna look.
Oh yeah, I lock mine. Lock yours to 16:9. That's what most monitors are. And then I changed my camera to orthographic, and I set its size to 6. Orthographics in the camera component under the projection towards the top. And then I set one to 6 for the size right under the projection. And then go back to your scene and see how that looks. Yeah, just shift those over.
Where's that bean back there that's going on with?
That's your original mouse.
Oh,
Your original fake mouse cursor. Yeah, so just move those panels over a little bit, and yeah, that's better at least. We can also make the size better or bigger too.
this is what it'll actually look like on a monitor. All right, so that needs.
I would move the panels over, not the camera. It doesn't matter, I guess. I hope I didn't. I don't think I made anything
Probably make
work
this
off
hat
of
something else
camera.
and have it shoot out vertical this way. And then
Yeah,
up.
I see what you mean. All right, let's I pushed. So let's give this a quick try, and then I need to take my dog out or do something with him because he's going crazy over here. You're going crazy, even though you had half a day of doggy daycare yesterday. It's almost you need love and attention.
Dave here.
Well, if I parsec host, I can do mouse. Well, you could too, actually, and you know how to host. You can do mouse, and I'll join with my controller, and you can join with your controller too. You might have even more controllers than I do. We only need to test.
Any reason I should actually build first, or is it fine to play from the editor with Parsec? I mean,
theoretically it should be fine, but really, if we want people to run the game, we should probably build it just to. But for now, for this initial test, let's just run as is. Oh, I just realized your hat is not going to work as expected
what is that?
because it's not. I haven't considered it.
All it should do is
Save your shit and push your shit so I can trigger the hat method. I need to be able to trigger it, is what I'm saying. So go save your shit, push it, and I'll build us a scene that we can practice in or that we can test in.
I mean, mice here. Well, I guess I just say.
I could probably just edit your scene to work, but but I won't. Normally, I don't touch your scene because Unity seems to have some weirdness when you edit scenes that have. I guess that's only because the terrain data was shared. That was that one time. That's probably why. So actually, copying scenes isn't a big deal. Sprite number.
In a second here. You should have most of my stuff already, but
Oh, I need the hatchet and yeah, and I need to swap out the. So are those stickers prefabs then now?
yes, but they're just test prefabs that we can put in. You know, we don't.
Doesn't
Well,
matter.
not
I just
here.
need to. Because I'm gonna need to edit them to work with. What are you doing?
Oh, there. This still has. I forgot about that. This still has an error when. Wait, why does it still?
You can't, if you're going through a list, you can't just, if you're like iterating over a list, you can't remove from that list while you're iterating over it. But you're not iterating over a list there.
Yeah, I'm not. I don't know. Causing that to happen.
Where does it happen? We can find out if we can look at that in the.
Where does it remove things from it? Or is here.
Like where's the error happening? We can go look at what line of code procs it the stack.
Might just be when I'm going on now. Now it seems fine.
Yeah, whatever. For now, just build, save, and send it to me.
Right.
Oh, now it's resaving now. Oh, now it's broken. That's weird.
When this one comes out first for some reason,
click on the. It's weird. Scroll down. Where's the original? No, I mean click on it and scroll down in the below details, the stack. Yeah. It's weird. It's not even attached to a script. That's really weird. We'll figure it out later. Just close it, push it, send it to me, so I can update your prefabs to work with my cursor object.
Honestly, if you've pulled any time in the last hour, you've probably got most of it. All I did there was make the hat shoot the things up higher because I seen.
Let me go through real quick. First, I'm gonna make sure that my sim still works. Got some errors there, but I'm hoping that's just temporary. Is it always that the first click doesn't work, or is it just I'm misclicking or something? It is very strange. Does it happen on this one? I'll have to figure out that bug. Right now, for some reason, right now there's one bug where, oh, I know why. Hold on, I'll fix it. Okay. And now I need to go to your scene, I guess, is what we're working off of. Oh, because you have objects with dragger and shit on them, which aren't going to go away. Let's go to prefabs. All right, get rid of these scripts. They don't need to be here anymore. Remove.
They do not have a thing denoting them as stickers. You'll have to put that on them.
Yeah. I think that just auto saves. That solves that weird. I'm just gonna swap back between the scenes real quick. Okay, good. Solved the error that was. We need my player prefab. No, this prefab. Let's also scale this down because it's definitely too big. Let's make this 0.1 or something.
Scale that was too big.
The player icon thing, the whatever the fuck this is called.
Cursor.
Cursor. All right, let's see. All right, there's our cursor. It's a little behind, weirdly. Anyway. And it's not just registering in front of these, but that's fine for now. This is the scale. This is the rotate. This is the copy. Always defaults back to drag. Let's bring our second guy back in here or in here.
I can't
There
see
he
well
is.
enough, but do you you need different cursors for each tool? Should we have Jeff or Dave make us some?
Definitely, yes. This is drag. We're gonna try scale, I think. Oop. Or rotate. I don't remember which one's after what. Now scale. And everything seems to be working except for rendering stuff in front, but that's just probably because literally my cursor is just being set to a further back distance than your stuff is. So I'll just move my cursor right up into the front. In my script, which is going to be one of these scripts. I think it's in the player script. Yeah, let's make the distance from the camera just 1 foot, 1 meter or whatever, one float worth. And make sure that when we are checking raycasts, in our base cursor controller is over here. Yes, we're doing at least 10 feet or 10 meters rather. And I think that's got to be enough, right? To hit everything here.
To do what? Sorry.
To be within 10 meters or whatever. Or rather to be to hit. So if I am right at the camera, basically within 10 meters. Actually, it looks like. Well, I'm in front and it's rendering still. Okay, it's just that weirdness, right? Of yeah, I'm definitely in front here, but I'm rendering behind, probably just because my cursor should have an order and layer of
Yeah, you
something
can
else.
pick the layer up.
Let's see if I go here. It's just I thought higher layer though meant further back. Maybe I was wrong. Yeah, I'm wrong about that. Okay, yeah, higher layer. All right, let's put it up to the max, which is because this is the one that needs to be above everything. And the max is this number. Okay. It should always be on top. in a reasonable sense.
Can the words come out of other than a pipe if they're gonna get shot sideways? I don't love pipe.
We probably need a delete key, don't we?
I was gonna
Drag
put a
and
little
delete.
trash can in the bottom left that you
Yeah,
can
that's what we
drag
do.
stuff to.
Definitely. Oh, so much easier. Don't need a fucking button for it. Supporting 2 devices is a little bit of a nightmare in such a short time frame.
Also, you should be able to click the trash can if you have nothing on your cursor and have it spit out all the trash everywhere, all over everything. Diarrhea's them out.
This is interesting. So like, while this is over the hat, this is something we'll have to maybe fix. So like, I can click the hat here, right? But when this, even though it's rendering behind it, I still am clicking the sticker, not the hat. I'm sure there's something that we'll have to solve. Also, this is way too fast for fucking. For something so small.
What's too fast?
The movement of the cursor on mouse or on controller. All right, let me push this to you and we can test it real quick just to make sure everything works as expected. All right, you want to get a parsec thing set up and I'll join you?
Or I need to pull something, you said?
Yeah, pull the most recent version of the game.
All right.
I don't have any of the rendering layer stuff in yet, but that shouldn't be hard. Actually, while you're doing that, I'll work on that. That should be super easy to do.
Sending you the link for. Must re-authenticate to make connections, but can still host. No fucking idea what my parsec password is. Oh shit. Put it in our chat. About D&D.
What about, oh, because you probably still have the things set to D&D.
Let's try and remember what my.
Connecting to you.
Says I can't connect to anyone right now. You must authenticate to make connections.
Right.
Authenticate. New password. What? Error 403. IP confirmation email already sent. What? What the fuck does that mean? Log in. I don't know. I can't fucking connect to Parsec when I fucking changed my password, and now it's when every time I try to log in with that password, it says IP confirmation email already sent.
Yeah, search that on Parsec. Did you look at the? Do you have to confirm something in your email? Like verify that you are who you say you are?
I mean, I reset my password. Probably this, right? Alright. Now you should be able to connect. Okay.
All right, 1 second. I'm just finish what I'm thinking about.
Honestly, I wish I had thought of this at the beginning, but like with the whole let's just pull a whole bunch of assets in thing, what we should have told Jeff and Dave to do, I think, well, at Mixed Media, we could still work to do this,
Yeah.
I guess, but like, was like to just grab a bunch of images and Photoshop those images, uh, just so that, like, to make a whole, like, a real lot of assets, we just don't have enough time, right? So to do it at the level of quality Dave is doing it, so I almost wish we were just like, just pull shit offline and edit it. Make as much shit as you possibly can.
Do I need to read? Do you need to send me a new link, maybe? Because it's not doing anything.
Let me share.
If I just connect. It's not doing anything. Do I need to open Parsec?
Maybe. Friends.
I'm opening Parsec. Oh no, this is the installer.
You might have uninstalled it. It was like a couple of years ago, maybe even by now that we did that.
No,
Or no, we did
played
that,
that
right, that one
yeah.
game.
I'm just running the installer again to make sure everything's working. I might just play VR. I can't VR. Alright, let me again. I'll have to look up my thing with me. I'll do it through the app. I can't pin this to my window, that's annoying.
Man.
Yeah,
That's how you know
so-
the margins on those are insane.
Well, the margins are crazy, but like I liked Game Informer a lot, so it was kind of win-win because like I felt I felt good recommending it.
Informer? No way.
Yeah, so I felt good recommending it, and I made money from it. Cleaners, I was less excited about.
Sure.
Because I did not know if they did anything.
We definitely have, my family bought cleaners at some point.
Yeah, I did too.
The NES was like,
That's
you
this
were trying to do
computer.
anything, 'cause the NES was so
Join with the
bad.
share link. Here you go. So let me copy your share link, and hopefully this will work.
Oh, there you are. Accept.
All right, and I want to come in with my.
Says you're connected with controller. Looks like.
I'm connected right now. I haven't turned my controller on. Now I have my controller on.
I need to like click on anything down here to say to like officially share your. Alright, I guess. So I will have a cursor by having my mouse, right?
Once you click, if you click your mouse, you'll have a cursor for your mouse. Then if you.
I also have a controller, but you try to join in. Are you able to?
I mean, I can't. I don't seem to be able to control anything on your computer. I'm just watching. Like if I can't even click your. Oh.
It might have to be the game. Like
Well, do I not have access to your screen?
That's what I thought, but here, let me go down here. You're seeing all this through Parsec, right?
Yeah, I'm seeing it through Parsec. Last time I think we did the game through a web
Because your
browser.
gamepad is connected. Let's test your keyboard.
Keyboard isn't set up, but I can at least. Oh, I opened your.
Yes,
That's
you did.
definitely my keyboard. All right, disable my gamepad and re-enable it. Maybe it was because I didn't have it on yet. All right, now let's try. Should I try to start Steam overlay?
Fucking dare.
I don't seem to. I'm pressing buttons and it's not working. Give me mouse control. All right, now you control the mouse and open it up. Just want to see that I can control the mouse in Unity, which I should be able to, but just want to make sure there's nothing crazy going on.
Sorry, what do you want me to do?
I'll do it.
Actually, I don't know if
Okay.
I.
Clearly, I have
am
mouse
fighting you
control
right
in
now?
Unity.
Yeah, I am.
No, you're not.
I'm
Oh,
not?
you are?
Okay.
Not to me. All right. Anyway, go back to gamepad. So if my gamepad doesn't seem to be going through, that's the issue. Take
Let's
away
test.
my mouse control.
Let's test a game. You still have that puzzle game?
I never installed it. You installed it.
All right, here. Let's try with that just to make sure that it's not because it's in the Unity editor. I still have.
I know how to test it. Here we go. I'm just gonna test it right now. They launch Steam overlay now. All right. I don't think it's gonna.
I don't have the game here anyway.
Let's see if we can look it up. Ooh, it's loud. Turn it down for both of us. I gotta turn it down for a bit.
Ah! Is that you?
I'm not doing anything. Maybe you're getting it through my stream because it's coming through my stream and back. Let me unstream. There you go. I'm pressing buttons now. I'm pressing start. Pressing all the buttons.
Can you move a guy?
No, I don't.
Alright,
So
so
go
then...
to R6 settings.
Post?
Gamepad, maybe? No, that's not it. Go back to the game real quick. This is me, right?
Yes, this is you.
Okay.
Now you're moving, okay.
I don't know what the hell happened, but... How do you play this game? Oh yeah, you're in the lead. I gotta say. Wait, hold on, what? Okay. How do I jump? Okay. Okay. It's a little...
Jump is
whoa.
bottom A.
I gotta get used to it. It's not a lot of delay, but it's enough delay that I'm just not used to it.
Yeah, this also is not the most responsive game. There may be less delay than you think. It's a little floaty kinda. Oh shit, I forgot to kill you. Played the shit out of this game on New Year's and remembered how fucking fun it is.
How do I throw my sword?
Can you do that in this one? Yes, you can. I don't know, maybe one of the shoulder buttons did that? I'm not sure. What? Can grab onto that other fucking ledge?
Okay, hold up and throw.
Ah, tear
you
spine
took
out.
my spine. Hold on.
This game is fun precisely almost because the controls are bad. It's a great like anybody play it kind of game because it's like gotta eat mother worm. Alright, now that I'm the undisputed victor, let's play.
Alright, let's hopefully this will work. My only worry is that Unity doesn't say like, oh, registering controller, which it normally does. Yeah, I don't think it sees me. Oh, I pressed the wrong button. I was pressing the
Alright, there
wrong
you go.
button.
There you are. Nice, awesome. Whew, I was starting to
Okay,
worry.
now this hat is tied to mouse click, so I'll need to tie it to my other thing. Alright, now you make your things, but these should work. Oh god. This is what I'm saying about the... Also, right now, the mouse click is literally in the center of the mouse, not the
Not the actual pointer.
Not the actual pointer. I need to make, like... It seems like it's 0 or 1, even though it should be... I need to rescale the cursor movement for gamepad.
Oh, weird.
That should...
What is happening?
What is that?
On the controller one, are we like sharing inputs or something? I'm like always moving, or is it my...
Do you have a controller? Because there's another...
I do.
Did you added a controller?
I pressed start on my controller, but it's moving on its own. Like,
do you have drag or a controller drift?
Might be that. Yeah, we should set a dead zone because this controller is...
Yeah, we can dead zone and stuff and do all that. Also, it'll invert whatever you select if you drag it too far right now for scale.
Alright, now we just need actual things to put here. Game done.
Yeah, controller feels bad. I don't know, like now I'm just going straight down. Oh, but this controller does have drift.
That is probably what it is on here, because I can feel how loose it is.
Yeah, I just have to figure out why the hell we'll program in a dead zone, and why the fuck does like partial movement not work?
Like it doesn't matter how hard you're pushing on the thing, you're always going the same speed.
Yeah, it just moves the same speed, even though it should
is that the
be.
case
It should
when you're doing it
scale.
on just your end, or?
It is, yeah. I haven't I do well actually I didn't think about it, but it definitely is. I like hadn't considered it. But update position, this goes that I move it into screen point position.
Yeah, God, that's just it's so sensitive to. I can't find anywhere where my
Yeah,
controller
it's hard.
still.
I think I see why it's not working.
Also, why seems to be shooting out real fast. Sorry, do you need? Is there any reason I shouldn't stop the play?
No, we got enough. We've confirmed it will theoretically work. Definitely needs some more time and effort.
Why are these popping out? You didn't change anything about the hat, right?
No.
Why are these popping out super fast now?
I like that they pop out fast. I think it looks nice.
It's like sometimes it's so fast you don't even see them come out. Like they just. That's crazy how fast that is. There for like
I kind of
one
like it,
frame.
but yeah, I did not mess with anything. All right, move X. And the move is set by what? Move equals move speed has moved at normalized. That's why I'm normalizing it. I need to think about this. I specifically normalized it because it was moving weirdly super fast sometimes. But now now I realize I shouldn't have normalized it. I need to. I can fix this. I'm jumping off of your thing. Closing cursor. I don't want to normalize it. That's the answer. But I want my max speed to be the same as well, no, I guess there's okay. I was doing something stupid. I was like, I want the speed that you move on controller to be similar to the speed that you move on the mouse, but that's just there's no doing that. That's
Yeah.
I don't know what I was thinking. So let's just turn off the normalization, and that should hopefully fix it.
Just like a trick of the eye with that the camera's in a different spot now or something. Maybe that's something like these are coming out so.
I got the sorting stuff fixed, and I got the cursor movement fixed. Those are very easy fixes. I am starting to think though, like we'll see how it feels once we have a cursor in, like a different set of cursors. Definitely need to set an offset and also, yeah, need to set an offset. But I have a feeling that we're gonna want to move the tool select to the D buttons so that you don't feel like you can just hold it down and do the thing. Because
Yeah,
even
that's
now
fine.
I want to hold it down.
Yeah, D-pad might work better. Yeah, that's fine.
And then we can have an extra tool, whatever tool we want to make it. Stay here.
I've heard for a bit, yeah.
His screen's doing something and he just starts streaming.
Well, maybe he's
Are you secretly here, Dave? Oh, there's a Trump. He made a Trump. And a skeleton. Hey, I'm gonna push the fixes that I just did, but that's like a big part of the game.
Yeah. Yeah, that's coming along.
What is this? I fixed render ordering. And what else did I fix? I fixed controller movement sensitivity. And that dead zone stuff won't be as bad for you now because it is analog. So whatever the dead zone movement is because I was normalizing it was basically maximizing it to some value. So see if that feels pull and see if that feels any better, and then if we need to, I'll put a dead zone thing in there too. Oh, that's interesting. Whatever that fucking thing is, I don't know if I like it.
I'm gonna make it when you push down on him. I'm gonna try and make it look like his mouth is opening, like change his sprite, and make him go ah.
It'd be really nice if like you have to.
Now it's like super slow. I did turn it down from before, but now it's weird. Why
Oh,
would that
also,
be
did you
changing?
not pull? Because how come
I did
my
pull.
sprite rendering isn't working? Oh, I didn't save the scene. Shit. Hold on. Scene save. 1 second. I'll push again. I always do that. I always forget to save the scene. And then I wind up having a million commits that just say scene save everywhere. I just pushed. Oh, hold on. I had to fetch. Now I'm pushing. Okay, should be available.
Things are coming out at a normal speed again now, but
pull the scene.
Will this fix the fact that the
Anything's coming behind?
Yeah.
It's the rendering thing. Just yeah. Oh yeah, you have my old
No
that
worries.
didn't get fixed because.
No worries. First, hope they went back to before, like the spitting out is so much more of a reasonable speed. And just change this.
And now when you
Boy.
drag your mouse and shit, and when you select a thing, it'll come to the front of the rendering order.
Nice. Cool, cool, cool.
Alright. I need to take a break and do something with my dog, who has been very good for the last couple hours. Next steps are, I guess we could like fake it right now. We have like the minimum requirements to do it. But like there's a lot of like getting that rendering thing would be nice so that when you plop it in, like getting a sticker to plop into a scene
Yeah.
when you release it. Getting the text stuff.
I think my suggestion for next would be to get everybody on here, play a round of it with all of us fucking get a bunch of assets in, play around with a bit with all of us fucking around, and see if we want, and then play around with where we take turns, like one person goes, then the next, and then we decide whether we need to do turns. And then from there, yeah, it's just like, you know, content and, you know, done, finish button, title screen, etc. I mean, I'm probably skipping a bunch of stuff that will come up in between.
Alright. Yeah, good enough for me. For now. Okay, I'm going to mute myself and do something with my puppy. I'll be back.
Claymation looks so rad. We should have just a whole bunch of claymation. God, I can't imagine. There's a game recently that used like I don't know, claymation and stuff. I can't fucking imagine how long that takes. Oh, crazy fast again. What the fuck is happening?
like years and years later, I was like, oh my god, this thing just works.
It's way more reliable, yeah.
I wish I still had that thing.
Not gonna deal with him anymore.
Hey, the Retro Tink, how do you guys connect older consoles?
All right, Jeff, I have a request of you.
Yeah, sure.
Would you watch somebody doing those platforms and let me know what you think the timing is?
Yeah, sure, absolutely.
Thank you very much.
Grub, so you're asking like how I'd connect
Like an NES.
Just composite cables.
Okay, so just you would just get the composite cables and plug it. Okay, right. Okay, cool.
Yeah, because you can't do RF.
Right. Yeah, exactly. That's what I was thinking. So yes. Okay.
Man, I just keep every time Retro Team comes up, I just want to get that fucking 4X or 4K.
Dan, I think you should get it. Other people are going to discourage you. I think you get it. You sell your 5X, and you get the 4K, and then the 4K will be the only one you need forever.
Yeah. I wonder how much I could sell the 5X for.
I'll buy it off you. Not for like full price probably, but like a pretty close to it.
Really?
Yeah, I think so.
What is it full price? Was it like 500?
Something around there, yeah.
Let me see.
This whole thing's just Jeff trying to get a deal, Dan. Don't listen to him.
No, maybe there's a way this could work for both of us. Let's see. Oh, it's $325 new. Wow, but the new fucking what, 700?
Yes, the 4K is
and it's out of
significantly more
stock.
expensive.
That's the bigger problem is that it's out of stock. That's $750. Yeah, shit.
Okay, what am I doing? Oh, hey kiddo, welcome home.
You're looking up my timing. Don't be distracted by gimmicks. I need this.
Oh man, it's got HDMI in, VGA in, it's got. Oh, it's got composite on the front. God damn it! I want this thing.
I think I'm good with my 5X.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, but Mike, you don't need because you're going to use it like
for streaming.
Mostly for streaming.
Yeah, almost entirely for streaming.
Yeah, so then you want 1080 for that, and you don't need anything more than that.
Yeah, fuck out of here. Okay. All right, Jeff. I don't know if you've looked
Here
this
we
up
go.
yet.
I'm getting to it right now. Sorry, Emmy just came home.
I'm tired of your excuses.
Just watch Minotti's last episode where he had it figured out.
Yeah.
Wait, shh. No. Just insane.
Wow.
And I'm gonna look at it now.
Wow.
I did just go through it. I went right through it. Way too early.
I felt like you were jumping like more in the middle.
Middle of the platform? You think it's
like when it was in the middle, like not when it was on like the far edge of something.
I don't think so. I can't believe the checkpoint isn't at least just right there. I have to deal with this fucko. He's got some ideas of his own about where I'm going.
Oh.
What?
The first one he jumps when it's like all the way towards the screen.
Well, maybe that's the thing. I could, because like it's the same thing. Maybe we should be doing it that way.
Oh, we have a new
all the way
mode.
towards the screen.
Okay, so here's the timing as I see it. For the first one, he jumps when it's like all the way towards the screen. Then for the rest of them, he basically waits until he's as far away from the screen as possible and then jumps. And
okay, but I can't see when it's towards the screen. Right.
Right. Okay. Well, then I don't do whatever's comfortable for the first one. But I'm telling you, for all the rest of them,
it's when it's in the back.
It's like basically once it reaches its zenith on the pendulum.
That makes sense
on the back.
because that's obviously the same as the front. Okay, I like it.
And it's like no hesitation.
I think is he standing where I'm standing?
Let me take a look. Hang on. No, he's standing kind of towards the front part of the chains.
Really?
Like, yeah, like right there. Maybe even a little bit further, but like, you're fine. You're fine, I think. So at the zenith. No, yeah. Okay.
Let's fucking go.
Well, you don't have to do it when it's close. You can do it when it's a zenith away from the screen.
Right.
Too.
I wasn't thinking like that.
Oh shit!
Major development here. Major development.
I think we're good now.
Call your
Holy.
Call your
There we go.
brothers, your sisters, and let everybody know major developments are
Tell Mike McQuatchie did it.
Wake the kids, phone the neighbors.
Yep. Addie's literally asleep. I'll go wake her up. Hang on.
Okay, this is good. Remember this.
Oh, chat's saying he's back. We're so fucking back.
We're so back, everybody. Okay.
Oh.
I mean, I could just do this one when it's in the back apex too, I guess. That's kind of easier to read. Yeah, maybe not.
Okay, maybe not.
I think that was kind of far away, actually.
Oh.
Like that one's.
Yeah, it
just
was
so far
weird.
away from that platform.
Okay, well, a checkpoint there.
This one's fine. These are free. I shouldn't say that, but yeah.
It's never gone bad for
Free,
you in
yeah,
the past.
Don't ever say anything with confidence in this
Yeah,
game.
Mike.
I have a continue still. I think actually.
Just be humble.
All right. Oh God.
That was me. I just like kind of didn't push the up button. I don't know. It was just
Grub,
kinda
click what
sweaty
Kone
moment.
just put in the
Yeah,
chat.
take a look.
Oh no.
Oh God.
Do not talk to me or my son ever again.
Okay.
Oh,
so
man.
the turtles kid, everybody.
Oh,
Yeah,
the
that's
the
basically
filter is
exactly what I
perfect.
look like. I look like
That's
I like turtles
incredible.
kid.
Oh
Incredible.
God.
This is obnoxiously long, but it's fine. Early, maybe? No.
Okay.
It's fine.
Okay.
So back, everybody.
All right, so it's working
Okay.
for you, so I'm not going to say this to mess you up, but when I said wait until it was all the way in the back, I meant your platform, but I think it seems like you're more comfortable doing it this way, so just keep doing it the way.
Okay, yeah, this is
Keep doing it the way you're doing it.
What you're saying sounds psychotic to me. That works?
Yeah, that's why I meant like no, they're speed. I watched the speed run one, so yeah.
Okay, well, someday I'm going to learn that strap then, I guess.
Man, Quan Chi's got his groove back. Beautiful.
Level does just keep going for a while, which is incredible.
Yeah, that was the most astounding thing last time, is realizing how, like, getting through so much, like a gauntlet, and then be like, nope, there's still more.
Giant fuck you of a game.
Yes, this is like Super Mario Brothers 2 Japan.
This is worse. That at least
it's worse,
controlled
it's
like
worse.
Mario.
Yeah, like Super Mario Bros. 2 is still Mario.
Oh God.
Okay, no, we got to do one.
You're talking about like lost levels, right?
Lost levels, yeah, Japan. Yeah.
Okay, because US2 is just perfect.
Yeah, US2 is a great game. People that are like say that's like an overrated game are my enemy.
Yeah, I'll just disregard your opinions if you say that. Yeah.
Yep.
What happened, Mike?
I just kind of buffed it. I don't know what buff means.
This someone has this image of one of the
starting again.
new Like a Dragon characters, meeting a character named Jeff and call him Jeff, you dirty stinking asshole. And I'm a big fan of this. This is great.
Okay. Well, I think we have the timing on some of this stuff better.
Okay, you got it this time. This is the one. This is the run.
Absolutely, this is the run. Fujin, watch out.
Don't even say his name. Don't even say
He's not
that
even
fucking-
thinking about Pujin. Yeah.
We're not even thinking about that asshole right now. Absolutely not.
It's like telling like an NXT kid he's gonna beat Roman Reigns.
Yeah.
Kick, good. Hit the wind cycle. Good. Run a little bit here. Run a little longer. Jump. This one's going to break. Kick him off. Get this. Select the thing. Jump down here. That's free. Jump up there. Kick. Kick. Jump here.
He keeps saying
This
things
up.
like, that's free.
Free.
Nothing's free in life or mythologies.
Or mythologies.
Kick. He's off.
If they made another mythologies, what do you think? Raiden? Would that be the best one?
Oh, yeah, I would love that.
I'd love that too.
Quan Chi.
Quan Chi, of course, yes. I mean, he's already the star of
Honestly?
this one, though.
Guy here, right?
Remember that movie Joe's Apartment?
Sure.
No.
MTV movie, Jerry O'Connell, a bunch of CG ants.
Right, the CG ants, yeah.
Yeah.
Isn't that just ants?
Roaches. What's that?
Isn't that just ants? CG
Yeah, it
ants
didn't have
movie?
Jerry O'Connell.
That's
It was like
just-
live action.
Oh,
Yeah, it's like a live action movie.
I'm watching cartoons. I'm an adult.
of course. You would have dressed up as Winnie the Pooh at a grocery store.
I have pride. I can't afford to look ridiculous, Mike.
So when you did the running in costume for the bombathon, that's because it was outside, right? And kind of outside anything goes, or what?
I think it's just because. I'm trying to think of my own logic here.
Yeah, that's what
It wasn't my idea.
Maybe. It's the Winnie the Pooh aspect.
Oh, that's really what bothers you.
Oh, if you were like a cool dude, you would be fine.
Like Gizmo is awesome, or a hot dog, you know. I'm fine with that.
Way cooler than Winnie the Pooh.
Yes, obviously.
We should like list a bunch of shit like that and do a tier list and just see where hot dog versus Winnie the Pooh ends up.
Well, I feel like it's like there's a line where it's like there's that like subreddit about being the main character and people just doing like TikTok dances and at like airport baggage claims and stuff, and it's like that's just like fucking cut it out, you know. But then if it's funny, I think it's good. I guess I just don't think Winnie the Pooh is funny, you know.
The wind is taking so long. I could just jump away if the wind would show up there.
Mike, when you say dress as Winnie the Pooh, you definitely don't mean pantsless, right?
No, obviously I don't want you to show your dick in a grocery store.
I think that's what I was maybe picturing, and maybe that's part of why I was like, nah.
Yes, you get to wear pants. You wear a costume, like your Gizmo costume or your whatever's.
Okay.
So wait, I'm just wearing a red shirt.
Do I have to show my dick and asshole? No.
Can we get? Okay, that was a pretty clean read, Sean. Can we get on that?
Yeah, can we get that, please?
Jesus Christ.
It's too easy. We just let him go, and eventually he's gonna say it.
I want to see the video. It's just Quan Chi saying, "Do I have to show?" That's objectively funny.
This level is just so long. What are they thinking? These assholes. We just run here, apparently.
Oh man.
How would you know? There's no way to react to that. You just have to like get hit by that 10 times.
Well, you did do it 50 times before you realized that, so.
Yeah, babe, look. I'm not saying you have to defend me, but don't defend the game.
When you get into like the shit of this game or any of these games, it is like hard to see the forest for the trees. So I know how that happens.
Chat mentioning the 2K. Oh, you're talking. Okay, chat's talking about the Stone Cold AI face WWE thing. Somehow, them bringing up 2K and faces made me think we should just map Quan Chi Minotti into like the NBA 2K face mapper and do a story mode of Minotti Quan Chi trying to become an NBA prospect.
We could make a whole team of like of characters, right?
Like club characters.
Going on here? Spitting out two of these things. Sense. Yeah. Definitely wasn't doing it. Why is it doing that? That this might have something to do with the curse, I'm guessing. Not super fast. Why the fuck? Ooh, that tree looks awesome. I love that tree so much. That looks so good.
What the hell are you looking at, Chris? You freak.
Porn. And kill porn. So the fasting and the so for some reason now, and I'm wondering if this might have something to do with cursor or anything like that. Now when I click on this, it creates 2 of everything instead of 1. Do you have any idea why that might be?
Not that I'm aware of. Do you have 2 of those things in the game?
Not sure
It
which.
looks like
What
there's
do you
only
mean?
one
Like
magic
in
pad.
this list, are there 2 of them?
No, I just meant
It's
it's
weird. It's like doubling the
like
speed.
dropping 2 out of it.
No, it's only dropping 1 out of it, but and sometimes it doesn't do it, and the speed returns to normal like this. Now we've only got. Oh wait, do we have? No, it is creating 2 there too. And I understand why this is happening.
I could check to see if it's cloning by accident, but it shouldn't be. What is it? You're getting a null reference. Can't ignore those. What is that null reference?
I'm not sure what this is referring to because this script isn't even on currently.
There's 2 hat poop. Oh, head poop and hat poop. Okay.
I flipped it back to hat poop though, and it's happening with hat poop too, and I'm not sure why because it wasn't originally. Like, why is it even referencing this? Nothing in here.
I mean, there must be. Are you sure there's not a hidden hat poop somewhere? Check to see if there's another hat poop object. I mean, right now it's on there. I see it didn't get removed.
Another hat poop object. I mean, remove. Alright, that went normally.
If you have, even if your object is disabling an object, only makes it so that the update doesn't run on it.
Oh, okay.
You can still run scripts from disabled scripts. So you were probably still running whatever was in hat poop.
Okay. This is Mr. Idea. You have to please Mr. Idea.
Hmm. Hi, cutie. Turns out Zero had to take a huge shit. Who
Right
knew?
on.
He took so many poops today. Couldn't imagine that he'd have to do it again.
Damn, I wish spare the vertical space to have it pop out top. It looks better no matter almost what it is to have it pop
Well, what if
upwards,
you
but
pop it out the top and then have it pop out and then down? If you really want that.
yeah, I get it's not that big a deal. It did look better, but just like the screen should be laid out like this to maximize the use of the panels.
You're a good boy, Zero. Anywho. Then I'm slightly bummed about, which isn't that big a deal either. But is like, so it's like you would never even notice it. No one will even notice it. But like, there must be a better way of mapping, of doing cursor objects and shit, because like the cursor lags behind the real cursor in game, but it's not a big deal. it's a tiny lag, and like you need the cursor object because it needs to be a real object because there are multiple players in the game that all control a cursor. So, and you won't even notice it when you once we hide the cursor. Which I don't do right now, but maybe I'll fix it now so it just doesn't bother me anymore.
Can you set the dead zone to be quite high? Because even now, like you can see still a
It's
fair
still
amount of
moving.
drift on mine, and mine's probably
Doesn't need
just
to
about as
be
bad
high,
as.
but I just need to know how high or what it is at right now.
I would guess on if it's set like in Game Maker, it's from 0 to 1, and I would guess about 0.3 or 4 would do it.
Geez, 0.3 is fucking high for a dead zone issue.
Pretty old controller.
I wonder if we can somehow make a tool to let people configure that. Or like maybe just tie that to a button and just be like update, increase dead zone, decrease dead zone.
I mean, it might be lower than that. You could try a lower number.
Yeah.
Now that I'm thinking about it, might it be best since the only thing? Well, let me think about it. Might it be better to map on the controller, rotate to left and right shoulders, and grow to left and right triggers or something like that?
While you're dragging.
Yeah, while you're holding it. Not that it matters. We have something that is workable. That's when I'm sitting here doing it. That's what my brain thinks should be. That's what I would want.
Yeah, on a controller it makes more sense. The problem that we have is mapping between controller and
Yeah, that would
mouse.
call for a totally separate thing right? That would call for totally separate controls between mouse and keyboard.
Yeah, exactly. Right now they're the same about.
Which is fine. You don't need to put a whole extra in just for. Or actually,
I mean, I might be able to do
we
it.
could just
It would
throw
just
this
be
on
like
top of.
well
We could just
selected.
throw those controls on top of that and still allow still leave the exact same controls for the.
Yeah, the way they are executed is a little bit different than you might expect. So it'll take a little bit more work than you would think it would. But I could, you know what? Well, I need to think about it. Yeah, I could probably just make brand new set of controls that just handle that. That just and it's not like the best design, but it'll work. I could do it. Yes, I could do it.
We don't need to though. It's not absolutely necessary. If you want to do it, I think it would be cool, but it's whatever. It's
Yeah.
probably
For now,
more.
let's just get like I think the most important thing is to get assets in the game and fake play it so that we can see what's the most important thing we
Yeah,
want right now.
let me do the thing for here. Where's Street Dave Drew is awesome, but
We need them to be
yeah, we
putting
need
shit
Dave
into the
and
game.
Jeff to send us their shit. Jeff put something somewhere, but I haven't seen it yet. Where is it?
Um, did he not push maybe? Oh, he didn't even, or did he try to put it in the game? Oh no, he did. Add file uploads. Yeah, it's
Mouse and browse, is that his?
yeah, looks like it. Looks like he had a couple of things. He added, yeah, he's got a lot of stuff. That looks good. Oh, actually, never mind. It's not as much as I thought, but it's a good amount.
Oh, I get it. Dave's just gonna do like a bean face eyes, like just like dot eyes, and then we'll put these over top of those, I guess is the idea.
Yeah.
Where that's a good idea. Where's Dave's shit?
He didn't put them in.
Then
Okay, sir. What's next?
Hello.
Hello.
Oh no.
Oh shit, Jeff's here, looks like.
I am here.
See no Dave though.
Marcus, have you watched Pluto?
No, I have not.
Chris? I really like that show.
Yeah, it's very, very good. It is apparently
I
supposed to
didn't
be
finish it yet.
a.
I'm
All the
interested.
characters in it are references to Astro. Like it is an Astro Boy rethinking.
Yeah, Adam is clearly Astro Boy.
Yeah, but who's fucking Epsilon and all those other like the fighter dude from the beginning?
I don't know. I never really read or saw that show that much.
Fighter dude with all the kids was my favorite. I liked him a lot.
I thought the second half of that first episode was so sad.
Yeah. Yeah.
And the part I just watched was also.
Wait, are you not done with it yet?
No, I'm not done with it yet.
Okay.
I just watched episode 6.
Have you met Epsilon yet then? Oh, he's
Yeah,
6. Yeah, you've definitely met Epsilon. But Zict 2 is just like normally when that sort of character is written, the sort of like you think straight-laced robot detective is like a boring protagonist. But I don't know why, but it just works for this show.
Yeah, it works really well.
Yeah, that one and what's it called? There's another one. There's another pretty good anime from last year. That it was on. I think it might be only on Hulu. I think it is Hulu, because Hulu does the fucking stupid ass thing where it's like they literally have it as 2 different show listings. You can't even flop back and forth between the dub and sub,
Yeah, I
which
know.
is so annoying. But like, I think it's called Tengoku something something.
Oh, yeah, I think I've
Ten
heard of
Goku Daimakyo or something. That and Pluto were the ones that everyone was saying were like the best of last year, and I thought Pluto was so much better than the other one. The other one's good, it's okay, not bad at all. Also, it was confusing. I don't know if it's the one that you're thinking of. It's like half of it is split between these 2 kids with like some transhumanist sort of story where like the girl is actually a dude on the inside, like literally, not in like the trans way, like literally was born by like assigned male at birth and got stuck in the body of a female type story. And then the half of it is like this class of kids that are raised in some weird experimental setting, and like the whole time I was thinking that the second half of that was like going to reveal was like the back story for like not the whole time, but took me a long time to figure out that and the other 2 kids were like 2 totally separate things, which was confusing as shit. Also, there's just so many characters that look like the main dude character in that other group.
That's what I like about Pluto. They all look
very different from each other. Yeah.
It just looks different than most anime. Have you seen Metropolis, the movie? The anime movie, not the Fritz Lang movie. I think it must be by the same dude in some respect because it's about robots and it looks like that show.
Could just be the same director. A lot of times, like just the similar or just like similar studios who use similar directors, and they'll just like
maybe.
I have not seen it though. Is it good?
It's really good. Oh, also I've been watching Zom 100.
I have heard about that from Super Eye Patch Wolf.
It's pretty good. It's just a fun show.
Yes, that's exactly what he said. It's like it's nothing super deep. It's just like a fun take on the zombie apocalypse, if there can be one. Like the idea that he pitched it as like the idea of the show isn't like, oh, what if humans were the real monsters, or how do we rebuild? It's just like if you were alone due to the zombie apocalypse, how would you improve your life?
Yeah. It's very it sort of gives me the same feeling as Gurren Lagann.
Really?
No, I mean it's not as good as Gurren Lagann. Nothing's as good as Gurren Lagann, but.
Mike got me watching My Hero Academia, and a little bit of the relationship between All Might and Deku in that show reminds me of Kamina and Simon.
Yeah, my girl I work with watches that show. I just doesn't seem like something I'd like.
I like it. It's been a while since I liked a superhero media of any kind, and it's just so I feel like these days what I'm sick of is like I know everyone's sick of the what do they call it? The overly quippy, I think they call it like the Whedon style.
Yeah.
And then the other guy, who's the other guy? The one who does the it makes everything edgy.
Zack Snyder.
Yeah, so like those are the like or even just like the whole Like I'm even kind of like I love Watchmen. I will always love Watchmen. It's my favorite superhero media ever, easily. But like,
Yeah.
That take almost seems more common these days. Of like here, with the boys and all that. It's like here are these very flawed or even outright evil, or not outright evil, but outright just shitty people.
Yeah. Oh. Superpowered people can be shitty people too. How inspiring.
Though I do, I do think Homelander though in The Boys is one of the best written villains ever. But like My Hero does not have any of that. It is very earnest in its presentation of superheroes.
Yeah.
And also, it's kind of weird though, because it's in a world where literally almost it is less common to not have a superpower than to have one.
You mean more common? Oh, less common to not have a superpower. Okay.
Yeah, it's more common to have superpowers than it is to not.
Yeah.
Dave would get his ass in here, and or at least send us his shit. This fucking thing's shooting out so fast again. Why? Literally like 10 times the speed.
The Blight Club football
the
team or
Chicago
something.
Blight Clubs.
Chicago Blights.
But it's all just us. I'm like, me in the Sonic mask, see what the fuck that means to a human
exactly.
head. Jesus.
Could be a wrestling stable. We can make us wrestlers and stuff. Yeah.
Oh God. That is fun to do in the wrestling 2K games.
How you feeling about 2K24?
I mean, 23 and 22 were big steps up. I feel like not enough is known right now. Like I saw the trailer. I don't know if they announced like more, but I'm a fan of more match types. You know, special referee and casket match and stuff like that. So that's fun. But yeah, we'll see. It's still gonna feel like the 2K games, which even at their best are kind of muddy and weird. You know.
Lay out so people can fly. Jesus.
Oh.
They made that Game Pass game. What was that called again?
What did they do recently? Oh,
Outriders.
Outriders. Yeah.
Gotta say, it looks like it shouldn't.
Yeah, I know. It looks like worse than what. Looks worse than what I was doing before.
God, this sucks so bad. If this was my game, I'd be so dreading this every week. This would suck so bad.
Man, level 2.
I've still never seen anyone beat this level.
Yeah. We may never.
No, we will. I have faith in Minotti.
Again, like that. Yeah, you're right. It does
It
not
looks
look like
terrible.
it's worse.
Actually, I hate looking at it now. I honestly hate looking at you do this part.
Try doing it. It's great.
Here's Backlar in the chat, all caps. He's still on this part?
Yeah.
Question mark, question mark, question mark.
Yes, Backlar, I am. You want to give it a try?
Oh God, Backlar would have no
Alright,
patience for this.
this halftone brush. Fun to use.
What was it, Backlar?
What's that?
I really like this halftone brush that Dave was using.
The tree, I love this tree. I love the way this tree looks. I love when trees look like a pile of pillows.
Mm. Oh yeah, that does look good.
He's just saying it. I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh God, that's very good. Out of context, really good. Oh, can you, whoever cut that? Do you have the video as well? Can you just do just that video?
All right, listen up,
Quan
everybody.
Chi?
We're getting to Fujin.
Okay, I want just the video of Quan Chi saying that, no gameplay or anything, and we could just tweet it out with no context.
Oh, and Sean did the eye roll emoji, I think.
Yeah, that's been in there. Yeah.
Oh, that has been, okay, I'm just noticing that. Oh my God, fantastic.
God, this is just good stuff. Okay, here we go.
I think I gotta do
This
some
is it.
air attack things in the air.
This is it.
Gotta be really aggressive.
Yeah, get in that ass.
Okay.
This is so cheap that he's just flying above you.
Yeah.
And he has a down kick on you. Oh my God.
Oh no.
We have 2 herbs. We gotta
Backlar
make sure we
doesn't
have a
know
good run.
Fujin the Wind God?
Just focus, Mike. You don't have to explain yourself.
What?
Mike, you good?
Okay.
It froze for us.
Oh wow. He was making progress in the game.
Yeah, the game's like absolutely not.
Holy shit.
Oh,
Holy shit. Holy
okay,
shit.
I think we're good.
Holy.
Yeah,
Oh, he's got
fucking
herbs.
2 herbs.
Immediately kicked in the face.
This fucking cheap bastard. Oh my.
Oh. Oh.
We have 1 herb. We have 1 herb.
Wait, hang on. You don't get the herbs back when
No,
you
I don't get the
continue?
herbs back.
No, he doesn't get the herbs back.
That is
Backlar, don't you
fucked
even.
up.
Don't you even. You shut up, Backlar.
Oh my God.
Oh.
This is insane. Look at his face.
He's just the quiet fury of Mike McQuanchi.
The fear, the fury. Oh God.
I don't know why I was able to jump kick him before sometimes. It's not working out.
Daddy Quanchi's disappointed in you.
God.
I'm not using it now. I don't know what you're supposed to do there.
I think just die. It hurts you because it hurts you when he throws you, and it hurts you when you hit the ground.
Yeah,
No, it
right. At first
don't.
it's like, oh, maybe I'm okay. Of course not. Of course
when someone's doing one of those super duper rage moves or whatever. It's like, okay, that must be the last hit, and it's like, oh, there's the last one that KO'd me.
Oh, just an incredibly player hostile game.
There you go.
What the hell?
Okay. Okay. Oh, can't freeze a tornado.
Do I use the herb? Yeah, I don't know. I think maybe we can do better the next run. Okay, I have one more shot at this. We get another hit.
Just beat him now.
God.
Wait, what?
Yeah, I guess that counts as a hurt.
Oh. All right. This is it. You got it. That was a good move.
He's doing good.
Yeah.
Oh, do the thing. Didn't hit me this time.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
Okay,
you did the Korean backdash.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit.
Come on. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh my god.
Let's go.
Oh my god.
Let's go. No! Oh my god! No!
Oh.
Oh!
Oh no.
God!
Oh no.
Oh my god!
Oh no.
Oh my god!
You can't be fucking serious.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Are you
Oh my
fucking
god!
kidding me?
Oh my god! Oh my god! I can't believe
He was
can't
on
believe
a
what I just
run
saw.
for a flawless victory.
I can't believe what I just saw. I can't believe it. You literally couldn't write it. You couldn't write it.
It was a flawless victory in the making.
And me and Dan were getting excited, but we weren't. I was about to say flawless victory. I wasn't going to jinx it. Oh my god.
Oh my fucking god.
What? Oh,
I
my
can't
god.
cry with this. I'm gonna smear my makeup. Oh my god.
Oh my god. If he starts crying and his makeup gets smeared, that's amazing. Oh god.
I'm crying. I'm crying.
Holy shit. What story.
That was the best thing I've
Oh my
ever
god.
seen.
Somebody call the Washington Post.
Get Gene Park in here.
I didn't think we could do it.
Oh my god.
Oh,
I'm so hot. I'm so hot.
how have you not jumped out of a window?
Oh my god. We were all here for it. We were all here. You're gonna be telling your children. You're gonna be telling your big. Oh, this asshole. Just thought, okay, what are you doing, buddy?
God.
Oh, you remember when Chris Pratt got announced as Mario and I almost passed out? That almost happened again. I almost passed out again.
I couldn't believe I saw that. That was
I'm just now returning to reality.
Yes,
we got the clip here. This is just incredible.
Take a breath.
That hurts.
It's
it
art.
hurts from laughing. It hurts.
Oh.
I had him.
You were just like, and I'll see myself out.
I'll just finish him off with a jump kick. My trusty jump kick.
The level's so long. You had no idea that it's gonna end.
I left a meeting to come here. I was like, I'll be right back, everyone. I have to go pop in and do something.
I just watched it again and it hurts all over again. Oh my god.
We immediately need another best of Blake Club or whatever.
For real.
Oh, that
All
hurts.
right, I'm
okay, best
gonna
of luck.
post that to Twitter.
Yeah,
My God.
back alarm.
My God.
Oh Jesus.
Oh my god.
That's
My wife upstairs
unreal.
is like, "What's going on down there? Are you okay?" And I'm not. I'm not okay.
That's number one Blake Club moment contender there.
It's only now
absolutely.
occurring to me that I don't get to beat the level and how mad I should be, but it was just like, holy shit.
It's amazing.
Holy god. Oh my god. Okay.
Oh, okay. We got a tweet out of the moment. Excellent.
Okay, we do. Okay, great, fantastic. Thank you.
Oh my god. Okay, whatever. We're gonna do it this
emotions now than if you would have beat it. Probably this, but if you would have beat it, I would have been out of my seat.
Perfect.
So excited.
Absolutely no change. No change.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. He was going. He didn't get hit once.
I was killing it.
It was legit a flawless victory.
Somehow I was destroying him. It was just like all making sense. I was like getting all the reads. I knew all the counters. It was just going my way. And then I just fucking jump off the cliff.
I'll be back in a little bit.
Before that, where I was like, oh, I wonder if we can finish to this platform. And like I just briefly was like, oh, I wonder if you could fall, and then could not have been better. This is good. Yeah, Mike turning into the Joker. It's gonna slowly turn into Joker Mike, like Sting.
Oh no, I have to wear makeup.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
I'll be right back.
Okay.
What if he had missed that moment? How mad would he have been? Oh, my goodness.
Turbo Sean says, check the crew text channel in Discord. Okay, let's see what he's got for me in there. Crew text. I see. Okay. Yeah, that's it, Sean. Yeah, can we just tweet that? No context, no text. That's perfect. I'm gonna download that for myself as well.
Oh, major development. When they're
What?
frozen, I can push them off of cliffs. Major
Oh, that's
development.
nice.
Major
That's a nice time.
development. This is good to
Okay,
know.
good.
Good to know. Major development here, everybody. Learning this game's bullshit. We're getting there.
Thank you, Turbo Sean. Oh man.
Yeah, we have fun. Oh, I was like, oh, I jumped too early, so then I just killed myself. Great,
Lexi just tagged John Tobias in that clip.
Yeah, better have something to say about that, John.
Oh man. Oh.
Just incredible.
It's perfect. It's perfect.
Yes, it was a perfect moment. There's very few of those in your life, so I hope you all appreciate that.
No, I'm savoring it.
I never
will
thought
watch
anything
that
was going
many
to.
times.
I thought nothing was ever going to compete with that drill from fucking RoboCop, but man.
This is better. This is better, definitely. This had the build. This is this. You got to finish the story, Mike. We're in the bottom of the third, Mike.
Oh my god. Good.
Yeah.
My rippling muscles. Kind of wasted a lot of lives here, but we still are in fine shape. Like, I really was stuck for an hour there, just not knowing how to get past those swings. That was driving me insane. I'm just glad we're over that.
Yeah, you're past that hump there. Yeah.
I'm gonna be like 5 years from now. I'm just gonna be like staring in the distance. Someone's gonna ask me what's wrong, and I'm gonna be like, I'm just thinking about that moment.
Yeah.
Where Mike jumped off the platform in his flawless victory fight with Fujin.
It's Jesus. Everything about it. The length of time it took him to get there.
Yep.
The fact that it was the first time he was just absolutely operating on all cylinders.
Last life. Yep.
Last life. Almost had him. A couple hits away.
The whole
and
thing.
then that.
The whole thing.
Our old buddy Leighton Shumway, Mike says, yeah, you said the previous thing was art, but this isn't art. This is proof of a higher power.
This is cinema. This is cinema.
Yes, yeah, this is cinema.
Yeah,
That's
Jeff,
Dan's favorite.
Jeff believes in God now.
Yes, I do. Yes. If God's punishing you, I'm all in. Yeah, absolutely.
Well, I am Roman Catholic.
How are we doing the backgrounds, Marcus?
We still gotta figure that out. I mean, those panels are just textures if we want to just have them be static for now.
Can we feed in a thing that will just take a sprite like this and like, you know, just place it such that it's not exceeding any corners in the center?
Just like squish it into it. I mean, like click on the panel and then try using whatever you just used as a sprite. Like find the original
I mean, it's
asset,
gonna be.
copy it.
It'll just
and
look like
paste it.
this, but it won't be right. It won't have the right dimensionality, right? Like it won't have the.
Yeah, it'll squish and stretch it basically, or you know whatever. It'll distort the image, but it should make it fill the whole image. Because basically what happens when you sample it is it just says, okay, here's the UVs on it, and here's the texture range, and for this set of UVs, I'm just going to sample like
Wait, it'll
the
it'll
pixel that is.
squish it though, cause like it won't it just be the same dimensions as this? Cause right now this is a photo, or this is an image.
No,
This is not
it'll
a.
no, it should stretch it, I believe.
Meaning like it'll have the same dimensions as this.
No, I think it'll stretch the it'll fit the image to the thing. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, I guess it does do that. You might be able to set it to stretch. Go to the imported image, the sprite or whatever, like the actual asset. You might be able to tell it wrap mode. Try to see if look at the wrap mode. Not repeat, not. What is it? I feel like I've done this before. Just Google it.
I'm still recovering, I think. Okay, here we go. We had our haha fight. Now it's time to really bring the heat here.
Or maybe it's because we're using sprite renders and it's not a texture on an object. Maybe that's why.
We could do it as a texture if that makes it easier to like reshape it or whatever.
I need to think about how it works, because like if I were to like put that on like a 3D object as the texture that fills the 3D object, then it would fill it. It would just wrap it around and distort it. But on a sprite, it's probably actually specifically designed not to do that. I mean, I guess you could just scale it so that its dimension. Yeah, we could probably make something that automatically scales it so that its dimensions are the dimensions that we want. But honestly, it's probably easier just to get a 512 by 512 fucking texture. Or whatever the hell the comic strip sizes are.
But also just straight up like have the image be the right resolution always. I could just edit the image to be the right.
That's what yeah, that's what I was just saying.
You're doing it. You're doing it. We're here for you. I got Solid Snake in Fortnite last night.
Have Dave or Jeff drawn any backgrounds yet?
Not that I've seen.
Rising Revengeance. Yeah, the one we named a podcast after.
Yeah. Yes, I wanted Revengeance Raiden, and instead it's just Metal Gear Raiden.
Well, wait, is he even in there yet? Like, I mean, there's a chance
I've just
it
seen
could
the
be
art online.
Well, that maybe there's a edit because there's old Snake if you edit normal Snake.
I hope.
So
I hope. I think the two I saw was like one where he's wearing the mask and the other one where he's not, but maybe there's more.
Oh, the diving mask thing from 2?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh my god, what was that? I just teleport behind him. We gotta restart. We're not going to this file anymore.
It's really something seeing Snake do the like Numa Numa Mayahi Mayahu dance, or Rick and Morty get Swifty dances.
I didn't get red on me. Did I
Solid Snake.
smear my symbol at some point? Is my symbol?
No, you're looking good.
Okay, so it looks like there's a pixels per unit setting. I'm guessing in the sprite that you've imported.
Okay.
Is there? And then so if you want to scale it to meet that to be that size on both sides, then you do need to change this transform scale, but it's easy. You just divide the desired size by the pixels per unit, and then set the scale to that.
I guess my question would be with you're wanting to like make the frames actually cover, you know, have every picture only be actually applied to one, you know,
Yeah, I
one
think
thing.
that would look nicer. Looks nicest.
Alright, so I go in here and I go to what? I go to
Well, you will have to make a script to do it. I'll make a script that does it. A texture or like a panel. I'll put it in the panel. That's what I'll do. I have panel script already, so. But let me finish what I'm working on before I do that, because I need, like, things are rendering in the right order, but you can still accidentally select things behind them because they're not actually changing their Y position. Or sorry, their Z position. So now I'm just updating this in a really, really hacky way. This is really bad and should not be how it's done in real life if we were to ever continue making this game. Not that we would, but really, it's just. Why is that? Why are you not actually adding to that? Grr. This is frustrating.
Sounds like a good video game.
Maybe it doesn't think you deserve it anymore.
Is it too small? Does it need to be?
You know what? If we just give them a bunch of objects, maybe that's better than even doing backgrounds. It's like, I mean, more
I think there's something
economical.
to a background.
There is, but like if we don't have any drawn yet, and like I'm not having an easy time just finding ones that I think will look good, just stolen and thrown in. May if I find some, I would be maybe a little more on board, but like, you know.
Well, let me see what it looks like when I get my resizer in. That won't be hard to do. Screen why are you not fucking taking my Z position? Something must be overriding the Z position. It's driving me insane.
I mean, if there's a finite amount of those power-ups or those upgrades, you're gonna get them no matter what, right?
Well, I don't know, because like, there's not that many people to fight, and the XP is slim pickings when I do fight them.
No, it's not, because I'm setting it right there. Is it just that it's literally too low, and it will not let you set a Z position that low? Or is it working and it just won't just print a Z position that low? Let's see. Okay, it is working. It just will not let me print the Z position that low. Hopefully, we'll see. So let's see if this actually works. So ideally, I'll never be able to select an object behind another object. Nope, still has the issue. Let's set this up higher.
Me immediately forgetting everything from Sonic, trying to remember strategy.
Yeah, I don't think I could remember a single thing from Bubsy.
You're not allowed to block that. I need you to be on it.
Oh man. Perfect.
Now.
Look at that.
Sorry, puppy. I know you don't like when I am upset. You're a good boy.
I mean, you're gonna get them. You're gonna get them.
You're a good boy. You're good. You're a good puppy.
I could absolutely see this being the game where they didn't think to involve that. You're pretty close to Fujin, aren't you? Jesus Christ.
That's the first step, though. That's fine.
When's the last time you locked in?
We're locking in right now, baby.
All right.
There we go. You know how to awaken Minotti. Your caveman did all right today.
Yeah. Still
Caveman did
riding
great.
star rating, but that's okay. Here's great on cage match.
There you go.
Whoa.
What the hell?
I know it doesn't look like it's gonna work, but it does.
No, I think the lightning flash made it go white, and I think that was too much for the video encoder.
I saw that too.
It's just I like this key because it's the one that looks like a person's ass in like shorts.
Sure, I see that. The cop from Reno 911.
Okay, this seems to work. Very happy with it, but it's working. Just have to
Why
find
the
the right.
fuck? Like, for some reason, I was thinking, oh, these must be just broken PNGs in the way that PNGs sometimes fucking suck and break. But for some reason, I can't fucking import something with a transparent background anymore. Like, the transparent background either just turns black or it isn't there. Like, it's just some white or black or... I even copied one of the old ones that I had pulled in.
Sorry, what are you trying to do?
For some reason, every image I import that's a PNG now is not... the transparency is not working on it. I even tried...
There's a toggle for that. You probably accidentally changed the default or something. So import your thing and then I'll show you where to set it.
We took a couple takes on that.
Yeah. The best take is the one you like the most. That's the one I mean.
Yeah.
I think the default actually is that it is not on or whatever. So it must have just been some luck or some weird setting of why it wasn't, or why it was working whatever.
Let's test with this. Alright, there. And then I set to sprite, and then where do I change the,
It should be called, what is it? Alpha is transparency. Oh, you have it on. Okay, so apply. Are you not, did you maybe just not apply it?
No, I applied it. It's not, it'll still be like this, like, you know, if I pull it in, it's got all that shit. Some PNGs are just like
Are you
that.
sure that that's like that image is actually allowing you to copy it as a PNG? Like paste that into like Paint or something. Because sometimes images that you copy from like
Paint is,
have like
you can't really
text
tell
in.
in Paint, but...
Oh, in Paint you could, right? But yeah, like see there, that I mean, you just opened it. That background is truly there. Like look at the hat versus that. It's
Alright, well,
like if you.
look at, so this one is definitely a PNG, right? Copy,
Yeah, and it
paste,
has transparency and stuff.
and I go in here, and it's got this black background.
Now alpha is transparency, so that. Well, yeah, you can switch it over, but go to alpha is transparency, click that and hit apply.
Okay.
How did it go so well that one time and I threw it away?
Summon that. Parts of it.
Just 100% on board with the solar flares flipping a bit.
He has herbs. He has all of his lives. He's 100% doing it.
Summon the power of the sun. Okay, don't do that.
No. We're not using herbs. This isn't going that well. It started okay. I gotta like be right.
All right, let me make a panel resizer.
It's insane. I can't like watch like a guide on like how you're supposed to like what's the bullshit Mortal Kombat way to fight this asshole, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, with Jax, it was just jam on X.
Are you here, Dave? I thought I heard you. No.
There you go. Rumble season.
At least it plays the video.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
Rumble season.
You gotta skin the cat.
Oh, is this just smart enough to do this? Let's find out.
You're using the herbs here?
All right, dear Catholic God, please let my friend Mike Minotti beat this boss.
Just stay in the middle. Just don't be anywhere near any edge. No edging.
Let's see. I need a texture to test with. Do we have random texture? I guess we could try this hat, huh? Well, this hat is fucking huge in real life and actuality.
Okay. You're a little close. You're a little close. Nice.
No, please back. Please go back.
Try that.
Oh, God. I'm genuinely nervous.
Yep.
Oh, God. Is there chip damage?
17 more.
There's a little bit.
Yep.
Of course there is.
So then let's do actually scaling it.
It's the one where he did really well, the one where I told him no thinking. Mike, stop thinking.
Yeah. Turn brain off.
I'm thinking a lot's kind of helping, maybe.
Okay, all right, listen.
Got a strategy now. Gotta get a little bit further.
Hey, we found the other edge.
Oh, God.
I'm terrified. I'm legitimately terrified.
I'm too. How many herbs do you have?
I think he's got one.
Okay. Oh. Oh, God. Yeah, block. Yeah. Oh, my God.
Down two, down two.
Oh, my God.
Catholic God, please.
Well, that's not right.
Just freeze, you
That's
shit.
definitely not what I want.
He can do it. He can do it still.
No! It's absolutely insane.
Oh, no.
Alright, let's get back in.
All right, let's go again.
Do it again. Do it again. This is the one. This is the one.
Let's
This is
go.
the one. You got it. You got it. You got
This
it.
is it.
You got
This is it.
It is.
Well, that comic panel is not 512 by 512, by the way.
That he does chip damage to me, by the way, unblocked.
That is. I thought like, oh, there's nowhere they're gonna put actual like fighting game shit in this, and they did.
The blank one, you mean?
Yeah. 642 by 638. Weird, some weird.
I thought Jeff
rendition.
said it was 512 by 512.
I think you. I thought that you told him it was, and he said, "Awesome, that's what I was gonna do anyway."
No, he asked me what it was, and I said I have no idea. But if you look in the folder, it'll, you know, it'll say.
Oh, this is the run. This is really it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes.
I mean, we had that one time where for some reason he couldn't hit me.
And then I thought he said after that that it was, yeah, that it was 512 after 512 or by 512, and he.
I'm feeling pretty good about my ability to get back there. Now, bullshit can always just happen, but I'm feeling good.
Okay. Perfect so far. Oh.
Yeah, this is emotional.
Yeah, this is a lot. I mean, we're kind of all going through it here.
Yeah.
We're in this with you. It's no
Yeah,
longer
we're in this together.
haha, Mike. Like we're all rooting for you.
This
No,
is the
yeah,
second
this-
level.
No, we'll get back to haha, Mike. But right
yeah,
now,
absolutely.
level 2, we're fully in your corner.
You need it to be 512 by 512. I should make anything background 512 by 512, or what was it? 512.
I mean, 512 by 512 would be just having the backgrounds that size would be the easiest way to handle this. Or, well, whatever we want to do, I guess. Whatever size fits the screen the best. Assuming a 16 by 9 aspect ratio, which almost every screen is nowadays.
I mean, I can leave them what they are now. I've laid them out. I would have to relay them out if I did 512 by 512, reorient the camera and stuff. But if it's easier to do for you, I'll do that now.
I'm testing a resizing thing now, but no matter what we do, even if I do get the resizing thing working, it'll be slightly blurry. Like that's just a facet of how it's gonna work.
Is the fact that level 1 is what it is. It's so short and it's relatively not bullshit at all, you know?
Maybe this was like their proof of concept level, so there's way more like energy put into this. Bad energy, but energy.
Game does have a 7.0 on the user score for Metacritic.
Oh, this, yeah, okay. Maybe it's not bad.
Maybe it's pretty good.
This whole bullshit up here now. I haven't died here in a while, but it's possible. Got that bounce timing figured out for the most part. Gotta freeze this guy on his button.
Chat is asking, I think it's time for checking again on Mike's thoughts of Special Forces versus this. What's that?
I mean, it's way worse to play, absolutely. Special Forces, I don't know. I think I made Special Forces look better than it was in some way. That game's very bad also. And the game's less inspired than this, for sure.
This is more interestingly bad.
I mean, the problem is that this game's a lot harder. Right? That's the big problem.
Was there any, I can't remember, was there difficulty settings? There were, right? But it was like lives and shit?
Yeah, there's lives, and even easy mode. You wouldn't let me mess with that, though.
No.
I don't blame you for it, to be honest.
Nope, we got rules. We got rules.
I get it.
Oh, Turbo Sean has put up the clip. That's a great, oh my god, Grub, watch that clip.
Oh, he put in, okay.
Oh my god.
Just like, if I don't freeze that guy, it's bad.
It's really good. The 2-second loop is also perfect. Oh, jeez.
Our first death on this time. Just the first death.
Yeah, so 5 pixels per unit.
There's a strat. How about that?
Okay, we started at 2:30.
And
2:30, so 2 hours.
it's everything scaled to 1 unit. I have some resolution over 1 unit, right? The current scale.
This is good. This is like the last checkpoint before we get to the asshole Fujin.
Wow, okay.
There's still some bullshit. Don't worry.
The sorcerer Quan Chi just calls him the asshole Fujin.
You're doing great. How many continues do you have?
The one continue that the game ever gives me, but I have it. Guy on this platform, and then we're basically there. Okay, we have a lot of tries at Fujin now, everybody. Let's
You fucking have this.
This rules.
What could go wrong?
But like, look, I know things are gonna go wrong. I just need things to go right once, just one time.
Right? Yeah. You only need to succeed once, just like a terrorist.
Jesus Christ.
Just the way you said that reminded me of Donald
That's
Rumsfeld.
what they say.
Sorry. Yeah.
Mike Minotti reminds you of Donald Rumsfeld?
Well, you know, he reminds me of terrorists.
More of a John Ashcroft guy to me.
Yeah, exactly.
Can that do some damage at least? I mean, come on.
Nicky and Sean doing God's work, getting these clips out.
Oh yeah, they're on top of it. They know what we're witnessing is history.
Yeah. This might be the greatest playthrough of any video game on the internet.
So number 1 for me.
I mean, it's going okay, but everyone only use herbs.
If you do use herbs, do you get them back when you continue?
I don't understand how everything on the fucking internet that saves down as a PNG.
They probably do it purposely. It might even be a Google thing. Like Google's like only taking a snapshot of the image, is not giving you the real image.
All right, I'm back.
Man, this is hard.
Yeah, this is not okay.
Hello, Jeff.
Hello.
Okay, breather. Mike, do you need to stand up? Do you need to like? Okay, I want to just check on you. Wellness check.
Trust me, it's
Take a
just
shot
him.
or anything?
It's not me, it's him. Trust me.
Okay.
I mean, you're playing it, but yeah.
You need me to draw your toilet?
I mean, draw whatever you want. I'm just gonna start like we're gonna need a lot of assets just to start fucking around. So I'm just pulling shit off the internet.
Okay.
But just if you want to just draw a fucking ton of objects, and we will actually want the objects filled in though, right? Because they're gonna be PNGs. They have to
Yeah,
go
that,
over
they
top
have
of each other, even if they're showing as white. I think Dave. I don't know if Dave knows that. I thought for some reason Dave was saving his without transparency. I might be wrong though.
We talked to Dave about it, and he said the first night, and he said, "Yeah, I'm going down to do that." And then I told Jeff about that this morning.
All right, time to go to some shady websites.
Why?
Find lots and lots of PNG images.
Can't you just? I would just do it in a safer way. Can't you just scroll up into Google and search for transparent? I'm pretty sure that's a filter.
Where is
Or
that?
maybe it's like one of the suggestions. Just type in transparent. Instead of true PNG.
I'll still have to go to the websites though, right? If it works anything like.
It depends. I guess for when that Google had a filter somewhere for like actually transparent images. Yeah, go to search in Google, go to images, tools, color, transparent. There you go. Should have.
This one came up
Hopefully there's
before though, and this was a JPEG, and now it's a WebP. A lot of them are probably gonna be WebP. Convert them from WebP to.
I know I've seen this before, and I've made people play this before, but I've never understood the depths of how bad this is. Like Turi quit before this.
Yeah, we are in the depths.
Minati's deeper in than I've ever seen a human being get into this. I mean, he is dressed as Quan Chi right now.
I am dressed as Quan Chi on top of it all.
Oh, Kane Highwind is a good idea. If no progress is made during an episode, then they also have to do the next game. That's an interesting idea.
He's already so down. Why are we doing this? but it's a good
Anyway, please don't give us malware
Actually good idea. Yeah.
in our repo.
Oh man, Jesus.
All right, so if we have, it's yeah, we have the pixels per unit.
Game wouldn't be unfair.
Wait for the win.
Is it fair to say that this game is unfair?
Yes, it's very fair to say that. Actually, I yes, I think that is allowed. Whoa, that was that weird short hop there. Oh, I dodged that.
And then we have the number of pixels of the images.
That's cheating. That's cheating, right?
You think so?
You don't have a chat in 1997.
No, it's.
I assumed Mike was going to say it's not going to help anyhow.
I don't know. It might. The slide's very fast. It might go through some of his attacks. My biggest concern is that there's like a level 3 ability that I don't have that would really help.
Oh, to help cheese it. Okay.
Again, it's some kind of like, literally like shoot an upward angular projectile that does a bunch of damage.
Oh, like the shotgun in Tekken, yeah.
Or like Airman's thing in Mega Man 2. Is it
yeah.
Airman's thing with the tornadoes that go up?
Yeah, I need tornado. Yeah, there you go. I need tornado bolt or whatever that one's called.
Yeah.
All right, we're here. That's good. That's the first quad tag, and this left here is relatively easy for a little bit. It's just obnoxious.
Are you feeling confident about this level?
Yeah, I feel really good about the level now. Honestly, got the time on the swings down. Don't know what's happening. I'm so confused how we had that one fight.
All right, that'll give me.
And like nothing's coming
I think the ratio, current ratio of pixels, or rather the current units, the number of units.
I don't remember that, so I don't know if that counts.
Oh, come on, you can't block it. Are we insane? Thank you. It's just like a percent chance.
And
Bafomet in the chat says they beat it when they were a kid.
Great. We'll send you a Blake Club medal.
We should get medals when we beat games. Oh yeah, you actively worked against me in mine by pointing me in the wrong direction, Mike. So maybe this is karma. Maybe this is how this works.
No, absolutely not this asshole. Get out of here. Fuck out. Thank you. It never looks like it's gonna work.
I don't like looking at the screen during these parts.
I don't like looking at the screen ever, but here I am. Here I am. All right, here's the ass key.
Oh, what? Oh.
let's try that.
Second half level is actually not as bad.
Historically, that would have been the moment where you fall to your death.
Yeah, I was being quiet. I was waiting for it.
The fact that you didn't makes me think you're beating it this round.
Okay.
You must be onto something.
That works.
Okay. Have you used any continues?
So this is what 512 by 512 looks like. It's kind of small.
We are at max lives right now.
This is it. This is it.
Yep, I'm feeling it.
There's a lot of these windmills. What do you think these things are doing? What is their purpose?
Wait, I'm looking at Jeff. I need to be looking.
They're powering the tourney bit.
Yeah.
So like,
Oh.
here's what it's. This is what like everything starts as, and this is when I resize it. When I first play, it'll resize. Right, so it's a little small.
Machismo is what I would say.
Yeah, that's right.
Would be nice if everything was a factor of 2. But I don't think we're gonna get lucky enough to have that work out.
I mean, it would be roughly the same size as it is without having to change any. If it's 642 by 642, is that okay?
I mean, I don't think there's any technical issue with it. I think you're really in like again, if this is a real game, I think you're supposed to keep all textures a power of 2 because if you don't,
Yeah, I'm saying this would be a power of 2.
yeah.
Oh god damn it, I did it.
But it doesn't
But it's
really
fine.
matter.
Yeah, not for what we're doing. So what did we want our target size to be?
642
whatever the
by
panel size
642
is.
will match the panels as they are now. We
Yeah,
don't have to
they're
fuck
actually
with
a
it.
little warped. 642 by 638.
Yeah,
But 642.
I'm gonna I'll change the thing so it's actually.
All right, so this is what it looks like 642, which should just barely change. Yep, looks good. But you see it's a little blurrier over here, but maybe for a big enough image that won't matter if you're scaling down or something.
Dave's here.
Yep.
Send us your shit,
It'll work.
Dave. Let's play
I'm gonna
this
have to
game.
color it in with white.
Yeah,
So it
do
might
that
take a
quick and
minute.
then let's play.
Yeah, we have controls in that work well enough. But right now there's no you know what I really need to do too is I need to set it up so where the raycast on the mouse comes out is actually on the tip of the mouse. But you guys before I do that, you guys need to make a mouse for us, please. A mouse cursor, a proper one.
Here, I'll make the mouse cursors. Jeff, draw me a toilet, please.
You got it.
I got a lot of toilet jokes in the can and loaded up. So
in the can.
I'm gonna say in the cannon, but
Honestly, the more I'm
that's a
thinking
turn of
about it, the
phrase.
more I think we just need more objects and less. I don't even think we need a background. It would be nice, but like.
take
I spent a whole 15 minutes making this work, Chris.
If you want quick,
This
dirty
auto-scaling.
backgrounds that you can use, that we could just take some photos, blur them, and make them black and white, or even like make them.
That's not a bad idea, actually.
Like
black and white photo.
Make them like that like threshold thing that makes it like look graffiti like.
All right, Dave and Jeff, make some background. Do that. Pull some photos and
I can do that.
Make some backgrounds.
You can even make them, you can put a.
No, Jeff, you're on toilet duty.
Oh, you're right. You're right.
Duty.
Dave.
No.
Dave,
duty. Yes.
I'm on coloring duty.
So many layers.
Okay. Again, Dave. If you're making the backgrounds, use the halftone, the black and white halftone filter.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't.
I have
probably one. And...
also got that brush, and I love how it looks.
Cool.
642 by 642 now, right? Or does it not matter, Marcus? Isn't that what you made?
It doesn't matter. Yes. The background might be a little blurry if it's not the right size, but it does not matter.
642 by 642 is the size it is now, but if it's smaller, it'll scale it up. So.
And this is blurry, but not that blurry. Like if you look at it, it's like more than doubling its size when I scale it up. So, not that big a deal.
What's the dimension of your current cursor, Marcus? Or can I?
I don't know, trash. It's 512 by 512.
The cursor is? Damn, that's big.
Yeah. I just made it in Aspirate, and that was what I had been rendering stuff at before. Jeff, I remember how I said like I was spending so much time making icons for D&D.
Mm-hmm.
You guys never got to see them because they were on the map that Chelsea never decided to use.
Oh.
I'll show them to you now.
Oh, I thought they were like a thing you were going to use if we did it in person.
No, it was a thing I wound up using. I mean, it would have been on her map regardless.
Yeah.
But it would have been printed. I'll show you guys now. I was proud of some of them.
Where is the cursor? There it is. There it is.
Where is my D&D folder? There it is. D&D C3.
You want to maintain this sort of very like boxy look to it, Marcus?
I like the boxy look. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it looks good.
There it is. Here's our beautiful map that you guys traverse with the safest paths outlined in blue. But yeah, look at some of these. Actually, it might even be better just to show you the actual images. I was proud of some of them.
Yeah, I can't really tell what they are on
the stream. Let me go
I like
back.
that little helix thing though. That looks cool.
Yeah, that's the swapper when you guys swap
Yeah.
bodies. Alright. So we have. This is a boulder. There was a chance that you guys would have gotten. If you went for this potion, this boulder would have run over the potion, and it would have been a potion of like ignition, and
Yeah.
lit the boulder on fire, and then you guys would have to run from the boulder. These are grasping hands that you would have found on your way to the potion, that would have only activated once the boulder was like, so you'd have to like make a save to not get grabbed by them as the boulder's coming down. This is a gas trap.
You should save those in the Discord.
Yeah, I can drop them in.
They would be fun to use for something else.
Here's swinging axes. Try to convey motion. And the fun part too is Chelsea wouldn't know what these are. She would just know the symbols of them. Which is fun.
Does this need to be the exact same dimensions as the cursor,
Poison
Marcus?
potion. Here, this was a Minotaur. I was proud of this one. I think it really conveys Minotaur.
It does, yeah.
The rest of them are okay. This was the Beholder. Let you guys follow.
Yeah, I like that one too. That's a good beholder symbol.
Took a long time to come up with all these, but this is simple, but it was, and you guys did actually have these symbols, entrance and exit.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, all right. Yeah, I'll put those in Discord at some point.
Did the other cursor icons need to be the same dimensions, and does their point need to be the same point? You know what I mean?
Oh, the dimensions, don't use my dimensions. I just scaled it way down. But like the dimensions don't matter so much for that. It just needs to look good. But the point, I never actually wound up setting the offset because I knew the cursor was going to change, so I didn't bother. But once you have a cursor that you like,
I mean, for the drag, there, if you want to keep the boxy look, there's no reason we can't keep your first one. I was just gonna draw some for the other three tools.
Oh, I mean, it doesn't matter. I think it would be nice to have, like, if we're gonna do a cursor, like, have at very least, one way to paint. Like, you need to let the user know exactly where it's going to select. I can't fucking see my cursor on here. Okay. Like if we're doing paintbrush size, right? Like if the cursor looks like this, then you need to be able to select here. But right now the raycast comes out from the middle. But like if we want to make it a middle thing, where then we could have like a little target or like just a little dot or something. But like if you're doing like a bucket or like a rotate icon or something, then like, you know, you could have something that looks like this, right? But then I would have like a little arrow here showing where you click it, or maybe a bullseye in the middle or something.
Right, I'm saying two things. Are we just straight up using the cursor that's already there for the drag tool? I don't need to change anything about that, right?
Sure. I don't have a preference for that. The cursor was purely a I needed some art to put in, like a programmer art.
The only
whatever
thing
you think.
the only thing
Yeah.
I would do is maybe like a hand, like a gloved hand, but like whatever the
Yeah, that's
boxy
fine with
cursor.
me. I do think it would look nice. Like another cherry on top thing is that like when you click, it actually changes the animation of what you're doing, of the cursor. You know.
Right, right. It'll change the sprite of the cursor. So do they all need to be and do they all need to be the same size or not? That's the current question.
Yeah, to make it easiest for sure, they
And
should
is
be the same size.
256 by 256, which appears to be the dimensions of the cursor, is fine.
Oh, what was it? 256 by 256? Then
Yeah.
yeah, that's fine. I mean, that's actually way bigger than we need it, but we'll just scale it down, so it doesn't matter.
Why are they allowed to not be frozen? Just freeze them every time. Oh, no, no, no. Don't you No, absolutely.
All right, I need to figure out this food situation. I have not eaten at all since at least since breakfast. I mean, I'm not starving myself. Maybe I'll Grubhub. There's a lot of good food around here. I'm gonna look up some food and I'm also gonna feed my dog. I'll be back in a second, but I can hear you guys. Don't say anything about me.
One of the worst things that ever happened to me. Everything in there. I hated every second of that. Holy shit. Like, can't you program one enemy to maybe not block the ice things if the
Well,
only
I may not hear it, but said I may not hear it.
They were limited. It was the 90s, you know.
Yeah, they ran out of RAM.
Yeah, only so much.
Maybe the expansion pack.
You know, Mike thinking developers are lazy again.
Yep.
Thank God I got this down. I'm gonna die immediately now, aren't I? But no, we're
Don't ever say anything.
just wait till you're on the other side.
That's past most of the bullshit. It's not great, but that's most of the bullshit there.
Yeah, there's not a single challenge in anything we've done. Like, not just Blight Club, just other streams and features and stuff. I don't think there's a single challenge that this seems better.
Yeah.
Oh no, I forgot my sunglasses. Black on black, I didn't see them.
Look at how fucking hard it is to draw hands.
Draw stick figure hands and then add on. That's what I do.
We've only died once. Yes, he's lost one life. Yes, continue.
It was the fucking door.
The door, right.
What happened to the boy? What happened to my boy?
All right, Chris. You have a toilet in the game.
Nice.
Yes, don't use the herbs. Don't use the herbs. Get the reps in. Finish
My dog is fed. Now I need to feed myself.
Now I must feed.
I'll need to turn on the heat. It's fucking cold here.
It's a bug.
That couldn't have been intentional. Oh yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah.
If you message me on Twitter, I'll be like, I'm watching this now and this is insane. Yeah.
Mythology's a good draw, brother.
Okay. Oh. Right over here.
Probably how I would make a game.
We've seen your Super Mario Maker levels. Yes, it is how to make a game.
Well, yes, purely to bring joy to me as I watch people play it. No consideration.
Oh, he
for,
can
I guess
do
it's
that.
epic.
He's got it down too.
Oh, this is bad.
No. Oh. Chest. Why? Well, I looked at you.
Merge.
Mike, this is exhausting for us to watch, so it would be nice if you just thought of us and.
Next up.
All right, man, I'll get him this time then. You're right. We're all tired.
You.
I'm over it. I get it.
I'm not over it. Trust me, it's still very funny.
I didn't think I'd be doing this whole thing for another 2.5 hours. At least that succeeded already.
One level.
Shit. Oh, he's gonna kill me immediately.
Jesus Christ. Are you fucking kidding me?
It's psychopath.
Yeah, I got my pizza. It was good. Thanks for asking, Nikki. Hey, Nikki, if you could like scrub through Mitch Tolcave 2 in the Tales of the Sun, Tales of the Grub run today, and just give him a quick star rating, just to boost his mood a little bit. I think that would help. He killed like 4 or 5 mammoths, discovered cougars, and killed 2 of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, he like circumnavigated the Earth.
He did
pretty
great.
good.
Yeah. He's quite the explorer.
Yes.
Oh.
That's bullshit. Last one.
The one.
The one. You've got 2 herbs. You killed 5 mammoths and procreated twice today. Wow. Yeah, show him what's what. Come out of the game. Slide. Yeah. This is it. Go careful.
Oh, did I push that to you? Did I push the panel stuff to you? Yeah.
You did? I don't think I pulled yet.
Wow, good.
Nice. Nice work. Yes. Yes. 2 herbs. Doing good damage.
Oh, come on.
Use the herb. Yep. What a dick. Nice. Oh, yeah. Yes!
Running low on magic.
Okay. Do you have another herb? Oh, God. He does, okay. Jesus Christ. Ah. Oh, God. God damn it. Get him! Nice! Yes! Oh, my God. Get the kick it! Yes! Oh, my God! Oh, God.
Watch out.
Get him! Yes! Yes! Yes!
Yes!
Oh, my God!
Yes!
Oh, my
Let's
God.
fucking
What's happening?
go!
What's happening?
Let's go!
He doesn't have a health bar anymore. What? What? What happened? What happened? What was that? What happened?
I gotta lay down.
What? Why? Why did that happen? What? Why? What? Oh, God, he's gonna cry. I am crying. Yes. Oh.
I think this game was a bad idea.
Jeff, I want you to watch somebody do this fight. I want you to know if there's something they're doing to make the fight easier, please just let me know. If there's something to do, I don't know what I want you to do there. If I'm supposed to run away. I can't believe they're psychopaths. These people should literally go to jail. They should actually. I'm saying this with tears in my eyes. These people should go to jail. We're doing one more time, everybody. I only have time for one more. I only have one more in me. I can't.
How long do you guys think it'll be before we have our shit together?
Probably be a good 20 minutes before I color all these things in.
As soon as Dave colors that stuff in, we could start. I could start making prefabs now, actually.
I am not coloring anything.
I'm not coloring it. I'm just like my black and white is background paper, so I have to like make it.
Right.
Unless you know of it, way to automatically do that, but I don't know of one. Yeah.
I mean, like maybe you could do with the magic wand or whatever. Just like color everything white and then cut out the parts you don't need.
That's essentially what I'm doing, basically. Yeah. I'm not using the magic wand tool, but the auto click on the and I'm just kind of just actually coloring it in, and then erasing the messiness around it. All right, that's another one done. Erase those.
Do you know how hard it is? What, Jeff?
Don't tell him.
Yes, tell me!
This is insane.
Well, tell him.
Tell me.
Sean also says do not.
Look, it's up to Jeff's discretion if he thinks I should be taught or not. How about that?
Whoa. It's a multi-person operation here.
Okay, well, I vote one way, you vote the other. Jeff, what is your tiebreaker?
Sean says no.
Sean's not involved.
Guys, if we don't tell him, how the fuck is he gonna find out?
How would you do it if you rented the game in 1997?
You don't get this far. You return it, or you look on GameFAQs. That's it. So, Mr. GameFAQs, Jeff Grubb, what the fuck do I do?
Okay, Mike, I will tell you how to cheese him.
Tell me that at least. Tell me that at least.
You know the Mortal Kombat fast, like 1-2 punch, bum bum bum, bum bum bum, bum bum bum, bum bum bum.
What is it? Like, how do I do that?
You know, like in Mortal Kombat when people get a bunch of quick jabs in.
Yeah.
High punches.
Yeah. That.
So it's like it is like mythologies or the other one. I just have to.
After all said and done, it all goes back to special forces.
Incredible. Okay, great. I'm glad I know.
Oh my god, he beats him in like 5 seconds.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, can you just get him like in a loop?
Yeah, that's what it looks like.
Oh, amazing.
Yeah, he freezes him and then he does that.
He doesn't always freeze for one thing, but.
Well, yeah. I'm just like once you have him frozen, apparently it works.
Please give me the fucking leaves. I don't want to. For love of God, give me the goddamn leaves. Give me the fucking leaves. Are you insane? Where are they?
Okay, all right. How do you feel about what Sean said, Dan? I'm kind of think I'm gonna go with what Sean said here. A hint. Oh my god, did the leaves start getting gum until that point? Oh my god. Okay, I'm just gonna say the hint. What's the one part of the stage that tornado wouldn't hit?
You go fuck yourselves. You're supposed to jump off.
Let's see. Let's just see. We'll see.
If you're trolling me.
Oh, don't jump off.
Grub, stop talking.
No, I can't watch him jump off. I can't watch him jump off. Please don't do that. That's not what we're saying.
Stop talking.
Okay.
All right, I got focus up. Wait,
Holy shit! Please don't do that though.
Why am I here?
Jesus Christ.
Because I didn't get. Where am I? Is it right? Is it?
Jan says, Mike, our weekly meeting depends on you finishing this.
just had to look at my phone to remember whether or not cell phones still had buttons on the front of them.
Answer's no.
The answer is no.
You can get them though that way, custom made. Not custom made, but you know, there are some people that.
Look, different things for different people.
Yep.
That's a good move there. If you can like shoot the ice ball and then run with it, they seem to be unable to block it for some reason that way.
Panda Express any good?
It's like a food court thing. I don't know.
Never had it.
They're relatively cheap. So,
It's like fast food.
fast food
Chinese
Chinese
food.
food. I'm gonna give it a try.
What the fuck is going on with Microsoft Paint right now?
You're good at video games. You're gonna be fine.
It was yeah, maybe the most bullshit thing, the most bullshit game I've ever seen. Nah, I mean, Lexi's right. This is a skill-based game.
I mean, it is by definition.
Some other factors at play I might suggest. We're gonna get a sweet live action cutscene if we beat this at least finally. It's been a while.
Oh, yeah.
Because we're in this game.
Yeah.
I hate it. I hate looking at these jumps.
They feel
I
terrible.
literally look away. I look away.
Yeah. For real. I'm just gonna look at chat instead. Hi guys.
For what?
I'm gonna look at chat instead. I'm just gonna say hi to chat.
But for
real.
For what?
For real.
For shoot, you mean?
I was like, what's the problem? Oh.
No, I get it. Okay. I forgot all your weird slang.
The jump just didn't come out there. The jump just didn't come out. I pushed the button. These psychopaths up his jump. Fucking psychopaths. In a game where you have to do so many diagonal jumps.
It's your main mode of locomotion.
There had to be somebody who's like, maybe we should actually just have a jump button this time. Somebody's like, you sound like a fucking asshole.
They got fired. Yeah.
Don't be a coward.
I don't know. We have the continue. We're getting, to be clear, we're getting to Fujin one more time.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Fucking asshole. We're gonna try this. What are we gonna do apparently?
I feel like you're not pressing it fast enough.
Yeah. I feel like you barely see Quan Chi in this game. Why didn't you dress as Sub-Zero?
Yeah, I don't know.
It's a good question, Dad. Is Quan Chi in this game anymore?
Choice to dress up as.
I did run a poll and I said, should I tell him? And 75 to 15, yes.
No.
76 to 15.
No.
My food is on its not on its way, but in the process of being on its way. In the process of being prepared.
Document this and show it to us, and we'll review.
Back to the games, yeah. Let me check on my dogs.
If you beat Fujin again this time, Mike, I'm gonna give you the hint that you'll figure it out.
Yeah, my
We're
dog.
gonna get there.
Grub, you sent it to me.
My dog's at.
You sent it to
My
me.
dog's at.
The hint. Let me see what you're wanting to tell him.
Do you know what to do, Dan?
No.
Dan, if you knew what he had to do.
Dude, give me the.
He
send
did,
me the
sir.
name of
Well,
this-
told me to get
I'm
it.
getting there.
You knew what he had to do. We're almost there.
Alright.
I think you just have to. Oh yeah, that's.
What do you think is the most urgent next thing to do? Should we like
Well,
It absolutely is.
I think we get in and test and see if we want to make it a turn-based game or everybody
maybe I have some.
or something. Everyone pulls everything out at the same time and plays as a game. I still think is the And also, and then getting the assets in, that you know, that we could also test to see like what we can come up with the assets we have.
Do we have a working text
generator for captions and bubbles and
So
stuff?
yeah, that I could do that. That won't take long.
Okay, I'll leave that to you. Then the only other thing I could think of that is hard is like the renderer thing, where we render 3 separate cameras and then only like literally lock stickers to like a camera so that you don't get overlapping like something that's in on the side of one sticker of one panel overlapping into the other panel. Because right now that's really what it is.
I'm not sure how these icons will read, but
Yeah, okay, okay. I know you're bored.
Jeff, thank you. Dan, I think I might have to physically hurt you the next time I see you. I think I might have to like not a punch, that being said, but maybe a slap. Perhaps a slap. Hold it in. That is the most.
I'm a man with dignity and respect.
I looked at the video. It's the most insane fucking thing I've ever seen.
That is.
I want to take a gun and shoot this game.
That is absolutely criminal.
Apparently, there is a QA lead from NetherRealm that has posted online. What did it say? I cannot wait for him to finally beat Fujin and then experience the absolute bullshit afterward. I hope no one would have been in on the solution for a while. In a game full of that no one lets you
Look,
on. So,
I'm
you know,
dying to it.
I guess it's Mike. I guess it's just Mike not respecting developers. I guess that's it.
Yeah, fine. I don't respect developers. I don't respect this game. Oh, this is insane. What were they thinking? What were they thinking? Literally just, well, they won't know to do this. Wouldn't it be funny if they die no matter what? It seriously is the most you will die no matter what bullshit I've ever heard of in a fucking video game. That is insane. I'm sorry I ever defend this game. I'm sorry anybody ever defend this game. What's wrong with you? Get
Steph
help.
doesn't want to be involved. I tried to get Steph into the frame over here, and she shook her head no. She doesn't want to be involved in any of this.
I'm Mike Minotti. He's Jeff Grubb. He's Stan Reichert. Blood Club is done for this week. We'll see you next Wednesday. Bye, everybody.
Bye. All right, I'll rate somebody real quick. Let's see who's on. Jesus.
Oh, we got the bag. Oh my god. Like a Dreamweaver.
Dreamweaver?
Greenhouse.
Oh, Dreamweavers are in the bed.
Maybe the whistling fungus.
Yeah.
Or maybe not.
That's
what was
true.
the other sprig thing? Besides the sprig tree.
Also a false flower. What is that?
False flower too. Faint singing. Faint singing.
Ain't singing.
Audio.
Gotta be
Can you hear the
singing.
audio?
Yeah.
I wonder what happens if you play this game and get everything wrong. You let people like fall to their demise. I want to let you keep going.
Just ignore them.
It was sprig vines, but
Oh.
No, that's not.
I'm gonna go with the false flower.
False flower seems right.
Great job. Sounds like you repeat the day, it says magic tortoise, if you get too many things wrong. That would be a bummer.
It's below 60%. There's a dolphin in his house.
I bet that's a smart mouse.
Yeah.
He's got a smart mouse?
I think he's got
Yeah.
a smart house.
Algernon.
Oh no. Put him in the maze.
The smart mice are gathering forces.
Yeah, where's everybody? Oh, here we go.
Carol.
Hello, Supervisor Carol here. I noticed that you've been experiencing regular disruptive calls from a false caller with ulterior motives. This false caller shall no longer be a blight upon me.
Oh, is she a mouse?
Uh-oh.
Is she a smart mouse?
Are the mice bad? I thought the mice in the walls were good. Why would they hire a cat if they were mice? You know what I mean?
That's a good point. I don't know. Whiskers.
I bet she got maybe the mouse was talking and then she got it and then had to revert back to being a mouse. You know what I mean? But hence the squeaking.
I'm just sad that guy's dead. Just
No
enjoying
longer-
his antics.
Whatever, he's just been moused.
What?
I'll answer that.
Termites.
I saw this big, nasty thing fly in through the window, and I haven't been able to find it anywhere, but I think maybe
Sure.
Maybe do something more to house fire than just, you know.
Oh no!
Oh no!
Of all the times
We
for
have
this
no
to happen,
idea
Lamp
I literally have no idea.
Lamp sprite.
that they live in the lamps. They don't fly in.
Sure.
The lamp sprite. I saw a big
This may be
nasty
one
thing
we hadn't
flying through
read
the
or
window.
read much of.
Could it just be a bat?
A night wisp. I'll take a hint from the chat if it's one we haven't read yet.
It is one we haven't read yet.
I'm thinking night wisp or lamp sprite.
No, I don't think I could see being house fly, house fire. I know those are normal things, but this game doesn't like to do normal.
Chad seems
No.
to like lamp sprite.
You did say big nasty thing.
I'm gonna go
Bat?
lamp sprite, just because the
All right.
electrocution thing. Look, we had lamp sprites here. It was nasty. You don't want them.
Okay, good call.
Come on. I need to know.
Just kick the computer.
Give it to me.
It's not coming back, man.
Hi, Albert. It's a rose bush.
Yeah. A lot of stealing kids.
Oh, the root. Floor roots.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a floor root. That's totally the root.
Yeah, you got yourself some what was it called?
Yeah,
Floor root. Floor root.
Floor roots.
What you got here is a common case floor root. What you need to do is throw some
Alright,
balls down.
I need to take a minute.
After those instead of your daughter.
My back is starting to hurt from hunching over this tablet.
Hmm.
Strangling hazard,
Oh, I
not
didn't
like
think of
holes
yeah.
underneath the ground.
Well, it says grow upwards to the floor.
Alright, I have all the cursors, sprites in.
Yeah, but this one folds it into the ground.
I put everything I have in.
I think this is it.
Right on. Dave, how's your stuff coming?
If there's anything I have that we can just use.
To the hands, which should be quick. Quicker.
Yeah, it's like a lamp sprite. Okay. So we're looking for something that eats kids in the ground.
I still think it's the floor root.
I'm kind of with you. It's my number one so far.
There is a grapevine, yes. I don't think that's a puller though.
Full color bass that I did in photo, or I did in Illustrator for a card for my dad.
Says something else, you know?
Right on. Whatever, as long as it fits. Even if it doesn't fit, who cares? Throw it in there. Mr. Idea likes the idea. This is Mr. Idea, Jeff. See him down here in the corner?
Oh.
Mr.
Yes.
Idea spits out the ideas, and at the end, I think he should judge the ideas randomly.
Sounds good.
Marcus, look at these cursors and tell me if you have any notes.
They're awful. Hold on.
Less awful, please.
I like them. Very easy to figure out where everything's clicking in. I think it looks great. Good work.
Alright, well now I don't know what to do.
I'm trying to figure out if I can do this weird rendering trick. This one weird rendering trick. Make your penis look bigger.
We're not making that game anymore, Marcus. Jeff or Dave, actually, do you think you could put Mr. Ideas through a filter to make him look more, in line with the aesthetic? kind of like actually that he is terribly out of line with the aesthetic a little bit, but not if he's the only thing that is.
Should someone else? This is just an asset you pulled off the internet, right? I wonder if someone should take a crack at Mr. Ideas.
Yes, someone should. Honestly, I would say just throw a filter on him. Throw that comic filter on him and make him black and white.
Look, this isn't gonna be easy, but you can do this. I think we're getting 80%
So groovy.
today.
Yeah, I feel pretty good other than one of them.
Yeah. Floor tentacles. Floor vines.
No, that's the one I feel good about.
Oh, okay.
What don't you? I'm trying to remember even what we've done.
It's like one of the first ones I felt a little iffy on.
Yeah.
Republican. Okay.
This is the trash, like air, whatever it was, the trash cloud. You know what I'm talking about?
Garbage gnome or whatever it is.
No, well, maybe, but there is like the thing where it's like a horde of them.
All right, that's right. The word bubbles. That's what I need to do.
Let's see.
I'm feeling the horde.
Did anyone make a bunch of word bubbles? I have this one, but that's the only one I have currently.
Syringes, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
Okay, that sounds pretty good. It's gonna look like a garbage gnome, which sounds like something trash gnome that's outside in the trash, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
They like
I like
the
the horde.
garbage.
Yeah. Okay, you got the horde.
Horde.
The brood.
Starring Kirk Cameron
as the horde. As a piece of refuse. My house is on fire. You have a house.
Yeah, is there some kind of home security camera I can purchase from you guys? For the last few nights, we haven't gotten any sleep thanks to some punks outside with flashlights or something. Someone keeps flashing these bright lights through our windows at night, but I haven't been able to see who's doing it. I want to catch them on camera so I can finally bust these stupid teens for all they're worth.
For all their worth.
Stupid teens.
Lamp sprite. Night Wisp?
Could be a night wisp.
Bright
Yeah,
floating
bright
lights.
Yeah. Night
Look
wisp.
at this.
You got yourself a Night Wisp.
Yep.
Ignore them.
Yeah, you'll be good.
Can you listen to their whispers?
Oh, that's creepy. You don't want that.
I want to know what they're telling it
No.
to do.
Get bigger windows.
Hi, Patty.
Hi, Patty.
Portal.
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 Portal. Portal.
Portal.
Don't go in the
Portal.
portal. Please don't go in the portal. Cannot stress
Or
this
go
enough.
in the portal. What's the danger? It can introduce a wide
What
variety
does a
of
portal
dangers.
sound like?
You should be dealt with as soon as they
Strong
sleep.
desire
That's
to
right.
enter.
I mean, it kind of sounds kind of nice. Look, you got a portal, but I'm not gonna tell you not to go through it. You got termites.
It's nice over there.
Yeah. It seems like all
Look at
right.
that picture.
Yeah.
Look at that picture.
Go through the portal.
Yeah, this seems
I would
pleasant.
go there.
Yeah. You have bees. Now just go through the portal.
Mm-hmm. No bees on the other side of the portal.
But it's that soap thing.
Soap
Not the
sprite?
slug. is it?
Tentacles.
Tendricles. Does a soap sprite have tendricles?
I don't know.
Ooh. Yes, it does.
Man. Assuming bacteria and harmful microbes, I could get these those.
They also spread deadly diseases.
Oh, Fate Flu.
You win some, you lose some.
I don't really say anything about tentacles.
Yeah, or like going away when the lights go on. Or maybe they become a bar of soap when the light goes
There's
on.
some progress.
Imagine.
Learning. I've successfully mapped a new texture
Let's go look at something else.
to
Look for something with tentacles.
that panel.
Sure. Gross.
Right on.
That's a clean bathroom.
So I'm like copying the texture next door. Man, the render textures quality is kind of shit. I wonder if I can up the size of it to what's the size we're doing? 624.
Totally. Well, they can clog drains.
It was.
You have to put up with it. You can't do anything. You gotta put an egg by the toilet every night? Damn.
What about a
Yep,
pipe?
okay.
Hold on.
You're a good boy. I love ya. That looks about right.
That's not it.
642.
But like, see, so this gives us the effect we want. So now the goal is to figure out how to do it.
I feel like the soap picture had tentacles.
Yeah, I think I agree. Just looking through those sleeves. Yeah, I don't know. I can go with the soap thing.
You check
Yeah,
the
that
slug?
feels right.
Slug?
Oh, that's a stair slug. Never mind.
Yeah, I think soap's right.
Yeah, that's on stairs.
I see you, puppy. All right, I gotta take my dog out. He's going crazy here.
What's the sound like?
Maybe you have to poop again, or I think you're just being at this point unreasonable.
Yeah.
Chirpy.
You know what? You'll figure it out. Soap's right.
You seem
I'll
like a
be
bright
right
young man. You'll figure it out.
I'm sorry, it's a game jam.
You'll figure it out.
I know. We should be having all the puppy fun.
Yeah, we're the best.
Look at that. Look at that.
Did say check under the soap thing. All right. Should we do one more day?
Yeah.
Let's at least get into one more day, yeah.
Hold on for one more day. All right, we got a movie.
We have to watch the movie.
This is a long one. Buckle up.
I'm in. I'm going nowhere.
Hunter Peak is one of America's most dangerous yet rewarding hiking location. Is this Abby, you remember when we talked about this with Austin on the Never Been a Better podcast? Is this like one of those like back rooms? Is this like a back rooms game or something? Were you there on that Never Been a Better podcast?
Yeah, but I feel like I also didn't really know the whole backrooms, liminal spaces thing.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm not as hip to all that stuff anymore. I'm getting old.
Getting
Not as
old.
online.
Skibbity Toilet. Is it Skibbity Toilet the game?
Skibbity toilet.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
I always do. Broadsword. This is a long video.
I feel like something is going to crop out of this that is unexpected. I like this fake Allman Brothers.
Gotta run. appreciating the scenery. I do. I like that somebody just hopefully filmed this on some nice vacation.
Can you just like shoot in a national park for commercial purposes? I guess you can.
Hey man, you pay for it.
Depends.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
I don't know if you could take your shoes off in a national park though. They better, when you exit, that music better just kick right back up.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, very good.
They know what they're doing. Worth it.
Mm-hmm. Smart mice. All right. Check our inbox.
What's Carol got to say today?
Mike! You think Mike is like short for mouse?
Well,
Ooh, hag hide.
I don't need any more hair hide.
Haggling for deals.
Let's get in there. All right, we're gonna go a little bit further here, and then we're gonna wrap it up.
Take a couple calls.
Abby, we're probably gonna have a stream sometime for us to finish up all our FMV games. We'll finish Poe and Monroe, and we'll finish this one together.
Good.
Yeah.
This isn't really full motion video for the most part.
You're right.
With the exception of that one tape.
Yeah. Did you see that video?
Moment. Yeah. The cave.
I do like the idea of doing a let's finish all these games we're almost done with stream.
Park employee, lend thine ear once more. Supervisor Carol here again. I've updated thy permissions to grant thee access to all relevant household hazard information. Continue thy labors, employee. Soon thy time in the soil arriveth. Prepare thy body.
Yeah, look.
Oh my god.
All right. Is that everything? We got some autumn vines.
Maybe.
Yeah, she says that's everything
She
now.
said all relevant.
Some kind of animal has gotten into my cellar. I know
What is
it's
with this
down there.
portrait?
I can hear it flapping around sometimes when the house is quiet. Tell me, what to do to get rid of this thing? Because I think it's getting into all my Pinot Noirs and Chardonnays.
Oh, there was a wine thing.
Oh, there's
wasn't
a
there?
wine
Sprite.
thing.
There's a wine sprite.
Stupid thing is probably getting loaded.
Please hold.
Wine
Wine
sprite.
sprite. Gotta be a wine sprite, right?
Yeah. Winged. Or no, not winged. Either way, yeah.
Okay, we're going wine sprite. Warlock.
Oh, Warlock Remnant.
Yeah.
Oh God.
Former warlocks. Okay. Hostile warning whisper.
Figures. A troll. Whoop. What? I have all the. Oh, the leaking. What? Finally, wood secretions.
Once my food gets here, I'll probably also take a break and eat.
Wood secretions.
Right on.
Drip from wood materials. Yes.
We've been waiting for this.
Oh my gosh.
Oh yeah, kids like the smell too.
You wouldn't give us wood secretions if you weren't going to act on it at some point.
Nailing it.
That's a troll.
Okay, that's a 12-foot tall troll.
That's the guy in your Twitter mentions.
It's a troll.
Outside, something is moving around in the trees, and I can never get a good look at them, but I know they're out there. I've seen their eyes. I don't know who they are, but the police were no help. They just asked me stupid questions like if I mowed my lawn recently or if I ate fruit in public or something, and told me to call you, hoping you'll be more helpful.
Oh boy.
The fruit. I'm interested in what that means.
Okay.
I think it's a troll.
What was that?
Something's watching them outside, right?
Yeah.
Friggin'.
Can I see the rest of the text from your call?
Foul smells. Okay, I don't think that's it.
I mowed my lawn recently, or if I ate fruit in public.
Sprig tree.
Do not eat any wild fruit or vegetable that may grow on your property.
Yeah.
Maybe it's this.
Could be this. Right?
Yeah.
He didn't say anything about vine growth. He did say the mowing the lawn, though.
Yeah.
Probably. Mowed my lawn
Feels
recently.
possible.
Yeah, let's go with it.
What if they mowed over some vines or something?
What was this? Spriggin?
Friggin'.
Spriggin. All right.
Homie, do not touch that shit.
We got
Let's do one more and
one
then
more.
call it.
Yes.
And then we'll play the last 15 minutes at some other time.
Of this in Pone Monroe.
Yeah.
Yes.
My brother told me to call this number, but I don't know why. Things have never been better around here.
Oh, that's the
My brother says he doesn't like the way the leaves move.
sprig
The
vines,
vines,
The way
right?
they grow around the house
Yeah.
like a warm embrace. Things are good here, brother. Things are good.
Oh no.
I should tell my brother that
Jay, things are most certainly not good.
Things seem pretty good. What's that?
Apparently, we repeat this day if we don't finish it.
Okay.
That's fine.
It's okay.
We haven't gotten up to it anyway. Doesn't say anything about. Oh wait.
Yeah, we need somebody who's like.
She's like drunk
Seems to
on
love
this.
them. What's this sprig tree?
But don't sprigs
When you turn into a
like
tree?
people? Or
Yeah, this thing, it turns into people.
Weasling? Maybe it's weasling?
Because it said the sprig that made them. That's confusing. I don't know.
Mm-hmm. There was something.
There's a puka.
Oh no!
That's a new one. Oh no!
Okay.
Replace dogs and cats.
Please do not replace my cat.
Leprechaun.
As well as parallelism.
Immense dread. Then we got the opposite. The bed hag.
Autumn
busy, light, heavy, or blissful?
Blissful. It's
All right.
fun.
You've got
That's
autumn
our one.
vines, and we are calling it there. We did it. I sent it. We'll remember
Nice
all
job.
those for next time. All right. Thanks, everybody, for joining us. Thank you, Brad. Thank you, Alex. Abby, we're going to get you out of here. Go on with the rest of your very normal life. See everybody. Thanks, Abby, for joining us again. We'll come back. We'll have like a wrap-up stream for everything at some point.
Yeah, I would love that. Thanks for having me.
All right. See you, everyone. Bye.
Bye.
For a little, I guess we'll go GB Plays. I don't know what this is. This is going to be Tale of the Grub. It's Tale of the Grub. I am going to play a video game from a long time ago called Tale of the Sun. Dan Reichert, a big fan of this game to my understanding, has played it multiple times, enjoys it. I've only ever known this game as a game that got a very low score in EGM. I keep meaning to find the actual review so we can read it. Maybe we'll be able to do that this
I
episode.
can look for it. Here's a beauty part of this game. There's going to be some downtime. This is the next. Think of this as like a strand game. So we're going to get to chat. I can look things up. So remind me later on. I can try to find the old review for sure.
Okay. All right. Sounds good. All right. I have the game queued up, ready to go. Should I just hit the power button here on my PlayStation so that we can see the intro?
Yeah, let's do that.
All right. Let's go do that.
It's on the chat. They said the creator of this said he wanted to make an anti-Mario game. So that's what this is.
Okay. I mean, what? I can't even begin to understand how that is going to like manifest on the screen. I'm very excited to see it.
I'm telling you, this game kicks ass. I mean it.
Okay. All right. Let me know if you guys need more game juice here. You guys just had the PlayStation intro. I think we're going to get a video montage here to kick us off.
It's that wild, pure, simple life, Grub.
Okay. Yeah. Sony Computer Entertainment America. First party game. Okay.
This might be the first roguelite.
Well, no.
No, I know. Rogue. Yes. But it was way ahead of the curve. Yeah.
Listen, I'm just a big fan of Art Dink. Everything Art Dink touches.
Wild, pure, simple life.
Wild, pure,
they also
simple
made
life.
Aquanauts Holiday for the PlayStation 1. I think they're still around. Art Dink?
Art Dink and Wild, Pure, Simple Life still out there kicking around making cave paintings.
Hashtag Wild, Pure, Simple Life.
Trademark. You can't steal that.
I want to say it, though. I can say it.
Okay, fair enough. All right, so I'll look at the option screen. Attack, eat, throw, jump, take, eat, throw on the triangle, and run on the square. So far, I gotta say, sounds exactly like a Mario game.
Well, it's not. I'll tell you that. Game level? Boy, what options are there? I assume I played on normal when I played it?
It does default to easy. I am happy to go to normal.
Like a Dreamweaver.
For a little, I guess we'll go GB Plays. I don't know what this is. Welcome to another episode of Tale of the Grub, or Grub of the Sun. We're going to be walking on sunshine right into the horizon looking for cheese animals. I'm going to kill me a whole bunch of cheese animals as Mitch Cavetoe, who is our latest generation of caveman.
What if you befriended the cheese creatures?
All right. I mean, listen, we have to do eye for an eye first, and then once we get at least one generation of murder on our hands, then I'll consider friendship.
Have you not killed one yet?
I don't think I've killed a cheese. I haven't killed a cheese pig. That's the primary villain of our story right now.
You killed numerous cheese birds, right?
They might have been. We haven't killed pizza birds. Pizza birds are basically a dime a dozen these days. But I don't know how many cheese birds I've killed.
Now, confirm to me this is Mitch Cavetoe we're looking at right now.
This is Mitch Cavetoe. Yes, this is who we left off. We selected Mitch Cavetoe, and that's who we are. Yeah, that's exactly who we have right now.
Okay, and this is his first steps we're seeing here, right?
But yes, we have not gone anywhere with him yet. Oh, hang on. Let's kill Pizza Bird. Pizza Bird.
There you go. Mitch.
Back here.
If Mitch is immediately killed by a pizza bird, it would be amazing. Is Mitch in the chat? Do we have Mitch?
I don't know what he's doing.
By the way, yeah, without me walking here, your guy cannot go. So we have connected it through a very complicated parsec situation. Empowering Mitch Cavetoe. It's like a Pacific Rim situation.
That's right. That's how it works.
Yes.
We're no, don't. I don't want to return yet. Let's just eat that. Oh, I went to yes. Never mind. All right, Mitch Tokato feeding the tribe.
Wow.
Would
you consider on this? Would you say Mitch, Shoot Mitch, is a selfless human being?
No.
Do you want to, in post, do you want to make it seem like you thought about that longer before you said it?
Yeah. In post, could you guys edit that so it looks like I thought?
We'll use a different take here. Okay.
Yeah, okay.
Trev, do you think like Mitch? Do you think like Shoot Mitch is a selfless person?
I don't know. Sometimes.
Okay, we'll use that take. Okay.
Okay, great. Thanks.
Yeah, we got it.
Thanks.
We're
Appreciate
good. Okay.
that.
Excellent. Yeah.
Yeah. Gotta keep it up. Oh, look at him sleepy. He's all sleepy.
All right, where should I put these things?
There's a an
You have
asset
the
to the folder called PNG something or other.
So I have to be part of the
Yeah, you have
Git
to
thing.
be on the gate. Yep.
I was out there for a while. We had two
Here, I'll run it down. I got the doc.
Oh, you got the doc. Fantastic.
We had Grug, Dark Bacalar.
I might need another invite.
Cave Jan.
The last one.
Butthole Eyes. Forgot about that.
Okay, I think Marcus might be the only one who can invite you. He said he was going to eat quick.
Oh wait. Accept, actually.
Cave at the Tokyo Dome. 6-star. 6-star caveman. And coming in with 1 star is Lucy.
All right. How do I get this on my?
Butthole eyes just came up short, huh?
Yeah. Well, you drowned like pretty quickly.
Right. That's right. Yes. Oh shit! A bird.
Mitch.
It's a bird. Yeah. Hey, Chad, just let us know as long as the audio's good. I think the game might be a little loud, a little quiet. Tell me, and I'll adjust things. Okay. Yum yum. All right, great. Al Butthole Eyes, I don't think was Sean. We'll make Sean eventually. We'll get there.
Yeah, Al Butthole Eyes was just a bespoke character.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. That was an OC.
There's a non-zero chance that I just completely eat shit during the stream. I've been playing. We can say that. Well, I've been playing a game that we can talk about soon.
How do I get my GitHub to know that I have been invited to this thing?
So go to you have the desktop app.
Yeah.
I think you go to your repo thing at the top, go to add, and then clone repository, and you should see it like under Mark,
Okay.
once Marcus has shared with you.
2024. Clone.
Yeah, my equilibrium gets all fucked up, and then I really almost eat shit pretty bad.
Fetch.
You still doing your kettlebells?
Yeah, absolutely. Kettlebells and now a big old dumbbell, or I'm sorry, barbell.
Oh, doing barbells. What are you doing? Deadlifts or bench press?
Deadlifts and squats. Yep, absolutely.
Do I have to open this in Unity, or can I just dump into the folder from?
Just dump it in.
GitHub?
And I'll mess with it. Dump it in and push.
Yeah, your spinal cord.
Your spinal cord.
Oh, look at that. Snow.
Well, no, I have a conflict.
Well, I do love that Mitch Tolkato was born with just 4 flames, and others had like long stretches before the flames even showed up.
Yep. Yeah, he's a sleepy boy. This is him before the CPAP machine.
Is he? Do you find that Mitch tends to sleep more or less than your average person?
More. Yeah. He would because he like sleeps till like 11 a.m. A lot of days because he works on West Coast time. So.
Oh God, I do notice that he's a fellow late night streamer.
Yes. Late night streamer for sure. What is this music? Very funky.
Sassy, I like this.
Oh my God, this could just be a music video. This got Phil Collins music video right here.
This is a Beck music video in 1998.
Yeah.
Sliding down a mountain. Mitch, you gotta wake up.
Mitch, oh no.
Face
Wake
first
up.
on the
Wake
rocks.
up. Wake up.
Jesus,
Wake
Mitch,
up.
Your face is gonna be fucked.
Wake up.
Oh.
Oh no,
Mitch
buddy.
Have any achievements yet?
No.
No. Mitch has done nothing so far.
Yeah.
Yeah, nothing. Okay. He'll do just fine.
get some blue
We
legs.
confirmed that Shoot Mitch has never been in an actual fight, right?
Yes, definitely never been in a fight.
Okay. I have
So,
more
so
in
when you
common
guys
with
fight, it'll be the first person either of you have fought.
I mean it. I think he would win.
Yeah, probably.
I just don't think I have the instincts or the he could throw some weight behind some punches. I think he'd be a strong guy.
Yeah,
I think I would just things shattering, forearms would be splintering. What the fuck? Okay, that's a demon, right?
Yeah, demon deer. Yeah, lava deer. Ramming speed. Man, this is just like Pokemon. Someone should sue this company.
Are there lawsuits?
Nah, I don't.
Oh.
People are expecting the Pokemon company to do something about that Pal World game, but we'll see.
They have to pay legal fees and stuff. I don't think the Pokemon company has enough money.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Anyway, they hate.
As a legal expert, do you think they'd have a case?
That it would be tough. It would be really tough for them to prove that their assets were used in the game, unless you never know. Like in Discovery, they could be like, "Hey, copy these designs and change this and this." I mean, even that though, if they changed enough, they could probably still get away with it. So no, it'd be really tough for the Pokemon company to prove it.
I think I basically have a law degree now because I finished Better Call Saul yesterday. So I pretty much get how it works. So I know all about Discovery and all that. So
Totally. Yeah, you're good.
Yeah. If Nintendo needs me to represent them in court, I can.
One of the best trial lawyers I know, Dan Reichert, everybody.
I do think if I ever went to court for anything, I would represent myself.
Oh, of course.
I think that'd be the smart thing for me.
Now, okay. I think we're in Canada because there was snow. There's these red maple leaves. There's another human being. Should Mitch Tokapto kill a Canadian?
I don't think you even get edible meat out of that.
No.
So I don't think. I would say let the man live.
Let the man live. Okay. Can we do anything else with them?
Are there buttons that aren't hit with stick?
No. There's this. There's jump. Oh, I guess I could try to pick him up. No, that's not working.
Oh, he's got those fucked up eyes.
Yeah, he's got the fucked up eyes. You know Mitch Tokapto hates that.
Maple leaf and turn into Jeff Ackler. I associate him with Canada just because he likes hockey.
Sure, that's how it works.
And he's kind of like, he's not far from there.
No, he's basically Canadian.
Yeah, I bet he could be there in like an hour.
Yeah. New Jersey to Canada, about 45 minutes.
I realize now that I'm in the Midwest again, I'm pretty quick to a lot of places now. It's easier to get to airports and stuff. I want to start doing more weird stuff with fly to Chicago or Detroit or something. Yeah. If you're ever looking to get some folks together, if Mitch and you are looking to do some wrestling or anything, I'm not against flying out to a fun show.
All right, sounds good. Yeah, I mean, is SummerSlam happening in Cleveland? Something's happening in Cleveland, I thought.
There's a rumor about SummerSlam in Ohio. I remember because it was described as a shocking location. Ooh,
all right.
You wrapped some twine around that thing.
Yeah, just discovered knitting.
Nice. That looked like a sea man. That was a fish with a human face on it.
Yeah.
Okay. So cultural level is twine bone now.
Twine bone cultural level. And now we're going to torpedo to the...
Jeez, that jump is incredible.
It's really good.
Nikki asked how much I walk a day. I try to get 10,000 a day. During the winter right now, it's much harder to get outside, which is why I got this during the summer, I can get a lot more than 10,000.
Do we think the game's supposed to be running at 15 frames per second?
Maybe crank down some of that internal resolution, maybe?
Yeah, I don't think that's going to make a difference. I think that's just what the game does. Let's see here. Windows is that going to help there? No, it's still 12 frames per second.
Not many. I mean, I don't remember it being silky smooth when I played it. You know?
No, yeah, I think this is kind of like...
All right, I got my things in.
I think I remember it this last time. I'm just like kind of noticing this time.
Right on.
Yeah, reviews mentioned a bad frame rate.
Yep,
okay.
Yep.
All right, good to know. I'm going to make it...
I just uploaded them directly to the website version. That's hopefully that works.
As long as you pushed and it said you push, you should be fine.
I committed. I said commit.
Need to push. Committing is just doing it on your.
Will that do it? Well, I'm doing it on the website though. Could I push from the website?
I
'Cause
don't
I can
know.
find like where to drag the folders in on the desktop hub.
I can't do anything right now, or I can, but I have a conflict that I don't. I mean, it should be simple enough to resolve. How bad could it be? What? Unable to push commits to branch because there are commits on the remote. They're not present on your local branch. Fetch. Okay, yeah, fetch. Got so much going on. Pushing it all through. Let's fucking send it. I love that Mike says send it now. I'm gonna start saying it. Although, like, using it how I'm using it now is like a misuse of what it is, though. Like, it's meant to, I'm literally sending something, which really meant to be like, fuck it, let's do this before you do something. Fuck it, let's go.
Yeah, I mean, listen, if there was something to do, yeah. Where do you want me to do? If there's something, if there's an idea of like where I should go.
I got a plan. Let's make it so Mitch Tolkato does the most important thing anyone has done in this lineage so far, and that's kill the first mammoth.
I've been drinking. And, not much, but I've been drinking all day. And, working on a game in Unity. And I have not gotten frustrated enough to vape again yet. I'm on like a month and a half of not vaping but that's because I'm on like a month and a half of not drinking.
That's good.
Will I make it through the night though? It's only 9:45. In the sense of like, whenever I drink, I want to smoke so bad. But we're just gonna keep doing nicotine gum. I'm gonna ignore all the sores that it's causing in my mouth. Push through.
Yeah, if you're watching, just let us know the price. Like could we just have him like film it on his phone in a closet?
And then we could do like really shitty keyframe, like green screen type stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, that might make it funnier. Yeah. Think he has a phone with a camera?
He probably has an assistant that has a phone with a camera.
Yeah. All right. So 10K phone video wherever he's at right now. Doesn't have to like get up. I'd like him to put on a suit.
Sure. That's why the closet, Sean, because that's where the suits are. Next, that's good for the audio, right? It's just.
Chat says, is he on Cameo?
If he's on Cameo, we could just do this.
Let's just we'll get George Santos to do it.
Don't make me want that. Don't make me want that. I kind of want that.
He is on Cameo for $689.
Of course he is. Oh, wait, he is?
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Oh, man. You think we just wrote
Alright, where is all your guys' sprites and stuff?
In assets, whatever PNG thing it's called.
Sprite PNGs, you have characters, okay. These are Dave's, right? Are these Dave's or Jeff's? I honestly cannot tell. They're so small. Those are
I have.
Dave's.
They're like three. I put them in three different things. There's like eyebrows, hats, mouths, and props or something. That's four different things.
No, I did not. That's great.
And he read it verbatim, but he pronounced Suge Knight like Suge Knight. Like it was so stupid.
That rules. Love Suge Knight.
God, $689. And we just get the footage, and then Jan or Sean could cut up, use some of this gameplay footage.
Right.
Put Brian Cox on.
Put Brian Cox in front of it.
Holy shit.
Dan's going to the past.
Bacalar, we're expensing $689 for a Brian Cox cameo. Just heads up. So
Yeah,
keep
just
an eye
letting you
out for
know.
that.
Just FYI.
Yeah, just want to let you know, Bacalar.
Oh shit.
Yeah, Bacalar, it's $689. We could get. I would write the script for Brian Cox to read about the Tale of the Sun lineage here. We'd cut it together, air it for the next episode. Bacalar, thumbs up. I'll order it right now.
Backlar does say that's all it is, so
I think that is legally binding.
that is
corporate speak
yeah,
for
right. That is confirmation.
You might as well say expense approved.
Yeah.
Can't use it for content, I don't think. Oh yeah, the cameo.
You would be able to use it for commercial purposes, but we would just tell him we're cool, and he would be down.
Damn. We have a decent amount of shit. Good job, you guys.
Thanks.
Thank God I can change the settings on these as a group, actually, because there's a lot of it.
That's what Brian Cox needs. Oh yeah.
I bet a lot of old people stop drinking and start smoking weed.
Right, that's probably a good idea if you're old.
Yeah.
Right, it's a good idea if you're
healthier
any
at
age.
any age.
Yeah.
I think about that a lot. I think if it agreed with me more, I think I would probably just like largely would go towards weed instead of alcohol.
Right.
It's objectively healthier.
Oh man, I've been lost in the grog desert for many days.
That's one of the liquor things.
Yeah,
right?
it's one of the sloth lizards. Down to 2 flames.
I don't think I've seen any way to actually get more flames.
Yeah, I don't know. It's you have to drink adrenochrome. Actually, got to steal the youth from.
Freeze your head.
Yeah, freeze your head. That's how you get your flame
Freeze your
back.
head. Seriously, that's the cheat code.
Always wick. Okay, I've just been running south for a really long time. There is a map, right, in the instruction booklet?
That's correct. Yes.
Should I look at that?
I mean, it's in the instructions, so I think it's fair game. Chat, does anyone know of a place online we could link to it so Grub could pull it up in a tab? I think that's fully fair game. I had it here the other day, but then I packed it up again and put it back on the archives.
Oh, goodness. Come on, Mitch Tolcavto.
Gonna have 2 drown in a row. There are weird discoveries around the map that I don't know exactly what they do. But yeah, there is stuff to find. I think it is hinted at on the map.
Ooh.
What the fuck is that? I've never seen that.
It's a square hole in the ground.
Okay.
Camera does not like it. Is this just...
Fuck?
Just... What? This is it? I got so excited.
That is pretty exciting. Someone found the Japanese manual. I wonder if that has the map. Oh, that seems like absolutely nothing.
Yeah, that's really nothing. Wait.
Wait, is that another one?
All right.
ever the like go in there and chop someone to death and chop exchange guy ever?
I think Mitch Tolkato isn't long for this world.
God, Mitch, do something with your life.
Yeah.
Come on. We only get one trip around the sun here. Come
Buddy,
on.
come on.
Wait, one trip around the sun? That doesn't make sense, right? One trip around
You
the sun
definitely
is
get
1
more
year.
than one trip around the sun. In fact,
Why is that a phrase then?
I don't
Mitch,
think is it?
Wow, Mitch sucked.
Is it a
only one
phrase?
trip around the sun? I think it is.
Dan, I don't think I've ever heard that before.
Isn't it one trip on the monkey bars? What's the?
Well, yeah, it's definitely one trip on the monkey bars. There's one life to live.
Yeah, I know that, but I think there's like, oh, there's a more flowery way to say it. Like, oh, we only get one trip around the sun, but that would mean a year.
Yeah, we don't get one trip around the sun like that.
Why do people say that?
They don't.
All right, so Mitch, hang on. Mitch sucked ass.
Mitch was real bad.
Let me see. Yep, cause of death, sleeping LMAO. And I will report in as soon as I see the official Meltzer rating.
Sure.
The Nikki Meltzer rating. I'm keeping an eye on it. I will make sure everyone knows. This is like waiting for the fast overnight ratings for Dynamite and Raw.
Of course.
I'll let you know as soon as it comes in. Wait, I fucking love wrestling so much. There's nothing more boring than talking about wrestling ratings.
Oh,
I
yeah.
don't give a shit.
Like it's interesting. Like 25 years ago, when it's like, oh wow, this is like a new record, and it's like doing better than all these other things. Did better in football, and then now it hasn't been interesting in decades.
Yeah, and the numbers don't even mean as much anymore because the whole share thing is totally different. It's so fucking boring and WWE versus AEW bullshit. I hate that shit. They're dorks. Anyway, the rating is in. Mitch Tolkato, -1 star.
Oh shit!
Oh no!
Oh, that's rough
he
for
fell
Mitch
asleep and
Tolkato.
died. Oh no!
Well, listen, it's a pleasant way to go. This is Dark Bacalar 2.
Oh, Dark Bacalar 2. Is it Roman numeral or
Roman numeral,
American style?
Roman numeral. I'm open to subtitles.
Oh, okay. Dark Bacalar 2. I already had cruise control for Steve
It could be the search for Curly's gold.
Yeah, Dark Bacalar 2. Or is it Quest or Search?
I can't. Quest or Search. One of those. Yeah, I can't remember.
Let's see.
Already pretty sleepy.
Wow. Dark Bacalar 2. -1 star.
Oh, the legend
of Curly's Gold.
Okay, great. Dark Bacalar 2, The Legend of Curly's Gold.
Okay, colon, The Legend of Curly's Gold.
Yeah.
All right. We have to say the full name every time.
360 no scope.
That's for 3. That's 360. Dark Bacalar 360. Monkeys ain't mammoths.
I've still never seen a mammoth.
How are you going to get to the damn sun?
Don't know.
I will tell you what you're doing now is actually very useful because when you do find a mammoth, you will at least have good weapons.
Right, yeah, I figure I want to be... Oh,
wow. Mitch did not propagate at all.
No.
Dark Bacalar 2, The Legend of Curly's Gold.
Just
going to town right away.
Immediately getting it in. All right.
Oh, geez, Dark Bacalar 2, The Legend of Curly's Gold. My goodness.
God. Learning, looks like the Jersey Shore out here. What is going on?
Oh, my God. Is this what Devil's games are like?
Yeah.
Jeez. Wow.
I think this is a new kind of pickup hockey they're playing here, I think.
These are new ones you can choose from, I think.
I'm very excited.
Good Lord. Got busy. Jesus.
The mini children of Dark Bacalar 2, The Legend of Curly's Gold. All right, well, good for you, Dark Bacalar.
All right. Did some work.
Let's go north.
Right here is where your ladder to the sun will be.
Really?
Yeah.
All right.
It is not going to get you there right now.
No, it's not getting me anywhere. It's just a flat plane.
All right. Dark Bacalar 2, The Legend of Curly's Gold has an opportunity for a legacy here of immediately having an orgy and then hunting the first mammoth.
All right, let's make it happen.
All right. Nope. That's not a devil hippo. That's what is that?
Looks like a pepperoni pizza bear is what it looked like.
Pepperoni
Has he eaten it all? Well, I mean, food.
We picked up a few things early on. I'll do some more. Eat some more of these sugar cookies or whatever they are.
Alright. Lexi says this game was playable on the PS3 somehow.
Yeah, wasn't it like available in the store as like a PS1 download or something?
This was? Crazy.
Thought so.
I half want to flirt with the idea of modding my PS3. I heard the Slim you can do, and it sounds like kind of a fun project.
To what end?
Well, just playing PS3 games easily.
Sure, okay. Oh, you mean like an HDMI mod? It has HDMI, right? Yeah, okay. So what?
No, I mean modding it so you can install games.
Oh, sure, of course. Yeah, do that. That can't be that hard these days.
Oh shit! Hold on, spear.
That's cool. Can I throw it?
Probably not, but it's gonna be stronger and bigger. That looks way longer.
Yeah, it does look way longer. All right, cool.
Yeah, I'll look into that PS3 situation.
Yeah.
I try to think of what I would actually play outside of like Metal Gear Solid 4.
I saw a shadow.
Oh, weird. Dave's guys, for some reason, are susceptible to being colored.
Oh.
That's a zebra deer.
We want to take advantage of that in any way.
Paisley deer.
I could make them a little more gray.
Can't see shit. Where to go?
I like it better this way, though. And they look best for it.
My brain is broken because when I hear the word Paisley, my first thought was like, oh right, the manager of the artist formerly known as Prince Ayukea.
No, I'm talking about the shirt.
You sure you're not talking about the artist formerly known as Prince Ayukea's manager in late era WCW?
I can't be positive, but I don't think so.
I've watched a lot of 2000, 2001 WCW in the last year or so.
Yeah, I saw that.
My God, it's bad.
Yeah, it looks rough.
It's absolutely terrible.
I was catching a lot of 97, 98 WCW, and then I stopped my rewatch. I should start it up again. I was having fun.
There's decent stuff in 97, 98. There's really good stuff in 97, 98.
Yeah, I was having a good time. Oh, he's sliding.
It's sliding in the right general direction, I think. Chat asking if the original PS3 was fully backwards compatible. It was that weird thing where it's like if you got the 60 gig launch version, any PS1 game would work. You just put it in. If you got like the 20 gig or some later models, it wouldn't be backwards compatible.
Right. This is a new mountain, by the way. Let's call it the Dark Bacalar 2 mountain.
Dark Bacalar 2: The Legend Curly's Gold Mountain.
Yes. I wish I could look down.
You kind of can.
Okay.
Oh, well, you're going down one way or another here.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Dave, how many characters did you pull in?
Fall damage.
Yeah, but I'm like afraid of him like sliding into the water and drowning.
That's true. I feel like that would wake me up if I fell down into the ocean.
Whoa.
Whoa.
Okay.
You think Mitch is going to beat Mitchologies on Wednesday?
I think he's gonna beat level 2. We'll see. I think he'll need one more after that.
Oh, sorry. Sean says launch did hardware back compat with PS2. Just after launch did software back compatible. All PS3s play PS1 games.
Yes, they all play PS1 games. That's right.
Okay. Got it. Later ones had no ability to play PS2 stuff.
Yes, that's right.
All right, that makes sense. This seems like the type of place a mammoth would hang out.
I agree. So far, I haven't seen anything, including food on the ground.
Good sign.
Yeah, I always love that. Why don't the mammoths move to where the food is? Okay, come on.
At a certain point, we will have to add a column to the dock of mammoths killed.
Sure.
Oh, okay. So
That point is now, because I believe in Dark Bacalar.
Oh, Boo Daniel did post an image of the map in the chat.
Okay.
Look here.
Right up here.
And you can zoom in pretty far too.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
Monkey skeleton. Body of an alien.
village. Okay.
Do you want to know generally where the mammoths are?
I mean, sure.
Snow, north.
Okay, well that's kind of where we're at a little bit.
I think you might be a little northeast.
Yeah, well, I'm very northeast, but I see that. Okay.
Somebody turn Mr. Ideas into a more cohesive image to go with our aesthetic. Whether it means redrawing him or just taking this image and putting a filter on top of it is also fine.
All right, give me a little bit. I will do that.
Thank you.
It's important that the truth about people is out there.
Yeah, he shouldn't be ashamed. He's got his thoughts.
Yeah, you're allowed to have your own opinions about things.
Yeah.
All right. Well, listen, he's out there. But again, I haven't seen food in a very long time.
Where's the mouse? Dave also made a mouse.
Not exactly the situation if you don't find food.
Yeah. But I feel a bit pot committed. Just keep going in this direction.
There he is.
If we super committed like 100% of our time and effort to it, we could do a feature where me and you climb Mount Everest and live?
Yeah. If we dedicated all our time to it, yeah.
Yeah, like if it was our full-time job, like I think
absolutely.
a year from now?
Yes. 100%. Now, I'm not saying 100% chance we live. I'm saying there's 100% chance there's a chance we could do it. Okay. Why won't you walk up that mountain?
Who would put money on us surviving?
You would put money on us, you said?
Yes.
Yeah, I would too.
If we had a year, and it was literally like you have no other duties to do.
Okay, he's going slow. I think he might be dying.
Prepare.
Yep, he's dying.
That's it. All right, Dark Backlar 2. All he did was propagate.
He propagated. He discovered a mountain.
He had an orgy and then drowned.
He had an orgy and then drowned, just the way Backlar wants to go in real life.
Jesus. All right, so we have 1 year. We got to get this approved expense-wise. We don't have to do anything else for anything. We don't have to worry about money. We don't have to worry about meetings. We don't have to do anything. The only meetings we do are working out with like certified instructors.
Right.
Like we are like living this. You know, we are going and working with the best in the world. And we have a year to get ourselves in physical shape, to get the knowledge needed, all that stuff, and we can do this.
All right. I like it. Let's go with 3C James.
Whoa, 3C James. All right.
Ken would die immediately of exposure.
To the cold? I live in Minnesota.
I've been exposed constantly, and I'm fine. I go outside, I'm like, yeah, very cold, and then I just don't die. Pretty easy.
I have a heated jacket. Fine.
USB powered heated jacket.
It is. It's used a little battery pack, but it's got a USB-C. Yeah. Wonder what that does.
Yeah, 3C Caves. Yeah, we'll go 3C Caves. There we go.
Okay. 3C Caves could really make up for that first loose. Wait, 3C Caves?
I don't know.
Okay, wait. It was 2C Caves. Yeah. 3C Caves can make up for the first one by being the first one to hunt the mammoth.
Sure. First one to even find a mammoth, I would give her pretty high props.
Speaking of Minnesota, I got a pond in the backyard I can see, and it was covered in snow. And then all of a sudden I woke up one day, and there was like a perfect square, like straight lines where it was like ice. There was no snow. And I was staring at this thing. I was like, "Bonk! Look at this! Like possible explanation is like I thought it was like a crop circle situation.
Sure.
How the fuck did this happen?" And then like a week later, I was worried about like all week. I was like, "What the fuck?"
Where's my pencil?
Perfect square. And then I look out my window not too long ago, and I saw a couple kids playing hockey on it.
Yep.
Like, oh.
There it goes.
Oh, okay.
Hockey explains everything.
Yeah.
All right, Mr. Ideas.
Aliens. So probably was still aliens, but
Right, they were young aliens.
Yeah, young aliens.
You want to give me one of those thingies? Yeah.
According to this map, there's like a small like land bridge I could take across to the north. And it's kind of just straight north of the village, so I think we're probably going to be okay. She doesn't have any flames showing yet, so I think that's a good sign.
Everything's lined up for 3C James to be a hero here.
Right.
People asking if I would listen to the Sherpas. Oh, I would 100% listen to the Sherpas. That's the thing. You surround yourself with smart people and you trust their opinions, you can do anything.
you like listen to your doctors and stuff, right?
100%. Doctors, scientists, anyone with a lab coat, basically. I'm like, you're smarter than me. I'll trust, Yeah, you got a stethoscope, I'll listen to whatever you say. So, yeah. I fully know where to back off and be like, all right, this person knows a lot more than me. I'm just going to trust their judgment.
Okay, walking up a sheer cliff. Still going up a mountain.
Probably good. That's way up there.
That's very up there.
Huh. To the left. Did you go straight up?
I went mostly straight up. Oh.
My gut is saying veer a little west, maybe?
Yeah, I'm gonna head back a little bit to the left.
Oh, your feet would get so fucked up here.
Okay, stop that. Whoa.
Oh my god. Chad says, so now we know the hitman disguise to get past Dan. Thin framed glasses and a single doctor tool. And a lab coat!
A lab coat's important.
Yeah.
Probably hard to get a stethoscope without a lab coat, though, so.
You gotta pass whatever the doctor bar is to get a lab coat.
Dr. Barr, yep.
What is the doctor bar? I know what the bar is. Because, knowing law from Better Call Saul.
I don't know. There's something like, don't nurses take like the LSATs or something? I don't know.
If I watch ER, I could be an expert in medicine, but I don't really watch ER.
And there's like so many episodes of Grey's Anatomy.
Yeah. What's a doctor show I would like?
This is like
I don't know if there is one. I've watched like 2 episodes of Scrubs and like 2 episodes of House, and I didn't like either of those.
No. House is fun. I like House. Oh, shit.
Okay. Oh, geez, that's probably not great. I don't think there's any doctor movie or anything I like. What's my favorite doctor thing?
The question we ask ourselves constantly. I think I went too far west now.
Doctor Who sucks.
I didn't see. Well, that's not exactly.
Well,
Lucy. 3C, wake up.
My grandpa was a medic in Korea, and I love him. Does that count?
No.
Oh, okay. Huh. Haven't seen MASH. Never saw Doogie Howser.
I did start watching MASH. That was a good show.
Yeah. Dr. Nick from Simpsons I like a lot.
This is one of the best looking games we've ever made, I think. It's going to be in the end. The guys killed it on the art, and you really the aesthetics between your guys' stuff that has been submitted, I feel like has never been so consistent as now.
Good.
Why the fuck have you seen MASH, Sean? Why do you know everything about every old game and then shows from the fucking 70s? Sean, settle down, all right? Jesus Christ. I thought I knew old stuff, like older than me. My dad's always very impressed when I know something about some old man that he likes.
All right. 3C, it's time to make something happen here.
I know quite where you are geographically. Well, we can use this mountain as a anchor for like if we find a good mammoth place, we'll know in relation to this mountain where it is.
Right. All right. So I'm going back east a little bit. Oh no. Uh-oh. She's running out of juice. I think we might have another death on her.
This would be a really bad rating for 3C. Wait, did 3C do anything?
It's not entirely their fault. There's no food up here.
Let me look at the doc. 3C has done nothing. Dark Tackler 2 Legend of Curly's Gold at least had an orgy.
Oh no.
Oh, this is bad.
Oh no. Maybe she'll eat some snow.
Just get some food.
I think this might be it for all 3C.
I feel like you're in a spot that could have actual food now.
Yeah, but there's my spirit coming. There's death.
God, that image of death. With that fucking wobbly JPEG.
Wobbly JPEGs. I do hope that's what death looks like, though.
You just see it coming.
My last vision is a wobbly JPEG. That would rule.
troll cave toad death. And tier list, I'll let you know when the Meltzer rating comes in. Look at this motley crew here.
Alright, that's all the props. Now I just need to do the face stuff.
Greasy Caves just has a 0. The number 0.
No stars at all. It's
The
like
only one that
no
doesn't have
set.
No, like Mitch Tolkato is hyphen star. Everyone else has positive stars. Greasy Caves has the number 0.
All right, we'll go with Nikki Caveson.
Nikki Caveson, all right.
All right.
There we go. You're good at this.
Yeah. Just throw cave in the middle of their name. It's pretty easy, Dan.
Oh, okay. Dan Bragg Cave.
Yeah.
Hey,
see?
there you go. Oh boy, this has been a rough run.
Yeah. Not much happening.
Here, feed the group while you're that close. I don't think you can now.
Now it's too late. Okay. There was another bird here. All right, so I'm gonna eat a lot before I go.
Alright, now what after props?
I'm gonna try to line it up so I'm walking basically straight north from our cave or from our village.
I feel immersed because I'm just looking outside and I think I keep seeing like
Hello?
like a bear or a dog.
Hello. Getting close here. I've nearly made all the prefabs. I haven't done the words on the text box. Yeah, though I'll do that
That's
one
fine, we
last.
can
And also,
just-
I don't even know if I'm gonna do. For now, I'm not even doing like you click on someone and their face. You know, it pre-populates a
default
face.
words,
I'm just gonna
yeah.
throw the face stuff in as props, as stickers for now.
Yeah.
I look up, but you're just like sideways in the corner, hunkering down.
Alright.
That was not good.
Oh boy.
Focus on the mission.
Focus on the mission, Dan.
I think there's animals running around outside of here. I legit thought there was a bear outside my window.
Sean, if Dan died on the treadmill, what would his Meltzer rating be?
Oh man, I ate a lot in my life. That would be the funniest possible.
Also, I'll make a bunch of different arrays that are like tied to the categories. So right now the category, well, really there should be just 3, I think. Props, characters, and attire. Attire should be all the hats and face and that stuff that Jeff made.
Mhm.
And then we can do like 3 different arrays. You know, it'll always pull something like 2 of each, right? It'll always pull 2 characters, 2 props, 2 things. Or maybe...
Alright, going north.
We can figure it out.
I'm like
I feel like people want to be able to pull more things, but maybe they have an opportunity to recycle or something, anything that's not in a panel.
Pink Salt Lake's still out there. Well, I would turn and look, but I know I just fall. I think the odds of that go up higher the longer I walk, so I'm just gonna look straight ahead.
Alright, it is daytime again. We're doing good. We got long stick, lots of food, and they're okay.
Flashing legs.
Right, okay, so there's water here.
Oh, what's that? Is this a bone?
Yeah.
Lake bone?
Lake bones. Oop. Okay. Yeah. Nikki will feast upon the flesh.
There we go. Oh man, all red.
All right, that's gonna charge us going into further into the north.
You know, Nikki's managing this Google sheet frequently. He created it, and I think it'd be great if they killed the first mammoth.
I agree. All right.
Ah, the art looks. I can't get over how good the art looks. Like this aesthetically looks so fucking good. We should do a full game in this aesthetic.
That'd be cool.
Okay, so this is important to note. The difference in terrain here.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Look at that.
That looks habitable. Is that a word?
So wait, which one looks habitable?
I think the more soft, snowy with trees and the gimmicks.
Yeah,
on
these
it,
trees are actually like growing. Yeah, some are.
John, thank you. All right, good, good. Around the sun. But not that. Curious to hear what it is. And maybe people say one more trip around the sun.
They definitely say that. That's like
Maybe that's what I'm
when you turn a year older, like, all right, one more trip around the sun.
That's probably what I'm thinking of.
That they do
you
say.
only get one.
No, because again, that would imply infant death.
So we've legit gone. Look, I know obviously the answer is yes, but when you think about it, it's crazy to think our corporeal bodies have gone around the goddamn sun in orbit like 40 times.
Yes, 40 times.
That's so much distance.
It's very long. Yes.
We're well-traveled folks.
Yeah, exactly.
God, that's crazy to think about.
Right. It's wild.
Man, flying around in space.
It's and then it's fun to think about like certain planets are like so close to their suns that they go around in like 20 days or something like that, and then others are so far away. Like Neptune takes what, like 40 years to go around the sun, something like that. It's like decades to go around once.
Oh, because it's so far away.
Yeah.
So if we we're doing the stream on Neptune, or if we just lived on Neptune, we would still be like relatively aging the same amount, right? We wouldn't live 40 times longer.
Oh yeah, definitely not. The changing gravity. Hey man, oh shit! The changing gravity would affect our relative age a little bit, but yeah. Okay,
this goes two ways. You can be the first to die by mammoth, or the first to hunt the mammoth.
Very angry at us. Okay, all right, Nikki Graveson.
Yes. Come on.
No, get away from me.
I'm about to fall off this. Oh no! That is still a mammoth. Incredibly important discovery still. Oh my goodness. Nikki, excellent work. Very important work.
He's not having it.
No, she's been in mood at night lately.
Oh.
Not at this point. Definitely not. We'll get it next time. I think you know what we need.
What do you need?
I think we some more 2 caves.
Some more 2 caves?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Some more 2 caves.
Okay. Appropriate. Got a lot to choose from here.
Yeah, well, that's all dark. What the hell?
There we go.
All right. All right, time to fill Mr. Ideas' head with all of his ideas.
No reference.
By dragging them one by one. I wish there was a way to mass drag these. Really, we probably should have figured out a way to have it randomly assigned, but then I'd need to track them to see which ones were used. Maybe Mr. Head can, or Mr. Ideas can do it.
All right, I reinstalled Goxler. That should be better. I don't know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna have to get something new, and nothing actually does everything I need it to do. So
That's the worst.
That's fun. That's great stuff. But that's the second time it's happened in like the last month or so. So gonna have to figure something there.
That's fun. Are we on the air?
Yes, Yes, we are on the air, live
Okay,
and hot.
I need to see your business there.
Yes, let me stream that to you. Share that. Okay, we're back. We are now officially back in business. Then you should see it. You see the pause screen.
I do.
All right.
Made of bones.
All right. Let's get moving. Actually,
Alrighty.
let's make sure the game audio is going through the right thing. I think that's actually what is broken still.
My key lights also aren't working, so it's fun when just everything you have never works.
Yep. It's a good time.
Yeah.
Those key lights are a
Oh, there
little
we
bit
go.
unreliable.
The ones without a fucking physical switch to just turn it on. So
Yep.
it's like when the fucking Wi-Fi shit doesn't work, which it never does, none of my shit works. It's great.
Yep. It's so stupid. All right, we're gonna have to restart this because I'm not getting any audio. I'm gonna save state.
Let's just get an old TV studio like the 50s.
Yeah, that's a good idea. People probably throw those things out sometimes. We can rebuild it like when Cosmo Kramer rebuilt the set of that studio in his apartment.
Oh, Merv Griffin show or whatever.
Yeah, where are the cameras? Saying what?
Yeah. Ben Hansen was over here this weekend, and we were watching that documentary on Albert Brooks. And they were showing footage of Albert Brooks' mom being a star in like the 40s or 50s. Wait, did I lose you?
You lost the game because I had to restart it.
Oh, okay. But anyway, the footage is like, it's one of those things where there's a stage and there's like a big ass staircase gimmick. And like, what is the deal with like old timey show business and just big ass, like elaborate staircases that stars walk down? You know?
I think they thought it looked really nice.
It does. It looks awesome.
Yeah, but I don't get why it became like that was like award shows. I think wasn't it even like a gag in like Lethal or a Naked Gun.
Naked Gun. Didn't he tumble down or something?
Yeah, tumbles down the stairs at like the Oscars or something.
Yeah. Okay. I've never once made a Family Guy reference because I don't like that show, but I do know the opening. They're coming down the big old timey staircase, like that type of thing.
Sure, exactly. All right. And again, make sure that we're yummy in terms of audio, everybody. All right, we are officially back now. The sun and the moon and the stars are still traveling extremely
I need
fast.
your gameplay.
Oh, that's right. Yes, I off that. There we go.
Thank you.
Yep.
All right, cool. Did I ever tell you my dad's ritual every night when he goes to bed with the Family Guy dance?
What?
At the beginning of the song, that na 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 na, like at the end of the song, he lays in bed on his back and he pushes his like pelvis up at the end there, and he rotates it around at the end, and then does that last. He like thrusts into the air, and then he just falls asleep.
What?
Every night of his life.
Like
That's
he
how
ends
his days.
He needs to do this to like fully fall asleep, or he just really likes it. What?
He is a creature of habit, so every single night he loads up Hulu, which shocking he's not paying for. I'm paying for that, and he does a little like pelvic thrust in tune to the Family Guy music, and then he immediately falls asleep.
Well, I mean, listen, your dad is a peculiar person, but I mean, listen, we all have our habits or things that stand out. I'm proud of him for being proud of himself.
Yeah, look, he's got an exciting life. Is what I'm trying to say.
Exactly. Yeah.
Coming.
Go north. We have some blood. But what we really need is 2 more 2 caves.
Now, chat says, I don't believe it, Dan. Loading up Hulu is too much of a to-do for Paul. No, I've taught him how to do it, and so he does it every single night until his remote loses battery, which happens frequently because he buys really cheap, shitty batteries. Yeah. And when the remote goes down, he always calls. He's like, my Hulu's not working. I was like, Dad, this happens every year. You just swap out the remote batteries, and it'll work. He goes, it's not a big deal. It's not a big deal. I'll wait till you're here. So he'll wait like 4 months until like Christmas for me to come home to swap out the batteries on his remote. And he'll be like, oh, thank God. Every night, this is my ritual. I wasn't able to do it for like 4 months. It's like, just swap the batteries out.
See, now, doesn't that sound like Paul, everybody? It definitely sounds like Paul to me.
Oh, my God.
Could he, like, he's afraid to pull up the YouTube version?
I don't know if he would trust doing that on his TV. I don't know if it's on YouTube. Like,
they're going to track
Family Guy episodes.
Yeah.
Well, he does that on his phone. Yeah, he'll pull up YouTube videos of Norm Macdonald compilations on his phone and fall asleep to that. So if I'm ever traveling with him and he doesn't like do the hotel TV thing, he just like will load up Norm compilations on his phone and fall asleep to that.
Sure.
Okay, I think you're in the spot. the spot. This is the ground.
This is where we were, I think. Yep.
By the way, everything died, and we didn't get to properly freak out about fucking Timur 3 caves head.
Yeah, Timur 2 caves. He's got a great head.
Jeez, that is fucking insane.
All right, all the fabs are in, and I've pushed. We can test the game.
God, look at that! What a beautiful video game.
Zoom in a little bit.
Oh, it looks pretty good. It looks pretty good.
Oh, you're doing it. Okay. I thought you were trying to like in game or something.
No. Yeah. All right. Let's go.
What in the Mario Paint hell are you doing here?
Wait, what the fuck's going on here? Why is there 2 canvases now? What is happening? Mr. Ideas is just full of problems. Like, what the fuck?
2 canvases? Shouldn't there not be any canvases?
Why can't I grab the king?
Does he have... why can't you grab the king? Can you not grab the turtle either?
Turtle's also hard to grab. I'd probably have to mess
It
with
must
their
be the
box
glider.
colliders.
Yeah. Gliders must be wonky. Just to go check them in the scene view.
What's going on with Mr. Ideas? Look, he has 2 numbers here now.
Yeah, I don't know how that happens. I mean, do you have that other script on there still? Or did it get it to
No,
go
should
like,
I mean
placed
unless
back on? Maybe because like if you save the scene and I save the same scene, it might just get added back on. Yeah.
No, it's
Yeah,
not
no,
on
that's
there.
all on you. Mr. Ideas, it's your idea, Chris.
Why would there be 2? Does it get created? Because I don't see another canvas. Or another text object. What the fuck? What the actual fuck?
Is it 50? Keep going. Keep opening. It's 40.
Oh, got
Yeah,
it.
it's
It's
just
wrapping.
big number.
Why is it that many things?
No, that's on you. I do like this aesthetic though. It does look nice. Alright. What am I doing? I need to finish the thing I'm working on. Finish this test to see if it's even possible to do what I'm trying to do efficiently. Which is use 3 cameras to... Oh, what is that? There we go. Oh, fuck. I gotta keep those out of the layer. Damn it.
Trying to be like bones and tusks.
Oh man, that looks beautiful.
Feed me more.
Yeah, the Ryback. Beast mode activated. Oh yeah.
Activated.
Oh my god, this is thrilling. Alright, pizza bird, nothing. Holy shit.
That's right. Let's eat that now. That's gonna make
Hippo
us.
in the chat says, "Remember when you threw the tusk by accident?" I don't remember that, but I bet that sucked.
Wait, did it break?
I
bet it broke. Yeah.
Oh, that sucks.
That's
First
funny.
to kill a mammoth officially on the achievements in the dot.
Let's
My
go.
god. Beautiful. Jeez. Oh, I'm getting further in that book now, that Sam Bankman-Fried thing. And I mentioned how at the beginning they were like, oh, this guy just wanted to make a lot of money to give it to charity or whatever. And my first thought was like, okay, maybe this is just like a misunderstood guy that made some mistakes or something. Now I'm further in the book, and this dude stinks.
He
Straight up stinks. What a fucking weirdo.
They're like effective altruism, and their whole idea is like make as much money to help people as possible. And then eventually, it's like every single one of these idiots gets to a point where they're like, actually, it'd be better if you just like gave that money to like one other dude to like do stuff and stop giving money to help people. That's not a good use of money. It's like what? What the hell are you talking about, man?
Oh man, yeah, I've never heard of that concept before. And at first, when I was like, oh, okay, just making money, giving it to charity, nothing wrong with that. And then it just gets further and talks about all of his weirdo friends and stuff. It's like, oh no, this shit sucks.
Yeah, and then like the scene drama of like all these types of altruists, like arguing with one another. It's like, oh, these people are idiots.
Yeah, it's boy. I'm at the part I've been looking forward to in the book where it all starts going to hell.
Yeah, it breaks down because like he's like irresponsible on a galactic scale.
On a level I've never heard of a human being just not put any thought into incredibly important decisions and stuff. Yeah.
If a deal costs $1 million, he might think about it for 5 minutes. If it costs $10 million,
Ha 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 ha.
Insanity. Yeah. Hey, that's a sharp spear you got there.
Really pause a bit on it. Let's go kill some more mammoth.
I mean, you killed a mammoth with the previous one. Now you're even more equipped for it.
Especially after this nap.
Well, we don't even have flames yet.
No, we're good. And I ate a big thing of pizza bird meat.
This so it's 2 more 2 caves, I believe,
Yeah,
is
2
what
more
it is
2
in the dock
caves.
here.
Yes.
2 more 2 caves. Already a legend, but hey, he's not ready to lace up the.
Could be greatest of all time. We might have a
Yeah.
goat situation here.
Yeah, not ready to hang up the boots. Lacing up the boots implies ready to go out there.
Right.
Hanging up the boots is retiring. Yeah.
Okay, here we are.
Oh my God, let's get multiple mammoths. Now we're getting into the thing where it's like it's not did someone find a mammoth, did someone kill a mammoth? It's how many.
Yes, how many
did
mammoths
someone
can
take
you
down?
kill?
Yes. Ah! Yes. Now we're tail of the sunning.
Fucking how do I die?
You got the timing? Yes! Yes! Yes!
Let's fucking go!
Hell yes!
Okay.
Bring it back!
Okay.
It's like it's you feel alive when
Oh
you kill
yeah,
a mammoth.
oh yeah. Coursing through my eyeballs right now. Oh, could rip this controller in half, Dan. Yay!
Oh, look at this! Look at this shit!
Oh hell yeah! This is gonna go right to the sun. You can tell.
What do you look at the hieroglyphics now?
Oh yeah, like my history and stuff.
You're the tower one that has not had anything until now.
Oh yeah, that's right. Okay, yeah. Info. Tower, right. Sure.
Oh, we're partying around the tower.
Oh, the sun's there. We're there. We
The
just
sun
gotta
has
dig
a tail. You can see the tail of the sun.
Yeah, we gotta build a bit of a pile of bones here.
Why do some of the guys just have straight up dicks?
Well, you know.
You see that?
Let's take a look at those dicks.
Yeah, we had some numerous dicks on there. Like, there's no other way to.
Oh yeah, look at that.
See that, right?
Yeah, so this fellow over here on the right, they got dick and balls.
There's no way that's not a dick, right?
What? Yeah, that's their little dangly bits. That's not like someone else's foot, right? Yeah.
I think it's just a dick. Yeah.
That's a dick. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Anti-Mario. Yeah.
Anti-Mario. Yeah, you never see Mario's dick. That's the big defining factor. Okay.
Fish.
Oh yeah, that's right. I killed a fish.
Yeah, there was a fish. Yeah.
That's right.
Oh yeah. Now we're talking. Look at this shit.
Are these people that I killed or monkey? I guess those are monkeys.
I think they're monkeys.
2 mammoths and a pizza bird.
Mm-hmm.
Two monkeys, a guy, a girl, and a pizza bird place.
This fall on CBS.
All right. Yeah, so they're not great at building ladders. They just kind of pile it up, but that's fine. I don't care. I'll kill as many mammoths as it takes. All right, let's feed our boy a little bit.
What Big Bang Theory was CBS, right?
I think so.
Because I feel like the old Office had Big Bang Theory shit everywhere, and I feel like Bazinga was said a bunch.
Yeah, that sounds right. Yeah.
Yeah. I guess I worked for that company at some point. What's happening to your fella?
I can help you, dude. Yeah, you need help with the dragon. I will help you when I'm done with my show, kiddo. I promise. Yeah. Oh, there's a pizza bird. There we go. Fantastic. This meat will power me to kill another mammoth.
You watching Raw tonight?
Yeah, I actually want to. Yes, that's been the plan. I've been looking forward to it.
Yeah, I've straight up just been watching Raw every week.
Yeah, I'm just gonna have it on
crazy
and keep playing some of the games about this week and stuff like that. So it'll be good.
Yep. Same. Got some Cody and Punk face to face. That should be fun.
Yep.
Man.
What am I doing?
Yep, it's nice.
I'm very curious to see the rating. So Sean is a non-traditional.
Don't want to do it this way.
He gave a 0 to 3C Caves. Nikki Caveson got a mammoth emoji, but there is no mammoth emoji, so it's just the words mammoth emoji. And then we're all waiting with bated breath to see what 2 more 2 Caves gets.
Sure.
Oh yeah, and they're starting Raw tonight with Seth addressing his situation with the injury.
Okay. Yeah, the stuff's been good recently from when I started catching up on it a little bit. And I'm like, yeah, I'm looking forward to watching it.
I'm hearing, MCL, and that's something that, if he just takes it easy, just take him out of matches and stuff for the next couple months. Like, yeah.
Could be good.
Seth knows how to rehab stuff. He'll be fine.
Right.
I hope.
Oh, man. Monkey just died immediately.
Did you see the 2K24 trailer?
No, I've not seen it yet. I saw that they announced Cody is on the cover, but that's it.
Okay, I'm surprised I haven't seen anyone mentioning this. It's fucked up. There is like Hulk Hogan deepfake and Stone Cold deepfake in it.
What? Really? Oh my god,
Yes.
Of course there is.
So they've got these images of like Bianca Belair and Rhea Ripley and Cody like looking at the camera and being like, "This is my story," or "Make your own story," all that. And then the Hogan one is the first one that looks kind of fucked up because it's like clearly like 1980s Hogan, but like I don't know if they deepfake the voice, but it's whatever. It looks weird. And then the Austin one looks super fucked up.
No man. And it's like straight up deep fake. What body are they putting them on or whatever?
I mean, I don't know. Like the Austin one, he's like bent over and turning to look at the camera. It's pretty close up on his face. So I don't even know if they just had like a bald guy and they tried to like put a deepfake face over it.
Sure.
It looks fucking crazy. Ugh. Yeah. No, I haven't seen anyone mention it. And I was like, I turned to the monitor. This looks weird, right?
It looks like the Polar Express CGI. Okay, very fun. Man, that second season of Mandalorian when they had Luke Skywalker show up, maybe it was the first season, I can't remember. That was so bad. I'm like, you're a multi-billion-dollar corporation. How do you do this? How do you make something look so terrible?
Weren't some people excited about that though? I feel like I saw people freaking out about Luke Skywalker. Skywalker on that.
Yeah, some people were excited. Some people get excited about a bunch of garbage. It's bad though.
I watched like 6 episodes of the first season of that show. It seemed all right.
Yeah, it's like Kung Fu. When it was like Kung Fu, that was pretty cool.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, which is like the sort of place of the week he's going to go to and how he's going to get involved. That was neat. All right, I feel like for going up this mountain, we're getting a little lost, but this little patch of snow is not too big. Okay, maybe there's more over here. Yeah, looks like we're up.
So we got 2 mammoths here. Can we wait? Do we have another column now with mammoths hunted? Let me see. Notes. Yeah, can we add a column of mammoths killed? That's going to be an important stat going forward.
All right, we're still in the snow, but no mammoths so far. I mean, maybe I've already hunted them to extinction.
That would be a problem, I think.
Oh, okay. Yeah. There's plenty of places to look around here.
It's a large area.
Yeah, it's a large area. Although, have gone a minute without any food. It's just never great.
Yeah. Well, so none of this is edible up here, is it?
No, that's all just rocks and shit. This is definitely a rock.
Yeah. Thank you, Turbo Sean.
Kind of don't think it's a good idea to go back, though. It's like, just hope for the best. And maybe.
Well, I mean, you don't even have flames yet, so if you were able to eat.
Yeah. But I ate 2 big pieces of meat before I got here, so I'm hoping that's going to give me plenty of time.
Now, I wonder, let's say you kill a mammoth and there's like 2 tusks and 4 pieces of meat. If you specifically grab a piece of meat and don't return, could you eat the meat and then return with the rest?
Maybe, but also it's like, I think when I return, I flash red as if I ate some of it.
Eat anyway,
and there's always plenty of food around the house.
That worm?
No,
that's true.
This is something you throw to. I honestly have no idea what the fuck this is supposed to be.
Worm thing? Yeah, throw it on the ground. Yeah, that's a good point. If you're eating anyway, you know you're taking those tusks back anyway, so just bring it all back.
Mammoth kill count has been added. Fantastic.
Yeah.
I like this idea that just whenever we really need a boost, if we're in a rut, we just pull out Tamor, and Tam will save us. He'll just
It's like the Harvey Keitel in Pulp Fiction.
Exactly, he's the cleaner.
Yeah.
Maybe I go over this way a little bit more. There's another patch of snow over here.
shit, right?
No. Oh, looks
Never
right
mind.
there. There it
Never
is.
mind.
Speak of the devil.
It's a snowy man. That's like an armadillo.
Yeah, he's like Rocky. Oh,
Nobody will
shit.
know. We'll tell him it was a mammoth.
Yep.
God, can we get a hat trick? The first hat trick? That's a sports reference, Jeff.
Oh, okay. You'll have to throw your hat.
Yes! Yes!
Okay, let's get back. Let's get back.
Oh my God! Yes! Hat trick!
Everyone, throw your hat in. Come on, you have to. If you're wearing a hat, throw it.
Throw it across the room.
Yeah.
Don't explain it to loved ones.
Just do it. Let your children look at you like there's something wrong.
I feel like your kids are just grizzled veterans of no selling your weird shit, right?
Oh yeah. We're starting to celebrate. There's so many mammoth kills. They got too horny and they had to do something.
All right, now everything's hitbox should be all good.
Wow.
Everything should be all good.
They are excited about what's happening. Oh, what the fuck is this Bugs Bunny shit?
Look at that freak.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, look at mine too. Look at mine too.
Oh, fuck yeah. Right on. Coming together.
God, tell me about it.
I don't know why scaling it seems to break it sometimes.
Can I actually start climbing this?
No. You'll know when it's
That's weird. Oh, I know why. Because it's
Oh, really? All right. Well, I want
I
the
know.
cutscene, of course.
I don't remember the chat. Can you remind me how mine ended?
Yeah, looks good.
I haven't archived any of that, so if anyone remembers. I guess I've done it twice now. I guess the game before.
No idea how efficient this is. Hope that this doesn't just run on well on my computer and not well on fucking other people's.
Anything we're doing here can't be that bad, right? Like, it's so low overhead.
Well, the problem for me is that I'm rendering 3 cameras.
Yeah.
Definitely takes rendering effort, but my frame rate doesn't seem to get that much higher when I'm, you know, doing the thing.
Holy shit. I don't remember this, but Sickman in the Twitch chat says
I have no idea how complicated it's gonna get to get this shit to
Oh, that's the ending. Okay, wow.
work
That's where all the cavemen went.
in your scene, but I think it should be relatively easy. Also, my scene is your scene right now, which is probably not the best idea for me.
Weird simulation game. Like, yeah.
I was able to fetch and pull with no issue. I did have to pull before, and I got
Yeah,
a,
but
I
now,
got a
I don't know, did
conflict.
you make any changes to panels or
Nothing.
any of
Nothing.
the objects?
Just the hat.
Alright, I haven't really touched the hat at all, so let me try.
I pulled and nothing happened. So and pushed again.
The only other thing I don't actually have considered in here is I need to think about this. Is the backgrounds don't like I haven't actually taken that into account. Because like these panels are render textures. They are so I can't render them. I would have to put the background somewhere actually in the back behind them. Basically, which isn't that big a deal. It just needs to line up and be the lowest sorting order. Take it out.
I should probably eat something again.
Reviewing games, and my editor never ever had any interest in games, never like brought anything up, never asked questions about anything. But then Spore came out, he was like obsessed with asking me about Spore. Really? So like there's at least one dude that was obsessed with Spore, and that was the casual fan they pulled in that was not into games otherwise.
I was so excited for Spore. I wish it would have hit harder.
They were talking a big game with it. It was
Oh, yeah.
it was too like all the sections of it were like too disparate, you know?
Yes, yeah. And like
it
yeah.
didn't feel cohesive, you know?
Right, and like you probably might have been having a good time in one section, and then when it shifted, it was very easy to like be like, okay, none of this momentum carried forward, and I'm not having as good of a time anymore.
I think that's why I like where it's like I feel like there's
I think when we get the chance now, though, we just gotta go ahead and pull the trigger and just play with Dave or Jeff. You don't have backgrounds in right now, right?
No, I don't think we need them, honestly. Or like, I really don't see how, like, we have so many props. Like, and honestly, the comics I think look cleaner and nicer without muddying, you know, adding anything
We
else
can
in
do
it.
that.
Like,
Yeah.
it
It
looks
could be
so
a
good
cherry on
right now.
top thing if we get the time. Yeah. So let me change all these camera renders to white because it was hard to fucking tell which render was which when I was using when I was doing the.
You need to come up with maybe I'll at least write some phrases for the
This can go back to a single panel.
All I want to get done tonight left is pretty much the word bubbles and the playtest to decide if we're doing turns, and then I think I'm calling it for the night.
I'm gonna push, and then you pull, and hopefully nothing breaks.
Or maybe not calling it for the night, but at least taking a significant break. I don't see anything new right now.
I'm just committing, running it through. So that we can undo it if it breaks things. Okay, all conflicts. Nope, hold on. Hats.meta. I don't care about those. Do I really have to open these, or can I just use the one from main? These are just meta files. Use main, use main, use main, use main. Oh my god, use main, use main. There's so many hat files, or just like PNGs and shit. So many meta files, just for whatever reason, didn't get picked up. Okay, it's all meta files. So. Wait, what? Why? Okay, I think we're good. So why don't you try and pull that? And hopefully we don't have any weird
Oh my god, how do I copy? I have a comic. I want to make a comic. Okay,
2 or 3? 3.
3 is copy. Alright.
I believe it's 3. Sunglasses.
And then, yeah, that's just all we
Upside
need.
down. Upside down. He's the turtle. Yeah, there you go.
Like, that's pretty
See?
fucking good.
Yeah.
That's pretty
Right?
fucking
There's
good.
something to this. Alright, grab my shit, and I want to see the panels work like real panels. And we'll really just pray that this does not break the performance in any way. Alright, good. That's good news. You were able to fetch without any issue. Alright, here's the moment of truth. Please don't break. Oh no. Why aren't you able to grab?
Not able to grab things.
Oh, yeah, you hold on. You need to move all your prefabs. Sorry. Can you grab all your prefabs at the same time and put them on the sticker layer? There's a layering thing going on now.
So they're being
Layers
made by
matter.
this guy, presumably on his layer?
You can set it in the prefab where if you grab the prefabs and probably you could even highlight all of them, I think. Maybe. I don't actually know.
They should have all the same
The
stuff on them.
layer should be on the top. Yeah, so can you highlight them all and then change their layer to on the very top right?
Top right.
Yeah, you got it. Layer right there. Change that to sticker. All right, and then that needs to happen to all the prefabs. Are you making that like that noise? Are you clicking on like a touchpad?
It's probably me chewing gum. What you're hearing?
Oh, maybe that's it. Oh yeah, and because it's on because you have your microphone on your head, right? Alright. Weird.
Let me know if you
Anyway,
can hear me
nothing.
chewing gum. I forget because
I can't hear the. I couldn't hear the. Or well, I could hear the chewing gum, and that wasn't really
What you're
bothering
probably
me. But it's
actually hearing
making
is
like
probably
a.
my jaw.
Yes, that's what I'm hearing. Yeah, your jaw going ba-doom, 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 ba-doom. All right, sticker. Yeah, put them all on sticker layer. Get those bad boys on there. I'm very excited if this works flawlessly without any bugs.
It would be nice. Did I do faces already?
All right.
So it is. So there's some kind of like so these are coming out slower, but that doesn't mean a performance drop.
Yeah, so basically, if your
Yeah,
mouse
this
is
works
in
pretty
the
good.
panel, it'll keep it in the panel.
Yeah, that works
There's
perfect.
probably like some tuning for that we could do, but happy cheese, belching cheese.
This is what I mean. If you don't get a character, I feel like it should at least always give you a character.
Yeah, definitely.
It's hard to think of one without a character. I mean, you can make two lamps talk to each other. If you get no, yeah, you can make. What did the one lamp say to the other? I guess it is fun like that. There is a cool game aspect to like you got these X amount of
Yeah,
pieces.
so figure it out. Yeah.
You just we can also just let them select their difficulty on a scale of.
Also, hold on, parsec it up. Let me in here.
Yeah.
What are we doing?
Gonna. Oh, I'm still on. You still should be able to use that old link, that same link, but I could send a
Yeah, I'll
new
grab
one.
it. I have it.
Alright, let's see if your controller is working.
Hold on, it's not even on yet. Ugh.
I probably have to turn it off and on.
Yeah, alright, I'm on now. Oh, I heard a do 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 do. Is
Wow,
that
is
on
that
yours?
that's not so weird. That literally exactly timed with Giant Bomb having. That probably was from the Giant Bomb video. That makes sense. Okay, that was the Giant Bomb video.
Alright, I can't click these. That's something that we haven't actually done yet.
Oh
You
yeah.
have to click them as a mouse. Figure that out later.
Oop, oop. 3. Alright, here. This is the highest difficulty level. Make something with only 3. Only 3 guys.
There seems to be some bug here. I don't know why it's not locking to this panel. Is there anything There are no logs for it. This panel works fine. This panel works fine. This panel is not working for only for this though. It seems like this worked.
Wait, so
Is it
what's not
only
working about it?
for the locking in? Like, see how that it doesn't lock here, but it will lock like right here. It's weird. It's wonky. There's some wonk. This works fine now. This is working exactly as intended. This is working exactly as intended. Do me a favor. Let's select this word bubble in the left-hand navigation, the hierarchy,
Oh,
so that we can monitor its. There you go. And then go back to the game and we'll move around and try to monitor its. Okay, so scroll up again. Sorry. All right, now click back into the game. All right. Now, yeah, it's not getting into the layer for some reason. Like here it does. You see it switches over to that layer. This
yeah.
switches over to this layer.
Just on the first one.
Yeah, is there a missing hitbox or something maybe? Can we select the first layer?
I do know that this one you had that little picture of
Yeah, I swapped
right.
it out, so I might not have put a collider on it. Click the comic single panel on the very first one on the top. Okay, it does have a collider. Let's look at it, yeah. It does look right.
Are the other colliders similar size? Yeah, these are way bigger. This is
Are
the
they?
collider for this. I don't know if you can see that, but this is the collider for this. These are the size of this.
I can't see what you're even talking about right now.
Alright, hold
Oh,
on.
hold on. Yeah, oh, yep, there it is. Okay, yeah, fix that. We're in play mode. You'll have to do it again,
I know,
but
but
you
we
can
can still
copy it, I guess.
test whether it
Yeah.
fixes.
Maybe it might even be better to remove the collider and yeah, re-add it because then it'll just it should size automatically. And you're right, I probably added it when it was small. So just get rid of it.
Whatever, this should work, right?
Yeah, it's not perfect, but it's good enough. I guess you could literally match them. It's literally the exact same size as the other colliders. You could copy the other collider's parameters and drop it in.
6.42, 6.38, 6.36.
Now that I think about it, actually, it's probably the collider is probably slightly off because it gets resized when it moves, but it doesn't matter. Because the panel does get slightly resized to exactly 612 or 642 or whatever. All right. Well, that's an obvious. We need a mirror button. Oh, we lost the mouth. Hold on.
Oh, I need to make. We should also make it so when you copy the guy, it changes the layer appropriately because he was tucked here. This guy was like mostly hidden behind everything up here. You know what I mean?
Put him right on the put him out on the sprite layer, so he's not in the panel.
Right. Yeah. Like, see, here's another one up here.
Yeah, I can do that. You're right. That's easy enough to do. Hard to grab. Yeah.
And then what we need and text we need in. That's the other thing, right? Like.
Yeah, we're so close. This is cool. I really like how this came together.
Yeah. This is neat.
We need to get fucking Jeff and Dave in here. Hold on. You gotta get that. Oh, I see. Yeah, you could. Oh, yeah, there is something to like. I mean, you can finagle it, right?
Yeah, it's
So
fine.
like,
It's
as long
fine.
as
It's fine the
yeah,
way it is.
it's
Nothing
definitely
just.
workable. It's not how you'd make it in the final game, but yeah, you're right. It works. Definitely need a flip. Oh, hold on. We do have a flip, right? It's this. Hold on. This, then this, then this. Wait, no, other way.
Trying to resize
Oh.
until the X flips.
Oh, it flips the other way.
Yeah, I was
Oh,
thinking.
but then I could do that. Hold on, and then this. Oh, it doesn't work.
Flip could be a you could do. You were saying that if is everything mapped to the D-pad right now?
No, not yet.
This flip could just be. Yeah, we should think about controls, this kind of stuff too.
That's easy enough. I can easily put it on the D-pad, and then we get one extra button. Yeah, we gotta map the cursors in. We still have work to do, but we're so close.
Yeah, all I want to do. All right, 3 things. We should have a discussion about the controls. What is rotate on the num? I guess I could actually, if I just get rid of this guy.
Rotate is 1.
If I
1, 2,
copy this
3.
guy, will he take all the
Should
properties? He
be
does.
exact.
Nice. I'm going to lay down. I'm laying down now. And even like the simplest, even just
We should
like.
make like a mirror. Someone should draw a mirror in so you can do like weird reflection.
Ooh, a mirror is a
something in
good
there.
one.
A mirror with with actual transparency, like doesn't have a background.
Yeah,
Like not
that's a good
filled, you know?
idea. Here, actually, I could maybe
Yeah.
just steal one from online quick.
I kind of want it to be in this style though. I love this style. You're right. It looks good. I think this is gonna go fucking over well.
Yeah, this is good. It really came together. My only like downside negative to this game jam was just like in the end it will be, well, whatever. We made something collaborative, and you know, even though the players are making each other laugh, I'm not making them laugh. The you know, maybe just the exercise of thinking about how to instill an emotion in a player was worth it in its
Interestingly,
own.
yeah, I think it's fine. Like you could even flip on its head of like, no, you the player make me laugh.
Also,
I know there's a little bug here, like with the controller. I noticed like it doesn't actually set the layer until like because the layer setting only it's not that big a deal. Like it'll happen if I move up or down, it'll happen, and it's not like you'll know, you know.
Right.
Well, I guess I could break it, right? Let's see if I do it. Oh no.
Sorry, I just wanted to make sure I was capturing.
If I do it and then release, so I gotta try to make sure I don't change the angle at all. Yeah, I could lose it, but you can still grab it. It's always grabbable even if you lose it. All right, good to know. Something that also I should be able to fix that.
So these 3 things before end of night tonight. Also, I have to remember to get up. So I should probably stop. Order. The controller talk, whether we're having turns or
My headphones cut out for a second. All right, they're back.
Whether we're having turns or not talk, and typable word bubbles.
Yeah, the typable word bubbles is definite. Oh, here's another thing that kind of feels weird, right? If my mouse goes over while I'm rotating. Things get weird. I could probably make that so that it only happens when you're dragging.
Honestly, I'm looking at this controller. Let me pop myself in here. All right, rotate. Like, what if we did? You know, what if we left the controller scheme on mouse as is and did do a special, you know,
Thing for controllers.
yeah.
Yeah, we definitely can for sure.
Like
I don't think
rotate.
it's that hard.
Rotate is on, grow shrink is on shoulder bumpers. Rotate is on shoulder triggers. The select is just A, or bottom face button. Maybe we can even do a flip too, just an immediate flip of the sprite's X orientation. So, right, because these are, if I go to the scene and go behind these things, they are mirrored on the other side, right?
What do you mean?
I mean, like if I look at this from, Oh no, that's right. It's being rendered on there, right? These
It's a render texture.
Okay. Either way, just like a flip, like just an immediate like like an actual flopping of the image. We don't really need it, but it would be a nice to have.
Well, we definitely need. I definitely want to flip for the sprites. So that's a vertical flip for scaling in that sense.
Well, then maybe drag on A, flip on X, and copy on B.
We also need to make it so that anyone can grab from Mr. Big
Yeah,
Boss. Or,
that's simple enough. That's just a button press when room.
yeah. But we'll have to put him on a layer that can be hit, basically. So just we'll have to do. I'll be able to do that actually real quick. I'll probably work on this a little bit from bed because I'm not gonna wait around until Dave and Jeff decide to show up. I wanna. I feel bad for Zero. I've been in here all day.
Yeah, no worries. It's we can pick it up tomorrow. We will have
Yeah.
till 5, so that's
I'll probably
7
work
hours.
a little bit more even at night. Just get like refining things, maybe fixing some of these bugs, like this bug right here. That should be fixable pretty easily. Maybe working on the control scheme and stuff like that. Make sure you push to me so I can do this kind of shit. Yeah, and like there is a the better control scheme for this honestly is like hold A on a controller, just hold A and then use your trigger to swap it over. Like use triggers, use bumpers.
Yeah.
Use the D-pad maybe to flip.
Yeah, D-pad wouldn't be a bad flip one.
Yeah. But that may not work super easily with the control scheme I set up. I'll have to see how easy it is to implement that. I could definitely do it like every button does its own thing, but it may be a slightly harder to have it be have it be a select and then trigger it the action. But anywho, look, he's talking about himself.
Pretty good. And he's imagining himself. And then he's imagining 2 of himself in the last one. That's pretty good.
There's something to like also like okay, so he's talking here, here he's talking, right? And then here he's just silent.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I also a good gag is like using all if you get rid of use all your stuff to and like put do a gag where he's like walks out of the literally walks out of the panel.
Mhm.
Or like you could put him down here and be like the 3 things that blah 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 blah, and then another one here, another one here.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm him. Yes.
What did Emperor Palpatine say after his first date?
I don't know. Marcus, what did Emperor Palpatine say after his first date?
Um.
Sorry, Emperor Palpatine.
I assume he means Palpatine, right?
I do too. Yeah.
I don't remember. I haven't watched the Star Wars movie in a very long time. Something about the Sith.
Blew it.
Blew it?
Blew it.
I don't get it. I don't get it. Blew it? Maybe that's do you have to know Star Wars to get that one? It's a blew it a thing in the Star Wars universe.
Yeah, I'm not. I used to. I mean, not used to. I like watching the Star Wars movies, but I don't remember much about them. Yeah, you gotta. Maybe that needs to be even smaller. Oh, but
It's a rip
now
on him saying do it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know, especially those middle movies. I don't know jack shit about the
There's also
middle.
something like this, like, hey, here, look at me on the side.
Yeah. Like you could do it.
Like,
You could totally do like here are my three decrees, right? And then
yeah.
these are totally separate from him. He's just the framing device.
Mm. Oh, here we go.
It's
Now
for
we
that
put
scene.
him
He
here.
tells Anakin to kill Dooku and he looks and says do it.
Gotcha.
Oh, and I gotta find it. I accidentally dragged it behind the scene here. Oh boy, I lost it. I lost him. You know what? It's fine. It's fine. We'll just make another. Oh boy. There
Yeah,
it is.
his collider's not probably great. He was the first one I did, so I made it way smaller than I should have.
Oh shit, I keep accidentally multiplying them.
Oh yeah,
God.
that's another thing. We need the garbage can. We need a garbage can
Yeah,
somewhere.
we definitely need a garbage can. Alright, there that goes there, then this is rotate. There we go. And then this goes up here. I guess you could go here and we can scale them again real quick. Give him a guitar.
I was gonna like
I don't know what we're saying here, but yeah, there
yeah.
we go.
It doesn't have to make sense, right? Doesn't have to make sense.
Yeah, I am
I wish
enjoying it.
I wish Dave and Jeff were here to see this. See the
Yeah, I think this is like this is so much progress. It like really came together in the last 2 hours. All right, I gotta go to bed. If Dave and Jeff show up within the next, like, before 12, I'll. Okay, it's only 10 here. Jeez.
Since you're doing the since you are doing the input stuff, do you want to put the where are they? Where are the cursors? Here. Oh yeah, they're not
Yeah, I'll put the cursors in. Just show me where they are.
in PNGs and then our own thing here. Cursors, yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I'll put that in. I'll set it up.
Alright.
Oh, I'll have to figure out the offset though.
Now I need
The
to
offset
figure out how to make a
all for everyone except for that fucking drag is gonna be easy. Drag offset will be unique. Alright, I'm gonna unparsec here.
I'm gonna take a little break and I will work on the text box type into and
Make sure you push.
I
If you have not pushed
think
it.
yeah, everything's
Cool.